This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And Dallas 2nd and 5 at the New England 20. Prescott back, deep fade, left side, up in the air, caught it, end zone, C.D. Lamb. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Not in the red zone, though. Not in the red zone. Wide receiver involvement, fast start, big-time blowout, and this is a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you all for waking up with us during a humongous Rangers playoff week and the build-up to San Francisco. Chop, you called for a beatdown. The Cowboys would have an easy time. They did. 38-3, the largest loss in Bill Belichick's career.
Yeah, and, like the defense, obviously, when you're going to get a beatdown like that, they're going to have to come up with some plays. They did. Multiple touchdowns by the defense, which is always good to see. Can't bet on it. Always good to see. And that leads to, and I had no idea. Like, I was always wondering, what would have been Bill's worst defeat? I figured it was something in Cleveland. Figured that would have been it.
Yeah.
Especially his first year. His first year in Cleveland, they were really, really bad.
You remember that Saints Katrina game where he's on the sideline with Tom, where he was mic'd up and he's like, I just can't get these guys to play the way I want. I just
Was
can't.
that it? Was that the previous one?
I think it was 03. I'll have to look.
I remember they lost like 42-14 or 17 to the Chiefs one year in Foxborough. But I can't remember anything close to this.
It was the largest first half deficit in Belichick's career. It was 28-3 at halftime. The Cowboys did score in 15 straight quarters to start the season. That's the longest streak in franchise history. And the defense coming up just like they did big against the Giants. 2 defensive scores and the floodgates open. Mac Jones was benched. The media in New England having a fun time with Belichick going back and forth. Was that performance? Was that just get him out? The Cowboys clearly not taking the just get him out philosophy, leaving their starters in, but Mac Jones was awful.
No, he's bad.
He was way off.
Oh, no, it's terrible. My wonder is how long he sticks with him long term.
Yeah.
Because, the first 2 weeks of the year, he actually wasn't that bad. I saw some numbers on him where he wasn't really as bad as people had thought. But first of all, how much does Bill actually look at those numbers? Knowing him, he's an old hat. But the other thing is, does it matter in, places like New England where it's literally just the bottom line. It's just about the bottom line. I don't care about anything else. So that's an issue. That's an issue for Mac Jones. It's an issue for the Patriots. I don't know how long they keep him, though.
Dak started 15 of 17 and 5 of 5 on third down. I know in your email last night, in our group text, we're taking some responsibility, especially you and Bobby, for the Cowboys stretching it out a little bit with the passing.
Well,
game.
they're listening. They are listening, and there's no doubt they were taking a little bit more shots downfield. I had to go look at the chart. The chart looked way better already than last week. Last week's was gross. Last week's chart, I vomited all over. This week, looks a lot better. More passes beyond 10 yards. More passes beyond 15. Look at that. Downfield a little bit more.
They open with 3 straight throws.
Uh-huh.
Gallup, 28. Dak started 5 of 6. Schoon had a drop in there in the end zone. Cowboys only ended up with 3 points. 1 of 4 in the red zone. We'll get to that in a little bit. But protection-wise, Dak had it. And they made life miserable. I didn't even realize Micah had this type of game because I was too worried about his injury. 9 pressures. That is the 8th straight game of 5 or more pressures. That's the second longest in the next-gen era since they've been keeping stats. Dante Fowler, was that the turning point? Was that ball game? Night, see you later, or was it Deron Bland? Fowler, Van Der Esch combo for the touchdown. Deron Bland with 2 interceptions, including a pick 6.
Yeah, the pick 6, I think, was the night one. I mean, that was when it was like, because any team can scratch a touchdown here or there off. When you start to get to the point where it's like, okay, now the race is on.
That made it 28-3. Dan Quinn's nightmare.
That's
against New England. That was trending with Julian Edelman saying, remember the last time against us?
Remember
it was 28-3.
Yep, that's it. But he can tweet all he wants. He doesn't have Tom. Life is hard without Tom Brady. Life is hard without Ben. Ask the Steelers. Life is hard without Peyton. Ask Sean Payton right now. Ask Indianapolis. Life is hard without John Elway. Life is hard without Dan Marino. Life's hard without these guys.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. So why did you feel like this would be handled by the Cowboys coming off of Arizona?
Just because New England has no offense. The Cowboys beat these teams. These are the kind of
at home.
Yeah, go look at the the NFL is not set up for 38-3 games. And the Cowboys don't win 38-3 very often. But go look at the history of this team really since Bill took over, since after Bill left, really. And Romo was here, and then Dak. When the Cowboys have their quarterback healthy and they go up at home against a team that isn't very good, be it, the pre-Sean McVay Rams or the Jets. I mean, they're winning these games 34-7, 34-10. They're destroying these teams. And the Patriots fit into that mold. They're not a very good roster. They're slow, and they don't have a quarterback. That's a terrible recipe to play against this guy.
Jerry Jones, proud of the W. He will join us tomorrow at 8:30 to celebrate. Here's Jerry after the Cowboys' dominance.
I have such respect for New England, have such respect for Belichick that's just humbling to get to go out there and play that well. Proud of our guys. And but again, I can't say enough about that team that we played out there and what it represents.
Mike McCarthy on his team's defensive performance yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. We want to get started, on offense, but defense really, really set the table, with the takeaways and the field position. And that's just, weeks 1 and 2 is, the performance was very similar. So I thought our defense really got right back on track this week.
Special teams getting involved. Jalen Tolbert with a fantastic tackle. And then it felt like Bones and McCarthy were like, all right, everyone thinks Belichick is still this genius. Let's save this for them. I would have preferred doing that with a fake field goal for a touchdown instead of just a 2-point.
Yeah.
Save it for a moment like that. But the Cowboys pulling out the trickery with defensive linemen scoring all over the place, defensive players scoring all over the place as Golston caught the 2-point trick.
Yeah, and I guess you can try it in a game and see if it works. Now it's on tape, so there's that aspect of it. But I'm with you. If you're gonna go for 2, put your starters out there. Put the main guys out there that could do that. There's an element of surprise that plays into that. Leave it as a surprise. Leave it as a surprise, I think.
All right, hit us up, truckwreck.com text line throughout the entire show. Are you back to feeling good? You can compare what happened last night, Kansas City against the Jets, with a team that you already faced and you beat with Kansas City struggles, pulling out that win during the Swifty Bowl on Sunday Night Football. And, of course, we have the build-up for the matchup where the Cowboys open as 3.5-point underdogs in San Francisco Sunday Night Football.
Oh, man.
Woo! What a week of hype.
It's a look-ahead week. And that was, and you could point to the trap game. Trap game went out the window the moment they lost to Arizona. Yeah. That was that. There was your trap game, if anything. San
Fran may have had their trap game first half against Arizona.
Yeah,
that was a close game.
It was
until
Christian McCaffrey went off and Brock Purdy went off. Like, it was close to start, but yeah, that was they knew.
Let's go inside the Cowboys locker room after the impressive dominant performance. You have Sunday Night Football. Is it rigged for Tay-Tay? And the Texas Rangers are in the postseason. We got a playoff series starting tomorrow. How excited or disappointed are you in the way the Rangers got in and the position they find themselves? That's next on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's a Cowboy Ranger Monday with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next struck him out swinging. And the Rangers are back in the postseason for the first time since 2016. They come streaming out of the dugout and start mobbing each other on the mound. They've beaten the Mariners today by the score of 6-1.
That was the call from the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel on your home for Rangers baseball. How long until the butt? How long, or do you not have the butt in your vocabulary? The Rangers make the postseason. They clinch a postseason berth, but they do not win the American League West, and they go on the road to take on the Rays starting tomorrow afternoon after losing 3 of 4 to finish up the season, including yesterday, where 2 runs would have gotten them some extra rest and a bye. I throw the butt in pretty quickly. I know Sandler is going to come on here tomorrow. We'll get a full Rangers preview and say, look at this team, 90 losses, now 90 wins. Yes, all that with the macro, the overall viewpoint is good. It's impossible for me not to be disappointed with the way this ended up. I'm sorry. And I don't think that's being bitter or selfish or having sour grapes. This team blew a golden opportunity to get a bye and get another team in the next round.
Yeah,
that's the way baseball goes.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, they absolutely blew a golden opportunity because the other team would have been the Blue Jay Minnesota winner.
Oh, man.
As opposed to the Tampa Houston winner or Seattle winner or whoever would have been put in there had they just won the division. So there's no doubt it's a bit of a disappointment. But, now the path is such that you're going up against a Tampa team that has been there quite a bit. That quite frankly is better than you. They should win the series. But then you go up against a Baltimore team that is in a very similar situation that you're in. They've got basically nobody on their roster that has sniffed a postseason. And the Rangers have not quite a few, but they got a lot more. Jordan Montgomery has, Nathan Eovaldi has, Earl Chapman has, Simeon, Seager. Baltimore is they are as green as it gets. So this avenue, while yes, you'd rather go the other way, if you could find a way to get by Tampa. And I know Baltimore is a 100-win team. They're fantastic. That they're going to be off this week. They're going to have, if you believe in the experience, no playoff berths, that may play in a factor for them.
All right, so set this up. 3 games, all in Florida?
All in Tampa. Yeah, so that's why they do the whatever they call it the wild card round now. So that's the way they do the wild card round is the 3 games are all at the higher seeded team.
So 2 out of 3.
You got to win 2 out of 3.
All in Florida.
All at the Trop, the Slopacana Field. All of them at the Trop. And, they'll have their 30,000 rabid octogenarians of the game. And some of them actually are rabid. Like they have rabies. Some of them do, I'm told. They'll have those there, and you'll be going up against Glasnow and Elfin.
A lot of Tolos are not thrilled over the start times.
Over it. We mock Houston for bitching about this every year when they get a noon game. I'm sorry, we don't have a baseball cachet here. Nobody cares nationally about the Rangers and the Rays. They don't. So they're going to give it to Philadelphia and Florida. Philadelphia, the East, the teams in the Northeast, they're just going to get the 8 o'clock game. Just deal with it. They are. And Arizona is the other game that's at 6 o'clock. They play 6 o'clock against Milwaukee. They're a Pacific time zone team. They're going to get that game. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Game 1 tomorrow at 2, our time. And then game 2, Wednesday at 2, right here on the Fan. Pepe?
On Channel 8. That's the big thing. This is not on FS1.
Yeah.
These games, they do. Baseball gives the wild card round to ESPN and ABC instead of giving the later rounds to those TV channels, where ESPN will promote the hell out of it. Whatever.
Pepe, are you excited?
I couldn't not think about 2012 all over again. It basically was that, you just needed one more win to get into to win the division, and you get the first round bye. But Friday night, I said after the Rangers lost 8-0, I said, just get me in the postseason. I don't care about the division. Because I knew it was going to happen the way it was going to happen. I was like, just get me into the postseason. They did that, so I kind of had to beg more yesterday, but we got in. And that's all we can ask for.
A lot of people, including an Astros reporter, think the Rangers celebrated too hard on Saturday night. The Astros were resting up, and the Rangers were going buck wild with the champagne and the drinks flowing in the clubhouse. before taking on George Kirby, who I do need to repeat, is a really good pitcher. George Kirby had something to do with the Rangers yesterday getting shut out 1-0, but optics-wise, people are like, you still had more to accomplish. You could have waited one other day in order to party it up. What do y'all think of that theory and those accusations?
Well, Evan Grant, who may or may not be from the Politburo, given the talking points from the organization or not, says that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
He measured everyone's BAC?
No, he said they sprayed champagne for 15 minutes at 8 o'clock Pacific. It's just wrong to suggest this is like a typical championship celebration. Marcus Semien went to Chick-fil-A. Several players showered and were dressed by the time Houston's game ended. They popped bottles and quickly retired to the dining room to watch the final outs of the game. That's it. That's the team's official statement. Guys, they just played for 6 months. If they want to party it up, they can party it up. The game was at 2 o'clock the next day. It wasn't at 9:30, right? They're not. They can party it up if they want to. They haven't had a winning season in half a decade. They haven't made the playoffs in half a like they can sit there and have a party, right? Am I wrong?
877-881-1053. Tell Choppy if he's wrong. Did they just stop having sips before heading out for fast food afterwards? But there's the Astros.
I didn't know they allowed Chick-fil-A in Seattle. I'm surprised.
Man. Inside the Cowboys locker room, after 38-3 over the Patriots, and of course, everyone was quickly trying to turn the page and get under Dak Prescott's skin, saying, hey, what are you feeling? You go automatically back to last year and the year before where the 49ers eliminated you before taking them on Sunday night?
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Does that loss drive you guys?
Every day. Every day. Every day, Todd. Every day.
So I think that was for Todd Archer right there, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Now, did Todd bring the plant food Miracle Grow with him for that?
Why?
The planted question from Dak. Just so Dak can make it sound like he's this, I saw right through that.
You think Dak wanted that question?
That's a plant. That's a plant. See, I know these guys, these Daks, these Jeters, they do the same stuff with the media. They play it up, and it's great. Fans eat it up. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a plant, man. That was a planted question. We know it's a planted question.
Micah.
You saw it. You know. Say it.
Well, I was like, my initial reaction was, oh, man, here we go. Back to last year. I didn't think about it with the opposite way. Micah Parsons looking ahead to San Fran.
This is a top NFC team. I think you put us, Philly, and 49ers. I mean, this is the playoff game. This is something you look forward to. Something we're gonna get on tape, and it's gonna mean a lot.
How much will that matchup teach you or show you about just how far you guys have come, where you're at?
It's gonna be a test. It's gonna be a battle-tested game. It's gonna be back and forth. It's gonna go down to the wire. It's almost at a rivalry at this point. It's gonna be super exciting.
So there's Micah. Bobby is going to be talking about San Fran on their mind with Star Up, Star Down at 6 o'clock. In case you shut this off early, it was much better than I thought it was going to be after 20-0 on Sunday Night Football.
Handoff near side, broken tackle. It's Pacheco, 40-yard line, 35, Jersey at 25, 20, angling 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City, welcome home, Isaiah Pacheco, Vineland, New Jersey, gets a 48-yard touchdown run for the Chiefs Kingdom.
I was getting ready to shut this off, and then I checked my phone, and New York's making a little bit of a comeback. Zach Wilson's best game as a pro, but Kansas City still ends up winning by 3. You had a little controversy with another Pat Mahomes interception that got waved off because of Sauce Gardner and a flag being thrown, a late flag being thrown on Sauce. And now you have a lot of New Yorkers trying to protest a petition outside of the NFL offices because they think the league wants Kansas City to win for Tay-Tay. Man. So, look, I didn't realize this, and I had to go check. The NFL's official Twitter bio is Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Is Taylor Swift.
Yeah, they did this a couple weeks ago.
They went head first into the storyline last night. I mean, it was nonstop.
They realize she's a bigger star than they are.
Yes.
And that's saying something.
Yes.
That is saying a lot. This was the worst possible game for bettors. Because if you just look from a Jets perspective, first of all, the Jets lose. That was bad for Jets fans. The Chiefs did not cover, which I think most Jet fans bet on the Chiefs. And they gave some hope to Robert Saleh about Zach Wilson.
Yes.
That is the trifecta of bad for Jet fans. That happened last night.
Although the Jets weren't going to do anything else at quarterback, even though Rodgers looking pretty good on those crutches. He was on the field last night. He returned, gave an impassioned speech on Saturday to the team about sticking together. And Twitter docs were saying, yo, man, this looks a lot faster than we were anticipating as he is researching some alternative methods out there.
Come back with a ball.
It might be come back with a bull. A-Rod and Aaron Rodgers telling NBC he does intend to return to play this season. So those are all the storylines. Zach Wilson, he looked pretty good. He looked good. Collinsworth was just raving about how he was getting the timing of that West Coast offense. And Mahomes, like, coming up short on a lot of throws. Really weird to see. It was not weird at all or bad it is bad to see Bobby Belt walking in right now, but it is a Cowboys victory Monday, so nothing can bring us down, including the red zone. Star up, star down for the Cowboys' dominance against the Patriots. Next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line 877.
It is. We're back to feeling the glory of a Cowboys Monday after that 38-3 performance in Arlington. Our Cowboys insider, Roberto Bobby Belt, was there. This is Sean and RJ. Good morning to all for San Fran and Rangers playoff week. That was the defensive play calls by Dante Fowler. Van Der Esch picks it up. That makes it 18-3 after you have the fake extra point, 2-point attempt that they were able to convert. Bobby, this feels good. This feels good, unlike last week.
Yeah, I'd much rather win games 38-3 than lose to bad football teams 28-16.
Because it was really boring in the second half yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Amanda's like, can't they just call this? Like, can't we just get this?
Run rule.
I am down for a mercy rule, man. Like get it out of here. I am down.
It was a little painful there. I mean, it was typically when I'm there with Slater, we don't ask for like interview options until 5 minutes left in the game, and then we'll text PR and just be like, hey, can we get so and so? Because I've been accused before of jinxing them late in games by asking for a player too early, and then it turns out they don't win. So I sent that text with like a minute left in the third quarter yesterday, and I was just like, can we please just want to let's get to the end, let's write our articles. We've all figured out the narratives from this one. It's done. Dallas was dominant all the way around. And so offense, defense, special teams, they were better than New England in every single facet. And it was over pretty quick. I mean, I felt like the game was over as soon as Christian Gonzalez went down. It was like, okay, they're not going to be able to hang with Dallas today.
And they went right to CD, that very first opportunity.
Yeah.
Very first play.
Very first snap after he leaves, it's like, okay, throw it up CD, which I think that's good call from McCarthy. That's good shot from Dak. That's CD coming through. That's the kind of attack mentality I think you want them to have is, okay, Gonzalez is out. Let's immediately get the ball to CD.
Here's Mike McCarthy in the victorious locker room after.
Hey, man, I'll just say this. Hey, you did exactly what you did in your preparation. Great week. Hell of a win all the way through. All right? Brandon, close us out.
Let's enjoy this one, fellas. Hey, but it's going to be a big week coming up every single day. Be detailed. We know what it is. Let's make our mark. They fear you when you know who you say you are. Be great on three. 1, 2, 3. Be great.
I thought they were calling Brandon Aubrey to the middle for the break. I was like, who's the other Brandon?
Yeah. I was disappointed. What I wanted was yesterday, my biggest disappointment yesterday was the false start at the end of the first half. I wanted to see that 66-yard kick.
Yeah.
That's what I was really hoping for yesterday.
Chop, you had a very entertaining star up, star down, so why don't you lead us off here? And that was the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
All right.
Here on Sean and RJ.
Well, I'll save a couple of the more jokingly ones for a little bit later, but we got to start up the quarterback. You know, he did go downfield early on in the game a little bit more than we had seen in the first couple of games. They passed the ball more early on in the than they had the first couple of games. Now, you know, obviously, like second half, they don't really have to do that. So I think it skews some of the numbers in terms of the total because I looked, they only had 5 passes over 15 yards.
For the whole game.
For the whole game. He only had 5 attempts that traveled more than 15 yards in the air.
I'd bet 3 or 4 of those were probably on the first 2 drives.
Yes.
I would bet.
I think one of them was the touchdown.
I heard you in the post say you noticed from the press box view more vertical routes in that first drive than they dialed it back.
I mean, it was the very first the very first pass play they called was more vertical than typically. So it was more aggressive the first 2 drives.
And then, you know, you had the touchdown pass, traveled, you know, over 20 in the air. I think it traveled like 22, 23 in the air. And then you had a few others. So that's positive right there. I like seeing that. You know, you have a lot of passes by the line of scrimmage, whatever. That's, you know, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Getting downfield really opens up things for the pass.
Look, it was no doubt star up for Dak Prescott. No doubt. 15-17, 5 of 5 on third down. Here's a nerd stat. He completed 11% of his passes over expected yesterday. His 7th game with that stat, CPOE, completions over expectation, over plus 10% over the last 2 seasons. No other quarterback has more than 5 games with that mark since 2022. So, Dak, what's that tell us? Difficult throws?
That's probably the first time this year that he's done that, right? Because he was pretty down in that stat.
His CPOE against the Jets was pretty high. And so the 2 games at home, it's been high. But basically, yeah, that essentially means that in a vacuum, normal quarterback should be throwing this completion percentage based on down distance, throw, everything else. So Dak is performing at a higher level yesterday than you'd expect.
And look, there's no doubt that Mike McCarthy made a change and altered with a tone-setting opening drive.
100%.
3 straight throws, and let's try to go down the field a little bit. Gallup had 28. The pass to Schoon was definitely 15 yards in the air that he should have caught. That was a perfect pass in the end zone.
That was the best pass Dak threw yesterday, was one Schoonmaker drop. But it's actually that the fact that he was able to freelance and find Gallup was really fortunate, because otherwise we'd be coming in here today talking about he missed CeeDee Lamb wide open on that play. Because he was going through his progression and he moved off of Lamb, and as soon as he moved off of Lamb, CeeDee broke free and was open. Nobody within 6-7 yards of him, 20 yards down the field.
Here were all the things that I wrote down that I think McCarthy had on his checklist to start. We're going to throw to open the game. We're going to go to Lamb. He was the first and goal target. We're going to get Dak's legs. Dak with a rushing attempt in the red zone there, it blew up. But he's like, I want to get Dak's legs going. And then Dak killed the play to the run with that Tony Pollard confusion. So you had Dak's legs with an attempt, CeeDee Lamb with a goal to go, down the field, and throw often and early. Those were all the things I think McCarthy had written down on his checklist to start this game.
They did them all.
Here's Coach on the quarterback's performance.
Yeah, I think he's in total command of the offense. I thought he did a really good job taking what they gave him. He got a lot of different looks there. They were extremely high in disguise, and that held true today. So I love the way I love his patience today. We had a couple situations. We had the one protection situation that he did a good job just protecting the ball. So sometimes when there's a mistake, just don't make two. I thought he did a great job managing the game today.
He was really good. He was great on the first 2 drives. I think he was solid the rest of the day. Like, he didn't make any mistakes the rest of the day. He was great the first 2. That's when you needed him to be great. Because after that, it wasn't a necessity. The defense took over, and you didn't need him to be anything else other than just take care of the ball. And that's what it was yesterday. But he was really great on those first 2 drives.
Star up to the Trayvon Diggs replacement.
Plenty of time. Rolls right. Bottled up, throws back to the edge, intercepted. Deron Bland, call the house. Hello, house. House, it's me, Deron. Hello, house. Touchdown for Deron Bland.
And that made it 28-3. Right before halftime, he added a second interception, got Mac Jones in the third quarter. I think it was Mike Leslie who tweeted this out, and I was like, what? Most interceptions in the NFL since the start of the 2022 season. Deron Bland leads the league with 8. Jesse Bates, Atlanta, has 7. Patrick Peterson's still doing it. He has 6. Justin Simmons, Mika Fitzpatrick, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Deron Bland leads the NFL in interceptions since 2022.
That was the stat that blew me away, too. When I saw it, I would have had he would have been the last person I would have guessed.
Not last.
I'm talking in the league. You don't think of Deron Bland as an interception guy. At least I don't.
Bobby,
we should, because 20 games into his career, he's got 8 of them.
Yeah.
Bobby, you got a star up for Travis Kelce Light over here. Did you
old Jake Cavender?
Yeah. Did you have a celebrity sighting?
I never saw them. I was told the Cavender twins were around. I kept hearing that chatter out there on the sideline, but I never saw it. But
I'll take a little sip.
Man, Jake Ferguson he was really rough that first game against the Giants. The whole tight end group was. But ever since then, the Jets game, the Cardinals, and then up through this game, he's just kind of steadily gotten things together. And yesterday, he was absolutely perfect. I mean, literally, it was 7 targets, 7 catches, 77 yards, 5 first downs. 2 of those were third down conversions. And it's stuff where he's getting the ball, and he's in space, and he's making guys miss. Like, this wiggle that he's got, the elusiveness that he has, I know that's something that's surprised the Cowboys. Like, they didn't see it they didn't see a lot of that on tape at Wisconsin when they picked him. They liked him as a player, but that aspect that he's added to his game, I think they think that that's come through just his work over this year and a half.
I want to give a star up to Michael Gallup. I left him for dead. He showed out last week, and then yesterday, 5 catches, 60 yards, 12 a catch, had that long catch of 29, and you can see he's playing with a little attitude out there.
Yeah, and that 29, that's a huge that's a big credit to Gallup, and that's a big credit to the chemistry Gallup and Dak have from playing together as long as they have, was because that was something where Gallup was just running a stop route, saw the play breaking down, and started, it turned into sandlot football. He was running around just like, all right, let me get open, let me make something happen here. And so the biggest play they had in the passing attack on the day was just Gallup, saying, all right, we're going to freelance this.
Yeah, look, you're right. Ferguson absolutely deserves a star up. He's a monster, or can be. Dak's going to get him killed, though. Holy cow, I thought he almost... I don't know how he stood up from that.
Yeah.
I have no idea how he stood up from that one. I do have a star.
He had Haley in the stand.
Yeah, that's right. He had to get up for it.
Was that her name?
Which sister is she with?
Jake's with Haley.
Haley, yeah.
You sure about that? Tell you something apart. I don't know.
Yeah, Hannah's single, I think. Not for long.
Peyton's counted their arm hairs. He knows the difference.
Let's see. Star down. I got to give a star down to Dak on one thing. And I just noticed this yesterday, and I saw this just circulating on social media too. The here we go right before the snap.
Here we go.
You only notice it at home because on the road you can't really hear it.
All right, so I didn't notice this whatsoever until Olsen brought it up. I didn't hear it once until
really.
I was.
So, I heard of the Jets game a little bit. And I was like, okay.
So what is it?
Right before the snap, he goes, "Here we go." I don't know if it's his Omaha. It's not his Omaha because Omaha's an audible.
It's one of their. It's in his cadence. It's one of their calls. It's not one that I don't think it's one that he had during Garrett era. So I'm guessing it's a McCarthy cadence preference, but. That's something that I hadn't noticed it until we were in Oxnard. They were doing it at camp every single snap, and it was driving me nuts. I was like, oh my gosh, this is... And John Machota and I were talking about it, and we had tweeted about it at one point. Well, and a lot of fans were like, he was doing it all last year. I was like, was he?
No.
And like we went and pulled up clips from last year, and sure as hell, he was doing it. I'm not watching the TV broadcast, so I don't hear it while we're up there. And so, but yeah, the here we go.
Other star ups from the Tolos, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Brandon Aubrey has made the first 12 field goals to start off his NFL career. I'm not sure if he made one after I wrote that. And the penalties. The penalty improvement after the absolute embarrassment and disaster against the Cardinals. Last week, they had 10 first-half penalties accepted against them. Yesterday, they did not draw a single flag in the first half until a false start and delay of game with 3 seconds left.
You want me to say it? You want me to give you my big star up for the game?
What, McCarthy?
Coaching. Coaching.
Ow.
Look, because here's the thing: is that you were talking last week about the Dallos Hombres and how they were a little too
Dallos Mijos.
They were. I think when people talk about the CeeDee Lamb body language last week on the sideline and some of those other things, I think they were all kind of dejected by, we're missing 3 linemen, Diggs is out. Like it became easy to get overwhelmed by it. So I don't think it was out of the question to think that yesterday going into this game, they could have been a little overwhelmed by the emotion of like Zeke's return. Like, it's not an expectation. But if it happened the week before against Diggs, I don't think it's a leap to say you have to guard against it this week with Zeke coming back. And
does that make you... That makes me think they're a thin-skinned team. It really does.
Rabbit ears?
That's not enough of an impact to play like that against Arizona, like in your 3rd game of the season.
Look, here's the thing is that I think with Diggs, everybody... I don't know that there was a certainty with a lot of people that Diggs was going to be here long term. And so that got locked in recently. People felt like, all right, he's here in the foxhole with us. Diggs was really committed to his offseason workouts. And so I think it was just, there was a lot of optimism and a lot of, all right, he's here. And then all of a sudden he's taken away. And I think that's frustrating for them.
I want you to remember Bobby Belt gave his biggest star up to the coaching staff because next we have to focus on the red zone. Your other star downs, how miserable did the Cowboys make Bill Belichick? You coward, Ron Rivera. You freaking coward. And the Rangers are in the postseason. All that on the way for the 6 a.m. club on 105.3 The Fan. But, hey, let's get this.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Prescott in the gun. It's 3rd and goal at the 2. Lipke to his right. He will give it to Lipke. Crashing to the right side. Touchdown. Hunter Lipke in the red zone.
Take that.
Red zone Jesus. Hunter Lipke.
I heard you yesterday in the postgame say he should just get it as the single back.
Stop pretending he's a fullback. That needs to stop. He was not bad as a single back when he was playing in college. They're just trying to turn him into a lead back.
Who would have ever thought that people would be clamoring for Hunter Lipke to get more touches than Deuce Vaughn? I feel like Deuce has 4 people blocking for him. Like, he has had 0 running lane or opportunity. I mean, he's getting touched 2 yards deep in the backfield during this garbage time. It's like he's
punching a little person.
Every single time they would hand him the ball, because it was like 3 plays in a row, he was getting hit as he was receiving the ball and getting twisted up. And Clarence Hill was sitting in front of me in the press box, and he's going like, dear God, they are going to get poor Deuce killed today.
So look, red zone is still an issue. 1 of 4. Hunter with the touchdown after Turpin had that 46-yard play. Bill Belichick saying Cavante was the most dangerous returner in the league. Their first touchdown in their last 8 red zone trips. Now, they were setting this up to, I think it was a seesaw. It was like, we just want to have a couple of handoffs, kill the clock here, but
kick a field goal on purpose, maybe.
Well, we also need to score, like, to get this monkey off our back, to quiet this narrative a little bit, and Lipke did it. I don't think it's going to quiet very much.
6 straight goal-to-go chances without a touchdown, which is the longest streak in Dak's career. Previously, the longest he'd ever gone was 3. And so that was, when you start the game like that. Now, look, shouldn't have even been a problem. Red zone shouldn't have been a problem yesterday because Luke Schoonmaker should have caught that pass. That should have been a touchdown. And that should have done the red zone right there.
In the red zone?
Yeah, I think it was like an 18-yard pass or something like that. And so it's one that they should have converted right there.
Not the easiest play, but perfect throw. It hit his hands.
By the way, from my trolling you guys through the text messages yesterday, there were a lot of people in the press box that discovered that, the red zone doesn't start at the 20. They were all very confused. They're like, I didn't realize the red zone. I thought the red zone was the 20 and in. It's like, no, it's inside the 20. And so we all discovered that yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the line, if you notice, when they had the ball spotted, the line was on the outside of the 20. But when the Patriots got the ball on the ensuing possession, when the ball was spotted at the 20 on the touchback, the blue line was inside the 20.
Most times you want a longer play for your stats. I could see McCarthy petitioning the league to be like,
yeah,
can you make this a shorter
zone.
You make this a shorter touchdown throw to make our numbers versus Kellen look better.
I'm not kidding, because we had that was the Christian Gonzalez got hurt right there when they got to the 20. So we had kind of a lull, and I was looking at the screen and I was like, I'm ready to fire this text off to Sham. Please throw a touchdown pass here. I was cheering for the 20-yard touchdown pass right there to be able to text.
I'm still not worried. I still think it's fluky.
Can I ask you the question you asked McCarthy on Friday? When does it become a trend to you?
Well, that's a good question. My counter back.
Of course, you asked it.
My counter back is, my answer to that is when you have enough game circumstances to where I think should be analyzed. You know, McCarthy gave us the answer that I was preaching about last week. Giants, rain conditions, beat down. I disqualified that second half in terms of the data. Yesterday counts. There's no doubt about it. But you're gonna have to convince me that Mike McCarthy is ass backwards in his red zone plays, that their concepts are outdated, they're stupid, they don't make any sense. I do think I could feel, I'm like, is this getting in their heads too? Like, wouldn't you second guess if you're looking at those list of red zone plays, like, okay, this hasn't been working, so let me go opposite. Let me do something else. I still think it's a little bit fluky, even though a lot of Cowboy fans were very unhappy. Despite blowing out New England, they were not happy because this is going to cost you against San Fran and Philly.
I mean, look, it might.
Third worst red zone team in the league right now, 37% conversion, only better than the Armpit and the Saints.
Yeah, and the Saints, like, they've been bad in the red zone all year. I don't see it as becoming a problem because I did some research on this, and most of the time, quarterbacks. So red zone is not it's more quarterback dependent than anything else. Quarterbacks generally have the same red zone percentage of touchdowns, regardless of who the coordinator play caller is. Brady's was the same with Bill O'Brien, with Josh McDaniels. It was the same in Tampa as it was in New England. Manning's was about the same, regardless of who the coordinator was. It's
Dax was sky high last year.
Dax was super high last year. That was an outlier.
And Kellen started off 3 or 4 yesterday in the red zone. I went and checked.
Chargers 5th in red zone conversion rate. That is after Dallas was first last year, and the poor old Chargers were down at like 20th last year. So
and the poor old Chargers.
But I don't care about the ranking. What was the percent? The percentage?
55% last year. They're 75%.
That's a big jump. That's a big jump.
Chargers got blanked in the second half yesterday. I need to add that to the evidence room.
And there are going to be outliers regardless. Like Dak had an out. Like Mahomes, right? He was 71% last year, but the previous year was 62, 59, 60. So it's 3 years in a row. He's all about the same. And then before that, he was 73. So he had an outlier, and then steady, then outlier. And Dak had outlier, and Dak's been more all over the place than most. 71, 63, 57, 51, 59, 65. So he's been kind of all over the map too.
But we'd all agree, right, that if they were to go, and I'm not saying they will, if they were to go the whole season with a 38% conversion rate in the red zone, that's not just within the margin of error of outlier. That's like you have a problem.
That's something different, and it could be, there's some luck that goes into red zone.
Well, I wrote down 3 different factors. Luck was one of them. So, luck, plays, personnel. What is it? Now, the easy answer is it's a combination of everything. That's the easiest answer.
That is, right?
Are they missing a big body? Are they missing your power back? Are they missing your Des Bryant throw it up dude?
Yeah.
Are they missing a dynamic tight end? I want to look at all those things before I freak out. I find it hard to believe that Mike McCarthy's plays are dumb in the red zone, but plays, personnel, and luck are my 3 factors.
Look, like I said, if you go back and you look at them, generally, quarterbacks have about the same, and you'll have a bad year, you'll have a good year, and last year was a great year, and this year they're in the midst of a down year at that. It's a lot of randomness that goes to red zone.
The West Coast concept in general is you challenge the field horizontally instead of vertically. Like it's meant to spread out the defense, and then you can get lanes to take advantage of. So if you're going to spread the field horizontally, then the more that the vertical closes up, the more that I feel like, and this has occurred at times with some teams with West Coast concepts, is that the more you're just cramming 11 guys into those horizontal spaces and that they're not forced to challenge vertically. And I think Brian thinks it comes down to bad luck and execution, because he said, you've got a touchdown that was pulled off the board by a Tyron Smith holding call. You had Tyron just missing a block. You have Hendershot just not knowing to cut the ball upfield. He thinks that, yesterday, Schoonmaker drops a touchdown.
Dak and Pollard running into each other.
Yeah, look, Pollard's got to know where he's going.
So y'all's take on it. Dak Prescott asked about the red zone issues after.
Something we've got to get better at. But we won 38-3, so I'm not going to sit here and harp on that. But that definitely gives us something to work on. Obviously, coming into this game, I talked about it, about 2 weeks ago, even when we won the game, the last game here right against New York, that we could have been better in the red zone. So it's an area that we're going to continue to focus on. We're going to try to get better at it, and when we do, it's going to be dangerous.
Look, I know that it's really unfair to go look at offenses quarterbacked by Aaron Rodgers, Steve Young, and Joe Montana. I would be interested to see how West Coast offenses in the red zone fared over the past 30 years. Not right now, but, RJ Choppy's study for later in the week. And do you have to abandon West Coast principles when you're that close? Maybe that's a question for Jerry tomorrow at 8:30.
No, I don't think you have to do that. I think it's just it requires a little bit of, when we were in Oxnard, you remember how we talked about there was such little motion that we were noticing in the practices in the offense? Yeah. The one area where we kept seeing it was on the goal line. And in red zone, when they would do red zone drills, that's where they'd do this back and forth motion with Deuce Vaughn, or they'd get Turpin in there. That's the kind of stuff you have to do down there, is that you've got to come up with different creative ways to.
But then people get mad. Hendershot got a handoff. Oh my gosh. Turpin, you're just going to swing it out there? Just hand it up the middle. Give it to Lipke.
Did you ever anticipate that 4 weeks through the season, though, and this is largely because of the red zone issues, did you ever anticipate that Deron Bland would lead this team in touchdowns coming off of passes?
Is he?
He has two touchdowns on interceptions.
Look, normally it's a complete waste of time to hear Bill Belichick speak, but after the Cowboys beat him down, it should be a little bit more entertaining. Hoodie, what happened with your worst loss ever?
All right, well, we obviously didn't do much of anything well enough to, be competitive tonight. So at this point, I think we're a lot better team than what we showed out there tonight, but that's what we showed, and that's what it was. So got a lot of work to do. Got to do a better job playing, coaching. Just got to perform better. There's really not much to say.
He always says, really not much to say.
Not much to say.
John Machota posted the back and forth with the reporters from the Hoodie. So they said, okay, why do you think you're a better team than the one that just lost by 35? He said, I said we're better than we were today. Why? The last 3 games we played. What led to the decision to take Mac out? I didn't think there was any point leaving him in. On if he'll be starting next week against the Saints at quarterback. I just said there was no point in leaving him in. On if you consider taking Judon out. Nope, you got to put somebody out there. On if Mac was benched for bad performance. I should have had you read Belichick's part of this. Was Mac benched for bad performance? No. I said there's no point in leaving him out there, so I took him out. Is the plan to start him moving forward? Yeah, I don't think there was no point in leaving him out there. So I took him out.
Are you embarrassed?
He's so great.
I wish I would have thought of it earlier, because the game, you're in the post-game rush and you're trying to get in the Cowboys locker. Had I thought of it, I would have found one of those Boston reporters, and I would have been like, I will give you $500 if you ask Bill about Taylor Swift in the post-game press conference.
Oh, well, he got asked on his weekly radio show.
Or if you guys would have pulled together some cash, I may have just snuck in there and asked the question.
8-7. That's right. You had access to go in there.
Yeah, I can go in there.
877-881-1053. Did the Rangers set themselves up for disaster? What else happened inside the NFC East, including that coward Ron Rivera who screwed us over in the division? That's all next right here on Sean and RJ.
on and a high fly ball to left. Canzone shielding his eyes with his glove, races toward the line, comes in, makes the catch, and the ball game's over. And it would appear the Rangers are heading for Tampa Bay.
And that is exactly what is happening tomorrow on this radio station. 1:30 pregame, first pitch in Tampa for a best of three. All three games in Florida on 105.3 The Fan. We will be the only radio station with people there. Obviously, the broadcast team and our Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, as yesterday, Choppy, the bats disappeared, and so did the bye and an avoidance of Tampa in the next round.
It did. That all disappeared yesterday. They gave a big bag of nothing.
Holy smokes. Too hungover.
Too hungover, yeah. Yeah, I mean, most hangovers last till 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Champagne, man. Champagne causes more of a hangover.
Well, I'm sorry, it was noon Seattle time. Noon Seattle time was the game.
Yeah, look, I mean, hangover plus jet lag, it makes sense.
Yeah, because they weren't out west to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, like already for a week.
How many people, I just want to get this out of the way. How many people had a problem with the optics of them celebrating just to get in versus the next day when you could have accomplished even more?
The fan text had quite a bit of it.
I knew
this morning because, you know, be
careful.
They don't get it. They're morons. I'm sorry, they're morons. It's simple. You sound crazy trying to defend the Rangers. It's cringy. When you barely sneak in the playoffs and you stumble in, you can't celebrate. You have to get serious. They always be the little brother in Texas baseball. No, we can celebrate the season when it's actually over. The job is done. Not celebrate early and choke away the division. Whether you're right or wrong is not the point.
Usually it is.
No. This is reality in baseball. When you clinch a playoff spot, you celebrate. It's a 6-month season. You play 162 games in 180 days. You celebrate.
I think the Astros waited to celebrate. I think.
They popped champagne.
Yeah, but
they also didn't clinch until the last day, too.
And that core has won World Series titles instead. This is a core that hasn't won anything.
And the Astros still celebrated. And the Yankees celebrate when they make the playoffs, just so they make it. And nobody has made it more than them ever. This team has not had a winning season in half a decade. Playoffs in the same amount of time.
Choking like you.
I'm sorry. You celebrate like you celebrate an accomplishment. That is a major accomplishment, making the postseason.
I'm in favor of the celebration just because we got the greatest photo of all time with Bruce Bochy. You guys saw that one over the weekend?
Popping the bottle?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, just ripping open the bottle with his teeth. That's like that. They deserve to celebrate just for that.
Well, in the armpit, they're calling us little brother. That's how little brothers act. You've never been there before. And Alex.
Okay, who cares?
Listen to this. Alex Bredman going viral after they won the tiebreaker.
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Stros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
The Sirianni of the Astros. Third straight American League West title, and they own the tiebreaker over us, finishing with identical 90 and 72 records. First round bye.
They get the first round bye. No, I mean, look.
This was a blown finish and ending to the year, though. No doubt about that. All jokes aside, you can get worked up over the drinking, the celebrating. To be going to Tampa tomorrow, that sucks. And they do need to be criticized for that, right?
Yeah, there's no way to spin it when you go into that series against Seattle, a team that you've played really well against all year. And I mean, on the last day, Seattle was out. There wasn't really anything that Seattle could do at that point. Then I mean, there's no reason that you should have lost 3 out of 4. You should have, at the very least, split.
John Gray to the IL, though.
Yeah, and he's hurt. So I think they brought Matt Bush up.
Yes. Matt Bush.
Yeah.
What parking lot was that?
It was a Walmart parking lot, right?
Was it?
Which one?
When he did like
a tryout.
A tryout in a parking lot.
I was going to say, when you say parking lot and Matt Bush, there's some other stuff in his history that ended up in jail.
It may have been the team parking lot. Who knows? But yeah, it's just, like the guys, they haven't made the playoffs in almost a decade. They're going to celebrate.
Yeah. It's been
half
under
a decade.
Yeah.
I said almost a decade.
Yeah. But this, I don't have a problem with it. When were they?
Has it been almost a decade since
2016? That's 7 years ago.
Yeah, what is it, 50 or 6th, something like that. It is something where
Golden
it's like,
Corral. It was a Golden Corral.
let them celebrate. Let Josh Young celebrate. Let Corey Seager, Marcus Simmons. None of them thought they'd be here at this point. So let them get their celebration in.
Yeah, and you know what? And the anger is just, it's confirmation bias. Like, you can't prove that they lost the game the next day because they celebrated. There's no proof of that. There's enough history in the history of the sport that guys celebrate and then win the next day and lose the next day.
That's another study.
1990s Cowboys. Every single game they won.
Every game they won.
Every game they won. My gosh, if you ask Darren Woodson or any of the guys on the 95 team about how prepared they were to play that Super Bowl against Pittsburgh, and they will laugh.
Speaking of the Cowboys, what help or lack thereof did we get yesterday in the NFC East?
Snap to Howell. Cerveg throws to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! Jahan Dotson! Unbelievable!
My goodness.
Susan Waldman. She does Commanders games and Yankee games.
Kate Scott.
Last second game-tying touchdown for the Commanders in Filthy. And this is your moment now, Riverboat Ron Rivera. Here it is for you. Set up on a tee. You're on the road. You're going to steal one. Sam Howell just went down the field in heroic fashion. Your quarterback is riding high. 64 yards in a minute 43 after A.J. Brown had a taunting penalty, and he kicks. He freaking kicks to tie, and Philadelphia ends up winning on a field goal.
What the hell is up with A.J. Brown, by the way? Like, he can't.
He's annoying.
Is it just
he's a beast, but he's annoying.
Did I not notice some of this stuff because he was in Tennessee and he was irrelevant, and then last year they were just good the whole year, and so he
what
didn't
are you
have
referring to?
Just because this year, like the going at it with Jalen Hurts, the taunting penalty, that he's always, when they show him on the sideline, he looks like he's always yelling at someone this year, and I don't know if it's just frustration or
disgusting.
They're the most dysfunctional looking in terms of their interactions right now. 4-0 team in the league. Like, I mean, it's wild how. I don't think that's a 4-0 football team.
Dysfunctional? I mean, is that an overreaction? Not AJ Brown.
Dysfunctional is a bad word.
They're a better version of the Georgia Bulldogs right now.
They are. That's who they are.
The same exact thing is happening with Georgia.
Yes. Yeah.
Very unimpressive, lackluster. I think Philly is better, than Georgia. NFL versus college, obviously, but Philadelphia has been more impressive than Georgia. But it's the same type of thing of. Yeah, they won.
They're farting around, man.
Yeah.
They're just farting around, and it's going to come back and bite them at some point. But look, I mean, they could have very easily, and maybe should have, not even had that game go to overtime. They could have ran out the clock. That was my big issue with that game.
Go ahead, break down the end.
So if you go back and look at the end of that game, they had less than 2 minutes to go in regulation. They had the ball. 2nd and 4. Inside the 2-minute warning, Washington has 1 timeout left. So you're, again, inside the 2-minute warning, 2nd and 4, Washington 1 timeout left, well within field goal range. They could have ran some clock, got the first down, and at least tried to kick a field goal. And the game would have been over, but they didn't. They went for the TD, which normally is fine. But you leave Washington with a timeout and aggression. They had to be aggressive. They knew they had to score a touchdown. They knew they were going to be in 4-down territory. You leave them with the worst possible thing in the world, time and aggressiveness, and it bit them in the back. They had to force overtime. All they had to do was...
Bit them in the back.
Well, I don't want to say bit them in the butt.
Oh.
Bit them in the back is more of a Marv Albert thing. Okay, kind of in with that. So all they had to do, pick up the first down, game over, you kick a chippy field goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to question. It's not as questionable to me as just not going for 2.
I agree. Go for 2. You have to go for 2.
Let's talk about that. Ron Rivera afterwards, you know what he said? The reason why? They were tired from the long drive.
Oh, so the defense wasn't tired too.
64 yards. And this man wants to go out there and say that they were tired. To steal one on the road when the rule is when you're not, first off, if you're not the better team, steal it right there.
Yep.
If you are on the road, steal it right there. Your quarterback just had that heroic drive. Steal it right there. Your defense is averaging, they're giving up 35 a game in the last 2 weeks. Steal it right there, you numbnuts.
Yep. What I don't understand is why, when they won the coin toss, did they receive the ball? Like, the offense was clearly tired. Go on defense. Let your defense do work. Get the ball back. Give them some rest a little bit.
Yeah, there's a reason that Ron's got like 3 winning seasons in his whole career.
Look, that was... You want to talk about which is worse, you being tired from that drive or that Philadelphia defense probably being completely deflated that they just gave it up? Like, the Philly, I would imagine that the team with the worst headspace right there is Philly, and you've got 2 yards. Let Eric Bieniemy, this guy that you went after and you believe in on the offensive side, let him drop his best 2-point play, execute it, and major props. I know he was awful last week against Buffalo, I think it was, or whatever, but Sam Howell was really impressive. Like, in crunch time in this game. That was, I was really impressed watching him move down the field.
Look, there was a reason why they thought he was going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft the year prior to him going into the NFL. He decided to go back to college, and he winds up being picked in, the 6th round, 7th round? Mm-hmm. And, like, there was talk of him being, this guy could be the overall number 1 pick. And then he had a really bad final year at North Carolina.
The comparison pre-draft was Baker. And you can see, like, peak Baker, early Cleveland Baker when he was playing at his best. You do see, like, flashes of that. It's not just the stature. It's the way he plays the game is very similar.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, man.
They're in trouble.
I was trying to think, what's my other big storyline around the league? Win of the day. I'll talk about that in a second. But loss of the day, Cincinnati loses to the Titans 27-3. 27-3. Burrow over Allen. Since he's 1-3, Joe Burrow threw for 165, and Jamar Chase, after the game, was asked, "Are you even open anymore?"
I'm open. I'm always open. Excuse my profanity. I'm sorry.
I'm always
open.
Open. So what is going on? Maybe the biggest mystery in the league, or we just write it off to the calf.
I mean, if the calf is bad, then I think you're right off the calf. If the calf is 80%, then there's something really wrong.
I mean, your lower body mechanics are so important to what you do. And look, mechanically, like, Burrow's considered one of the most sound mechanics, like in
Brady.
the NFL.
He's like Brady in that regard.
And so if something's off with his lower body mechanics, that can throw it off. But still,
T. Higgins fractured rib on top of it.
Yeah.
57% completions, 4.8 yards per completion so far for
the year?
4.8 yards per attempt this year for Joe Burrow.
Oh, that's awful.
That is so bad. And look, this might end up being your Brock Purdy victory lap to say how stupid it was that people were just willing to default Burrow over Allen, because Josh Allen's playing like a super stud, and Joe Burrow looks like, I don't even want to call him Cooper Rush. That's not even fair to Cooper Rush.
No, he's playing terribly. Again, is he hurt? Who knows? But he's playing awful, as bad as he's played. I mean, the good news, like, look, they started off 0-2 last year. At this point, it would surprise me if they went on a run, the way they're playing now.
What do the Cowboys have on their mind after destroying Bill Belichick and the Patriots? San Francisco. We'll play you the audio on a victorious Cowboys Monday next.
I'll say you had a tough weekend.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Aubrey on for the extra point with 11:09 remaining in the second quarter. Oh, they're faking it. It's thrown by Anger out to Chauncey Golston for a 2-point conversion.
Man, even inside the 10, they got to count on the defense to score for him. Chauncey Golston coming through.
Someone said let Bones call the plays inside the red zone as the Cowboys dominate and destroy the New England Patriots 38-3. The majority of us thought it would be a closer game, a pain in the butt, rear end. Definitely not going to score 38 points. Choppy called for the Cowboys beatdown. It was 28-3 at halftime, the biggest halftime deficit and the biggest loss of Bill Belichick's career.
Absolutely ran them. Now, look, that first drive, when they traded drives back and forth, there's a little uneasiness because you fail in the red zone again, and then the Patriots get down the field, and that big play, that little spin on Donovan Wilson, that was disgusting.
Oh, he broke
that was DeMario Douglas. That was the guy we talked about on Friday that's similar to Rondell Moore. And do they use that? Like, is that going to burn them again? And so when you see that on the first drive, it's like, oh boy, here we go again. This is all going to get going. But they come back, they drive down the field on the next one. Defense locks in. Major credit to the defense for all week. They were talking about, we will not do again what happened in Arizona.
He has to retire after that.
Donovan Wilson does.
He has to retire. He can't show his face again.
Look, I've given up on the idea, though, that this is a completely great shutdown D. You have to try to separate. I know it might be impossible. You got to try and separate these touchdown returns on defense.
Well, they're flashy. Are they going to happen? Are they going to come against great opponents?
We're about to find out.
We're about to, because Brock Purdy so far hasn't shown a turnover-prone trait.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's not there. Like, someone will find it. Eventually, someone's going to find. Someone finds your weakness on every player. At some point, they find everybody's weakness.
Unless he's the GOAT.
And at this point, it's still up for debate. Not up for debate, but it's he's got an upside. He's obviously has an upside to him. This is a test. This is a true one.
I mean, this is what 10. Like they're averaging giving up 10 points per game or something, or like 11. There was some graphic somebody tweeted at us yesterday. Through 4 games, this is the second fewest points per game the Cowboys have allowed in franchise history. So I mean, the defense is showing up, making plays. Their run fits were so much better yesterday. They're disciplined. That's the best game the linebackers have played all year by far. The linebackers didn't give you any problems. Van Der Esch was on top of things. Damone Clark played well. That's what I think you saw is a real commitment to exactly what they talked about during the week, which is we're not going to just get embarrassed again. That was a slip up.
How was the Zeke emotion in tribute?
I mean, it was a good tribute. It was nice. Zeke was I think he was trying to just be stone faced, but he did give the feed me real quick to the crowd. And so there were some emotional fans in the house, some emotional players, but no tears or anything. I think just sentimental.
Dak Prescott on the return of his guy.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see him last night. Talked to him after the game. Didn't see him pregame. I'm sure he liked the tribute. I loved the tribute. Thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, we'll connect. We'll talk. I mean, as I told you, our relationship is much bigger than this game of football, and especially just this one game of him coming back. But pretty cool, just of Jerry and the Cowboys obviously playing that video for him, giving him the respect, the honor that he deserves. Great 7 years here. I wouldn't be the player that I am without him. We wouldn't have the success that we had over these 7 years without that guy. So, thankful for him. They need to play him more, but hey, who am I?
Whoa! Wow. Calling out Belichick, huh? All right.
Shaw Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. The viral Belichick moment was awesome yesterday of the misery after the pick six. Just put his hand over his face.
Which do you think was the more emotional return for Dak? Was it Will Grier or Ezekiel Elliott?
Oh, yeah, I guess the storyline of knowing all the plays.
Yeah, it didn't really help.
Didn't really help. Give me inside the locker room ratio between New England questions and San Francisco questions.
Oh, wow. It was definitely more New England, but I mean, it was not long into everybody's media availability. It was 2-3 questions in before San Francisco would come up.
Woo!
And I mean, it's something where they'd get asked, hey, is it too early to ask you about San Francisco? And of course, everybody's giving their frustrated answers because this is the team that bugs them, which I'm interested. I want to ask McCarthy on Friday. I'd like to ask Dan Quinn today of what's the balance of being aware of a team and being motivated by competition and being distracted by competition.
Yeah.
Like, what's the line of they're distracted by San Francisco rather than motivated by them?
You phrased something in a way last night in the Post saying San Fran's not in their head, but
on their mind. Like, it's not in their head actively script, but they are conscious of them, and it has driven them. I mean, J-Ron Kearse was crying at his locker after the playoff game last year.
Oh, I thought you meant because of the way he played yesterday. Man, J-Ron, one of my few star downs. Jerry Jones was asked what a win against San Fran would mean.
We just know what they're very capable of, and a win in San Francisco would be magnificent.
Would a win in San Francisco validate some of the positive things that we've seen in these 3 wins?
I don't. I just think a win against that team would feel like you've playing for the marbles in the NFL. And when you have against a team, here they are undefeated as we play them, and we're going to come in there and try to stay on the field with them.
Great job, Ryan. Matching up the video looks so good on the YouTube, Twitch, and fan cam.
You don't normally hear Jerry talk about about another team, though. We're gonna try and stay.
And
stay on the field with them.
Wow.
I mean, this is the team that has spurred them to make their. I cannot recall a single team. Maybe the 49ers in the 90s, the way they used to acquire players back and forth. But in modern times, I can't remember a single team that has pushed the Cowboys to make more personnel moves than San Francisco.
Yeah.
They have done everything. It's like they're a team in the division. You'll see this where you have a great quarterback in the division. Every other team, their number one goal in the division, they foolishly try to stop the quarterback instead of just trying to get another quarterback.
Draft Jadeveon Clowney.
They draft Clowney. They draft Watt. They draft whoever. They're always drafting a defensive end to try to get to the quarterback.
You know what it says, though? It says that they're confident they can beat Philly because Philly doesn't push them. San Francisco, they are constantly trying to evolve their roster to beat them.
Meanwhile, yesterday, we were feeling a little better about the Cardinals' loss until the second half.
Deebo was right. 3 are left. They give it to McCaffrey off the left side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Touchdown! CMC!
21-10, RJ turned into 35-16. Brock Purdy was 20 of 21 for 283. McCaffrey scored 4 touchdowns, had 106 on the Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk is like becoming their best receiver there over Debo. He had 6 for 148, and the 49ers end up steamrolling 4-0.
He's a monster, man. He really is. And San Fran's on a roll. They're on a tear right now. And it was 21-10 at halftime. All right, it was only 7-0. Like they weren't blowing them out to start the game, but they did pull away in the second half. And they're just a solid team. We've known that all year. There's a reason the Cowboys have made all these changes just to beat them. They're probably a matchup nightmare. At least the Cowboys felt they were a matchup nightmare for the Cowboys, and they were over the last 2 postseasons. There's no doubt about it.
Meanwhile, win of the day belonging to my guy Josh and the Buffalo Bills.
Play action pass. As time throws to the left sideline, complete to Diggs, but there's a flag trying to spin away from the tacklers, and he does. 35-30, 25-20, headed to the end zone. Touchdown, Stephon Diggs. Can you dig it? Touchdown will stand 55 yards to pay dirt. Holy moly.
Bills radio.
I was so disappointed at the middle of the second quarter on, because this game had track meet, fun game written all over it.
Yep.
It was one of the 2 games we got locally, along with Philadelphia and Washington, and I was locked in on this, and it was just like back and forth for the first 4 possessions. And then Miami started to fall apart offensively. Like, they just couldn't really do anything else. And what a day. And also, I'm upset because I started Mostert in fantasy over, and I had A-Chain. I have them both.
And you sat A-Chain.
I started Mostert because he's a beast.
A-Chain.
And he's a beast, too.
8 for 101, 12.6 a carry, 2 touchdowns. And Stephon Diggs did the stone cold in the end zone. That was awesome. Cracked the beers. He scored 3 times. He's a beast. He is a stud.
Yeah, he is.
My guy Josh Allen with 4 touchdowns. 5. 4 throwing, 1 running. He'll probably be AFC Player of the Week. Buffalo wins 48-20.
Yeah, I would imagine he is. I don't know who else even be in the running for that thing at this point.
The disaster game is in Chicago as the Bears build a huge lead against Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos, and Denver ends up coming back to win. They were down 28-7. Get ready, RJ Choppy, to counter the masses because Matt Eberflus, they're calling for his job, including my boy Chicoline down the hall, Bears fan. It's 28-28 late in the fourth quarter. The Bears go for it on 4th and 1 at the 18 versus kicking a field goal. They get stopped. They end up losing. So get the nerd numbers out on whether that was a fireable offense or the right call or just a 50-50 coin flip. Now, look, Justin Fields had thrown for a career-high 335 and 4 touchdowns. He completed his first 16 passes. He was 28-35. Game situation, though, late. You take the lead, 4th and 1 at the 18, and the Broncos get their first win instead, and Matt Eberflus is getting taken apart.
Honestly, it was a toss-up. The win probability says a toss-up call. So either way.
Does it say the time left, the exact time?
It says 4th and 1 at the Denver 18 with 52 seconds to go.
Oh, gosh. That's field goal.
Because if
field goal for me.
Yeah, so what it does is 1 of 2 things, right? If you get it, then you leave the Bears, you leave absolutely no chance for Denver to come down and win the game. None. 0 chance at all. So if you go for it there, and that's what the thought is, and that's why. Now, the other side is that you get the field goal, you leave them with 48 seconds left or so. I'd have to go back and see how many timeouts were left. So there, now you have a lead, and you force the other team, and you give them aggressiveness, you force them to have it.
Armando, come in here real quick. If you're listening in the break room, I got to pour the salt in the wound. Bobby, tell Chicoline, roll in here real quick.
Bobby's on the phone.
I want him to talk about. Come here. Turn on his mic real quick.
I know his name was Armando this whole time.
Eberflus, Chicago Bears. Give us your reaction, LeGrande.
He's got to go.
Oh,
he's got to go. Yesterday was the finishing touch. He's got to go. He's got to go. That
were you screaming at the TV? No doubt field goal. Even
no.
though Fields, you feel better about
Fields?
Fields?
I wasn't shocked. The fact that when they called the timeout, instead of just going for it, give the other team time to prepare. I don't even know what to tell you.
And being a Chicago sports
fan.
fan.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, White Sox, Cubs, Bulls, Blackhawks. I mean, every team is terrible.
So we should wet Willie Eberflus. There he is, Chicoline, Sean, and RJ here. He's on LeGrande. We go back and forth on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So that's going to be a big headline today. Should Eberflus go kick him out of the Windy City, the former Cowboy assistant? Let's get to your Patriot headlines at 877-881-1053. Worst loss of Bill Belichick's career. What are the papers? What should the papers in Massachusetts be saying today? Pepe has been spying on some Boston radio. And let's take some phone calls to celebrate at 877-881-1053. The Cowboys.
And it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Big 4th and 2. Jones in the gun. Blitz look from Van Der Esch. Here he comes up the middle. Pass out to the right. Intercepted. Bland again. And stopped finally at the 50-yard line.
Deron Bland with 2 picks. Cowboys defense with 2 scores. An absolute destruction of Bill Belichick's New England Patriots. They retired Tom and gave Bill his worst loss ever. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt will be the only radio station with feet on the ground in San Francisco for Sunday Night Football. Let the week of build-up along with Rangers playoff baseball take over, and it will on DFW Sports Station if you're looking for some place to get your sports hype fix. What?
I don't know, that motion was just a little weird.
It was a little weird. I like,
dance.
I like Sunday night games.
I don't know that it was a dance. It looked a little more erotic than that.
I hate them and I love them. The Sunday night games. Hate them and love them. Hate them and love. Because I get to watch all my kids' baseball games without having to worry about recording or keeping an eye on the game or going and watch the game versus going to their game. I don't make those decisions anymore. Night game, baby.
Headlines that are being written by the mass holes in Boston and our very own ones from the Tolos at 877-881-1053. What are the Sean and RJ headlines reading this morning?
All right, so let's give you some of the good ones here. Let's give you mine real quick.
Very cocky of you to say the good ones. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true. Mac and Jesus, what was that?
Jesus?
Yeah.
I like it.
There you go.
He was awful.
Yeah, he was
It looked like he was disinterested. He was way off. And if I was Belichick, I mean, I know they've already done the Zappy thing. You probably just have to live and die and figure out what you have in Mac. I don't buy that he was being pulled in this game for health reasons. I don't buy that at all. He was that awful.
Health or just we're getting blown out. Why? Oh, you mean preserving?
Yeah,
okay, I got you. I thought you meant him being banged up in the game.
No, I wish the Cowboys would take that advice. Big fat star down. This has to stop. Yeah. I don't care. Y'all can call me paranoid, old grandpa. I'm going to bring it up to Jerry tomorrow. Why is Micah Parsons in the game? That was ignorant. That's criminal. That is so dumb. I've waited 2 hours to say anything negative besides J-Ron Curse's play. To have Micah Parsons still in that game, that's negligence. That is ridiculous, and it's stupid. And they're playing with fire, especially after he got banged up earlier in the game with the ankle. As soon as it was 28-3, he could have packed up and he could have sent him on the flight to California. Instead, he's in to stat pad. I don't care what Micah wants to do. I don't care. And neither should the coaches. Man up and tell him no. Hide his helmet if you have to. Stop.
He didn't go in the medical tent when he left the field. And so the fact that he didn't go in the medical tent, I was sitting there thinking, it's like, is this Micah Doncic?
Micah Doncic. I got sniped. Someone from the stands. But I don't care if we went in the tent or not. It was 28-3.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah,
Get him off the field. What are you doing? The final drive?
Mike is the one that is the bothersome one. I mean, it's like he already been banged up. Like there was no point there. And I love what Bill did, and I think they should do more of this. Sometimes the quarterback just doesn't have it that day. Get him out of there. Like the same thing we do in baseball. If the pitcher doesn't have it, get him out of there. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like
goaltenders all the time.
Yes, in hockey, pull the goalie, right? So, it makes sense if the guy doesn't have it, and he clearly didn't have it, and he was not terrible in the first 3 weeks,
right?
He wasn't terrible the first 2 drives. He was okay on the first 2 drives throwing the ball.
Yeah, he was. So it's like I would have. I mean, personally, I would have taken him out too. There's no point.
Trade us a first for Trey Lance.
Deflated.
Ooh.
Oh, that's really good. I like that one. That's good.
Dread Zone.
Oh, well done, Chop.
Thank you. Bella Beat.
Okay.
Fergender.
Ferguson Cavender.
Do a lot of people listening? Are they that big?
If they're
pretty huge. They're TikTok stars.
But she's not Olivia. They're not Olivia Dunn big.
No,
Gen Z would know them. Gen Z people would know them.
They're tier 2. They're tier 2.
Tier 2.
Yeah, they're tier 2.
Yeah,
she's tier 1 by herself.
If Olivia Dunn's Patrick Mahomes, then yeah, maybe they're like the Allen.
Yeah, they're the Allen. They're the Allen of the TikTok world. All tuned up, like a tune-up game.
Ooh.
And then a pick of Zeke. Trade me. The Tolo's coming in with some. on the Truck at the Context line.
Yeah.
I like some of these. We've got
I hope so.
Bella checked out.
Ooh.
It's good.
Jones in for a change. The Bills come due.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out whether you evaluate Bill. If you're just looking at them in the past 2 years and you don't know anything about his history,
They're boring.
I'm firing him. I'm getting rid of him,
They're
especially
boring,
with the personnel control. Again, with players, we talk about. I can't judge you off of what you've done in the past. Like, how much of a free pass does Belichick get, or does Robert Kraft have to look at it and say, dude, this is awful. And
It's
this
bad.
is multiple years now. This is awful. Can Bill Belichick be let go?
Now, they were so much worse yesterday than they'd been the first 3 weeks. They were competitive against Philly. Like, I mean, they've been competitive. They did a decent job actually containing Miami's offense, relatively speaking. And so, I mean, it was not good yesterday. I do wonder if that game gets.
If I'm Robert Kraft, I'm like, what are we building?
I don't know why.
What's being built? What's the ceiling with all this?
There's
The ceiling is
no
the roof.
Ceiling. Yeah, there's no ceiling. They need a new quarterback. I think that would be a start.
To draw an analogy, they lost their Tim Duncan. Greg Popovich has sucked for a little bit, and now they're hoping to get Wemby. They're hoping to get Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I think Popovich is the
Bears have the first 2 picks in the draft right now. How awesome is that?
I know, right? Pop is the comp, but you know, I don't think there's a comp at all because I don't think coaching in the NBA matters nearly as much as it does in the NFL.
Yeah, plus, I mean, I think Popovich definitely contributed to his titles, whereas it was all Brady in New England.
Shut up.
I'm just kidding. I knew that was going to get Sean going.
Tolo Jason, Zeke starves in return.
It's good.
Don't look back in anger.
It's good.
Special teams right there. Zeke didn't feast. Boys beat the sleeves off. That's good.
Oh, I see.
Did not expect a bland game.
That's good.
The offense was bland. Nothing bland about this mac salad. I love macaroni salad. And those are some of the ones from the Tolos on X.
I got
Red Zone or Dead Zone.
Big D energy. That's easy. Zeke who? Playing off of the old Jerry line.
Oh.
Then just
I have that t-shirt.
Dak greater than symbol Mac. Feast and famine.
Oh.
They do like a split screen of like Deron Bland and then Zeke getting tackled.
Yes.
Cowboys get defensive. And then missing Pats. So we're going the fact that they scored no touchdowns, so they got no point after touchdowns, and then the Pats didn't show up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well done. Nathan, discount Belichick.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's great.
That's a great one. We can maybe go ahead and end it on that. Let's get to some Tolo phone calls to celebrate during the Expressway. If you're new to the show and the station, we're commercial free. Every show has it commercial free at some point in time for 40 minutes. No need to change anything while we get you to work or whatever you may be doing. Jay in Dallas, start us off on a victorious Cowboys Monday.
Now, I just got one question for y'all. Do you believe? Do you believe? Last week, we saw a bunch of men get on the field. They didn't got darn believe. They didn't believe in the scheme. They didn't believe in what the coaches showed them on tape. They didn't believe in the field. They got in the hero ball. They couldn't execute. You got to believe, baby. They went in this week, looked each other in the eye. They said, if you got that dog in them, you got to let them walk, baby. We saw some dogs walking today. We saw some dogs walking yesterday. I want to give a shout-out to the O-line. They did a good job protecting Dak back there. Now, it wasn't the best, wasn't the cleanest, because we got what we got. We did a good job. All right. Now, I got to say this. Michael Galloway's been listening to what y'all been saying.
Yeah.
He's showing y'all why you're on this team.
Yeah.
Because he keeping receipts. And lastly, that 2-6, Bland, he got that dog in him, baby. Woo! That boy came to play.
Was Jay the one that was at the end of the Fox commercial? Did he drop the "How about them Cowboys"? Was that you, Jay?
I think so. Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, man.
You would know. Trust me.
Go ahead, drop it off just to keep things consistent.
Hey, I'm not gonna steal a shine. All right. I'm gonna just say this. All right. Now this week we got some dogs coming up. They got some dogs. We got some dogs. It's gonna be a dog fight, baby. We gonna see who's gonna win the candlestick. Now, give me my theme music, baby. That's why.
Give me my theme music. You stepped on his line, Choppy. Thank you, Jay. Fantastic phone call. Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline.
His mic's off anyway. Chop's mic is off.
Oh,
So
it was?
it didn't even get picked up.
I had a loogie.
Yeah, Candlestick. I don't know that. I don't know that they've played in Candlestick since George Seifert.
Who
but
cares? These changing of these stadium names.
No, they actually literally changed the stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the city.
All right.
They're not in the same city.
We got 2 calls from Maryland. Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, you are live on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Thanks for taking my call. This is my first time calling y'all because my local station, they hate on the Cowboys when they win, but when they lose, they got a bunch of stuff to say. So I said, let me give my guys in Dallas a call.
Yeah. That idiot Jerry Coleman over there on the radio, that moron.
Well, Jerry's gone now.
Good.
It's some other haters on the show now. But anyway, it was a big win yesterday for the Cowboys. After that embarrassing loss last week in Arizona, I was out there at that game, man. It was pitiful. But
you were there?
Yeah, I was at the Arizona game, man.
Evelyn.
Yeah, I think they just laid down and just say, we the Cowboys, man. We got this game.
Mm-hmm.
But big bounce back yesterday, man. Big defense played good and everything. This game next week against the 49ers, man, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be a test. So hope they can find some way to pull through and win that, because they had our numbers the past 2 years. So
what's the best crab cake in Baltimore?
The best crab cake?
Yeah.
We go to Jimmy Seafood. I know they got the best crab cakes down there.
Okay.
So you ever come there, man, go down to Jimmy's. They got you. Take care of you.
Thank you, brother. Just like mine, Woolchuck. Just like mine. Just like my crab cakes.
It's those 2 callers right there. It's clearly not just the Cowboys team. It's also the fan base. Everybody's got San Francisco on the brain. That's the measuring stick for everyone. If they're able to go on the road in primetime, they're able to beat San Francisco and beat the Chargers. The national hype on this is the team to beat will explode come the bye week.
For sure. You hope it's not like a peak too early thing, but you rather have it that way than any other way. You really would.
Kurt in Maryland, you are next up on a victorious Cowboys Monday. Kurt, you are live on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Yeah, how about them Cowboys? That was a good bounce back on the defense. Deron Bland, he's growing every week. I think that's huge for him. Like we know, he's not Diggs, but he's a very solid cornerback. That was good. Want to give Michael Gallup some love, and please give some love to Tyler Smith, what he's doing in there at guard. He is balling, and he's a mauler. He seems like he did good at left tackle, and even at guard, he's doing very good. Like I said, Sean, you brought it up. I mean, if there's one down point, is keeping our starters in there late. Mike McCarthy, I'm telling you, man, we're playing on the edge on that. I hope it doesn't bite us. And like we all know, we getting ready for the 49ers. What a win. How about them Cowboys?
Bam! Yeah. There it is from Kurt. Brittany and Mesquite, you are up next. Brittany, you're live on the Fan.
Yes, I think the safeties did not play good this game. Also, Dak, I think he needs to get the ball out a little faster. I know he had pressure in his face. The 49ers coming up, the safeties got to play better. And the offensive line did okay today. And I want to ask Bobby, do you think that some people say on Twitter that CD is looking a little, like something's going on? I don't know if it's the play calling. But overall, I think we had a good game against the Patriots.
Do you have this mic? Do you have this room bugged?
Yeah,
we were talking about it during the break.
That was a plan. It's like Archer.
You just relayed like Archer. Thank you for the call, Brittany. I totally agree about the safeties. Before we get into Bobby, what I wrote down with J-Ron, there was like a 15. I think it was a 2nd and 16 or something. It was a 15-yard gain. He had a bad tackle attempt. The dropped interception before the half. His pass defense and a penalty on the Hunter Henry catch. Oh, that was a bad game for J-Ron.
I need to see, and this all ties in actually. Curse and CD can tie into this. I was talking about this with Chiafalo yesterday. There's so many details you pick up watching the game in the press box that you can't pick up on TV. But I feel like some of the macro takeaways, some of the big picture takeaways are easier to pick up when you're watching TV than like watching it up in the press box. So, for instance, I didn't feel like it stood out to me that Curse was bad yesterday. Now, I'll watch it back and I may look at it and go like, oh, yeah, that was bad. But it didn't stand out to me as much. The guy who stood out to me is there were a couple bad moments for him was Wilson. But I feel like Donovan Wilson these first 2 weeks back has not been great. But I'm kind of giving him a pass right now just because he didn't get a training camp. Lamb. there was so much discussion about CeeDee Lamb's body language in Arizona. And again, I'm just watching in the press box, so I didn't see all the camera cutaways that showed his body language the way it was. He was very unhappy after the game in Arizona. And during this week, he seemed a little frustrated when the red zone stuff came up, that he still didn't have a catch in there. And he said, let me touch the rock and we'll score. And so maybe a little frustration there. He didn't talk last night. It wasn't like screw you guys, I'm not talking. It's just, when we were standing around, he slipped out of the locker before we got a chance to talk to him. But it's interesting because it's not the first time I've heard it suggested that people are saying CD seems a little off right now in terms of personality. But I hadn't noticed it before people pointed it out.
And then to the Tolo who brought up Tyler Smith, that is what Bobby wants to focus on. And below the belt, 840 as one half of the Love of the Star podcast. So Tyler Smith in the spotlight, the best pick of the Will McClay era, at least on offense. We'll talk about that at 840. But Pepe has been spying on the Mass Holes WEEI in Boston.
Yeah, and I mean, guys, it's just what we thought of earlier. All the callers that they took in Boston, WEEI, they want Belichick gone. They wanted him gone yesterday. They throw shots fired at Zeke. I don't know if that was just a Cowboys thing or they're just frustrated in general, but then they also want Mac Jones gone as well. So this is how they started things off on the Greg Hill show in Boston this morning.
It's a contradiction. I can't take it anymore.
What? It is a Patriots Monday, and it looks like the first time to fire Bill Belichick call this morning comes from David. David, good morning. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. So we got to be realistic here. Belichick's supposed to be this great defensive mind, supposed to be this great coach. Are we ready to say, and I am, we used to say 60-40 Brady, 40 Belichick, 60 Brady. It was 80% Brady all along. Come on. You cannot win. Get his ass fired. It's time to go.
It's embarrassing.
Well,
I mean, it has got to be embarrassing for Bill Belichick, who will join us at 7:30.
But Robert Kraft's reaction to the embarrassment is to lower expectations. That's been it.
This is Mike from Florida. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
Not good, Mike.
No, it's terrible. Greg, I gotta come at you a little bit because I've been on the island with you, and I'm not going to discredit the fact that the line sucks, that the weapons suck. Ramondre Stevenson has the yips. He doesn't look anything like what he looked like. It's embarrassing to see Ramondre Stevenson get basically shown up by a broken down Ezekiel Elliott. Zeke looks better, and Zeke's not that good. So what I'm going to tell you when it comes to Mac is, again, not discrediting the issues that he's been given. It's not all his fault. It's not all Bill O'Brien's fault because he's only working with a below subpar offense for the most part. But what I keep seeing with Mac this season, he steps out of throws and steps into them. His mechanics suck.
How does a running back get the yips?
I mean, look, I would have most of my life I would have agreed. And then I saw Trent Richardson play football. And that man, you could it was wild how frequently he would just go, "Oh, an open lane, I'm going to run right here into the back of somebody." It was there. Just Google Trent Richardson hole and look at some of the images that pop up. So I don't know. Ramondre Stevenson is not playing well at all. But he
was 5 a carry last year.
Nobody runs the ball between the tackles more than the New England Patriots. They are just committed to ramming. I felt like that first drive, they get down the field with some decent throws. They were taking advantage of the safeties on the first drive, and then they get down there and they just rammed their head into a wall for no reason. And then it was that third down. He was rushed and just kind of throws one out of the back of the end zone. But I didn't understand the play calling from New England.
Thank goodness nobody did that to us last week. Spying.
Someone I'm sure did.
There's Pepe. Yeah. Checking out WEEI on a victorious Cowboys Monday. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. You also have the Rangers clinching a postseason berth. They left a lot on the bone because they're going to Tampa instead of getting that bye and waiting for the Toronto-Minnesota winner. Here's Bruce Bochy biting champagne corks out of bottles with his teeth on making the playoffs.
Oh man, it's awesome, just awesome. I couldn't be happy for these guys. What a season, and we got some work to do. We get that, but you got to celebrate these big wins. We started spring training, and we're heading to the postseason. We're hoping for a little bit more, but what a big day for everybody, and for me to be back in this situation, I'm just so grateful.
So now it's going to be my guy on the mound against us, my dinner partner.
Oh yeah, Tyler Glasnow.
Tyler Glasnow on the mound against the Rangers with these 1-2 matchups.
Oh yeah,
the starters.
It's look, there is no doubt that Tampa has the pitching advantage in this series. There is no doubt in Game 1, in Game 2, in a potential Game 3. They're going to have the pitching advantage either way. It doesn't matter what order the Rangers throw them out there. It doesn't matter who they throw them out there. Glasnow and Elf are better than what the Rangers are going to put out there against them. Unless Evaldi could be better than
Air.
No, like if you were to look at just him in a vacuum, he could be better than Eflin straight up when he's healthy, when he's 100%. I think he is better than Eflin. But, what is he?
He's not good.
He's not good at all. He wasn't good over the weekend.
3 1/3, 7 earned in 80 pitches for Nathan Evaldi.
On what, Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
The ERA for the month is
9-11. Running inning.
A 9.30. 9.30. It's not good. If more on this tomorrow with a full preview. I don't have great high expectations.
They're a major dog. I have not seen the numbers on this in terms of the betting numbers, but there's no doubt what a massive favorite Tampa's going to be in this series.
Corey Seager also lost the batting title yesterday. Yandy Diaz did not play in the Rays finale. Corey went 0 for 4, finished at .327 for the year. He started off the day leading, barely leading, and congratulations, Marcus Semien is the 11th Rangers player to appear in every game and the second to start every game of the season in the field, joining Ruben Sierra in 1989. So Marcus Semien, the Iron Man for this year.
Yeah, look, if you would have told me, back in July that their matchup was going to be the Rays minus their best pitcher and their best position player, I would have said, great, bring it on. Which, by the way, that reporter Hector Gomez, who has been on top of all the Wander Franco reports that we've been referencing, he's got a report out this morning, says that it's unlikely Wander Franco ever plays in Major League Baseball again. So the Rays have lost their best position player for forever. McClanahan's out for the year.
Yeah.
And this is something that you would have welcomed if not for you've lost your 3 best pitchers, your 4 best pitchers, really.
They really have.
Rangers went 4-2 against them in the regular season.
Yeah, and that was earlier in the year that they played them. They played them, 4 weeks into the season or something like that?
It was pretty early. But look, Tampa's got to prove that they can beat the Rangers in the playoffs at the Trop. Never done it before.
They're
0-4.
Rays are 12-1 on FanDuel to win the World Series. Rangers are 18-1.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, will join us at 8 o'clock. Right now, let's recap the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Best and worst. I think we have to start with, I don't know. Peyton went on back-to-back dates.
What?
His family and her friend group. Bobby got
dated your family?
Yes.
Bobby got attacked by Derek Holland's dog.
Yeah.
And got way too close to Zach Wolchuk's crotch.
Or not close enough.
Not close enough. Peyton, let's start with you.
Yes. So this weekend, I know we talked about the last few weeks and don't go back-to-back dates. Don't see her back-to-back times. Things are getting serious with me and my lady friend.
We didn't really say that.
I don't think we ever said that.
We told you not to take her to WinStar when you're going to sit down like a gambling degenerate and have her look at you and what she could view as a bad habit. And also you're going with your buddies where you're probably going to rage for your birthday. She got a little sip with the Ranger game. She didn't need the buffet at WinStar, literally. So that's what we were saying.
Okay. Well, we did start the back-to-back trend. So we hung out Friday night, and then we also hung out all day Saturday.
Ooh.
Wow.
So things are they're getting serious.
What'd you do Friday?
We went to Mi Casinas.
Did you get queso?
I did.
Very
Not
nice.
the queso blanco though. Yellow queso.
Really?
I did go yellow queso.
Why?
Just I was just a yellow guy. Wanted the yellow one.
How many margaritas?
We each had one apiece.
Now normally you have 4-hour dinners. So
but this one was a dinner because it's not like we're getting to really know each other. Like we already know each other.
Yeah.
So it's just like a casual go there, eat, spend some time, and then we went back to my place afterwards.
Whoa! What'd you make it for breakfast the next day?
What did mom and dad make for breakfast?
Yeah. You let's get that right. You went back to mom and dad's place afterwards.
Well, I mean, on the right wing of the house, it is my place, I guess. Technically.
Right wing.
Were your parents there?
They were hanging out with some neighbors, so they briefly met her, and I told them, I said, guys, this isn't like a, boyfriend, girlfriend meet. Let's get to know her. Just hey, how are you? Because we didn't want to ignore them. They are the owners of the house. We want to respect them. So
was she nervous?
No. Because like I said, again, it wasn't like, hey, you're going to meet my parents. You're going to talk to them for hours. It was a strictly, she knew. It was a, hey, how are you? Hey, I'm Mackenzie.
Oh.
What was that? Did you at least...
He just dropped the name. He dropped the name.
Yes, I guess, yeah. I can say her name's Mackenzie. There it is.
Wow.
Does she
is it
try
the same
to
one?
ruin engagements too?
So that's
not yet.
That's the name of the one who blew up your engagement?
That's her radio name.
Her radio name. And your real name is Mackenzie.
Wow, you set up 2 people at the station with Mackenzie.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, so things are getting serious, but yeah, no, she said hello to mom and dad, and then we just went and hung out, watched some movies, tried to watch the Rangers, and that didn't go well.
Okay. Oh, you tried to get her to watch baseball. Okay, then.
So it's because of the game, or because you guys stopped watching the game in the middle of? You only made it about the
put a scrunchie on the door.
After Leody Taveras made that clown mistake,
Oh, God,
I said, you know what? Maybe we should just not watch anything at all. So, but we hung out for the rest of the night, and then I took her back to her place afterwards. So.
Wow.
And then the next day?
And then next day, yeah, because we left to go to Fort Worth. Her friend lives over there. She had a new house, so she wanted to show it off. So we went over there with some of her friends, and then went to dinner.
So you met her friends after you met the parents, and then met her friends.
Well, she met my parents.
Yeah.
I didn't meet her parents, but
she met the parents.
Yeah, met my parents, and then we went.
She's met her parents.
Yes, I didn't meet her parents though. But yeah, then we went over to. It was a small friend group of hers, not everyone, but yeah, they got to know me. I introduced myself. Really cool people. Really cool people.
Did you impress them? Were you like
I
on
think
your best
so.
behavior?
I think so. I think I was really cool. They liked me. When I told them what I did, they were like, I know I've heard of that station before. So I think they're Tolos. I think so.
I mean, I don't think a Tolo would say, I think I've heard of the station.
Yeah, what are you, Jeff Catlin?
So good reference. Well, so what'd you say she does?
Teacher.
Grade?
Kindergarten.
Wow, you're just gonna give away all the we got the name now.
So you see what's happening. My first wife was a teacher. You're in, man. Like this is.
You're saying to just divorce her right now?
No. Teachers.
Is this a warning sign?
This is gonna be the fastest moving relationship ever. Like teachers, they are regimented, right?
Does she send you to-do lists like Job
She will.
used to get?
You guys will be engaged.
Itineraries?
You guys will be engaged in 8 months.
Oh my!
Wow.
That's the female teacher MO.
I personally,
I'm in this world. I was in this world. I know.
Moving at the speed of Wolchuk.
I would personally like to. I'm glad you brought that up. I would like to set up another fan gathering, like I did for Wolchuk and his girl, now fiance.
Gather the foreigner.
And I would like to gather the Rockwallers. I would like to get Peyton and his girl over or out for an outing. Nice little group, couples night.
How is that?
Finally got the invite.
How is
baby.
Mackenzie's gluten tolerance?
She eats steak.
Oh,
She
okay,
what?
perfect.
She
She
eats
eats steak. Well done, medium rare. What?
Let's move on
Medium
over
rare.
to meet with Bobby and an invite. I didn't see the invite for the rest of us.
I didn't see an invite.
Right.
For anything.
The reason you didn't see an invite is because I just invited myself.
Oh.
Derek was on a stream the other night, and I was like, "Are you watching the game tomorrow?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm making brisket." I was like, "Cool, I'll be there at 2:30." He's like, "Okay."
Oh.
And so I went over, stopped by. That was after, of course, on Friday.
So his brisket was your worst of the weekend?
No. His brisket was
it good?
fantastic.
Okay,
I mean,
very nice.
It looked amazing.
it was like you saw as he was cutting it. It was just like draining juice.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was good. It was really good.
Now, how many wings does Derek Holland have on his house?
It's really like one wing because it's and
Is
then
it
there's
better
that
than
upstairs.
better than his house before with the
Yes,
bat cave?
It's across the street.
Oh,
It's great. It's fantastic. It's because this one has a a bat cave.
There it is. Look at Ryan getting the brisket video up there on the fan cam.
Look how that thing is slicing.
It's beautiful. It was like butter.
That's professional.
He's
Well
gotten
done.
really good.
Well done, Dutch.
So he knocked it out of the park. It was fantastic. That was great. That was the best. The worst was the fact that I mean I'm gonna have to take him for all he's worth, because I was brutally attacked by his pug.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It's a Frenchie, right? It's not a pug.
I mean I don't know. I don't recognize dogs under 50 pounds.
It's got part pit in it.
Dogs under 50 pounds are cats, and so I don't even recognize them. So I was we were throwing. I was trying to show Derek how to throw a football.
Oh,
we were in his backyard.
When are you gonna stop this?
We were in the backyard.
He's trying to because Derek has to throw right-handed right now.
We were in the backyard, and I was trying to show him how to
Bobby
throw a
wanted to
football.
finally beat someone.
Yeah.
So I was we were tossing the football back and forth, and his buddy had thrown the ball, and it was like over
Trey
the pool.
Lance?
He was on he was on the other side of the pool. No, Trey Lance wouldn't have made it across the pool. So anyway, they were. I'm just kidding. So he throws it across the pool and just skipped it short. So the ball skips, and I go to grab it, and Derek's dog just loves the freaking ball and like went to grab it. And so as I'm going, I like hit my finger on his dog's teeth. It's not even really fair to say the dog bit me. I just kind of hit it. But
the Francos are listening.
it was I got hit there, and then I got the I noticed after we were done throwing the ball was not getting thrown that hard, and somehow I burst a blood vessel on my ring finger. So this is two very serious injuries that I made sure to take pictures of, like by Derek's face, because I wanted to make sure that, hey, insurance needs to know about this. I'm not, when you talk about the lack of blood flow here, amputation is on the table, I think, for my finger.
You're fine.
That'll be my new excuse why I can't wear the wedding ring. Like, fingers right now.
So brisket and dog bite.
Yeah, that was the, and then I mean, of course, Wolchuk and his Speedo. But I gotta say,
we gotta get to the Speedo.
We were incredibly popular yesterday at the stadium. I was stopped by like 5 security guards who were just like, I listen to the show all the time. I love it. There was specifically a guy, Dakota, with the grounds crew, that was just like freaking out. And he was like, oh my gosh, I've listened to the station my whole life. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Like, you guys are just like my favorite in the world. Yeah, they so big fans. One guy took a photo with me, and he was like, oh my gosh, can I take a picture? I used to listen to Choppy's old station. And then I made the switch, and he's like, I listen to you guys all day now. That's just
cool.
all I have on.
That's awesome. Best and worst of the weekend. We'll get to Zach's nuts later. Sean and RJ during the Express. We got Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's recap the W and get you ready for San Francisco with the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, on the Boomer Jacks Barn Grill Hotline. Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to the
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And Dallas 2nd and 5 at the New England 20. Prescott back, deep fade, left side, up in the air, caught it, end zone, C.D. Lamb. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Got that wide receiver red zone well, not technically the red zone. It's like inches outside of it. The Cowboys dominate Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots 38-3 on this radio station. And this man had the call. He joins us every Monday at this time via the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Brad Sham here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Much better than last week. All good now? Like we just flushed Arizona and all back to good of the first 2 weeks of the season?
You tell me.
Yeah.
Very good.
What was your Arizona reaction leading up to this game? Like, how do you think about the Cardinals after this one, or the Cowboys after both?
I try not to think about the Cardinals. Actually, as long as I'd like to play the Cardinals again, but here, there's something about that place that's a voodoo palace for the Cowboys. Yeah. You're going to throw a clunker every now and then, and it's a shame. Here's what would concern me: if you got just blown out and didn't show up. I mean, they still had a chance to win that game with a play or two late. You can't even convince me right now that if they didn't have the bust on the long pass in the fourth quarter that they wouldn't have come back to win. But that was last week, and there were some defensive explanations that sound like excuses. You can't give up those plays to that team. And yesterday they didn't. Yesterday they played more like the team we saw the first 2 weeks. It's still a fairly small sample size, and I urge people to remember that we are technically we won't get a quarter of the way through the season till halftime Sunday night? And also, this will be a different test. This is a much better team than they have played. But when they play well defensively, as we've seen 3 times out of 4, they can pretty much dismantle a team and also hide their own offensive shortcomings, which are correctable. So, I mean, I think it's a very positive development. And now we turn the page.
What are their offensive shortcomings?
Well, obviously, you've got to score in the red zone sooner or later. I mean, now they could have had 2 out of 4 if Schoonmaker had held on to the ball. And you have to also take into account who's in the lineup. I mean, the offensive line makes a difference. Like, I know, because McCarthy pretty much told everybody last week in Phoenix that there were some red zone plays he didn't call because of who was not playing in the offensive line. So he was trying to stay away from weaknesses. But, I mean, I think that here's the most important thing, Sean. They got to keep winning games. Like someone was talking about, I just ran into Danny White on the field before the game yesterday, and you just alluded to it. It was a wide receiver touchdown, right? Yeah. C.D. Lamb. I don't care if a wide receiver doesn't catch a touchdown all year if they win the games. I don't care if all the tight ends and running backs catch the passes. Doesn't make any difference. The important thing is you got to be able to move the ball and score and win the game. But when your wide receivers are into it more and catching touchdowns and in the flow and playing with more confidence, then the whole team will play better. So I think the red zone thing's the most glaring one.
Brad Sham here on 105.3 The Fan. My follow-up on the red zone is I feel like it's a little bit fluky unless you're going to tell me that Mike McCarthy's plays down there are incorrect. Personnel, luck, the plays, some combination of all of them. Those are the categories that I break it down.
100%, and I would submit that if they're really good, again, small sample size. So if they're really good, then by the end of the year, those things will kind of balance out and we'll have a better picture of what they were. And McCarthy was not wrong I think it was last week when someone asked him about the red zone, and he said, don't forget, 2 weeks into the season last year, we were like worst in the league on third down and ended up one of the best. So those things tend to balance out, but you have to give them time.
What surprised you the most about yesterday's game?
I guess that New England looked as slow as they did. I mean, I'd watched them on tape, and I knew they weren't explosive, but they really maybe the Cowboys had something to do with that, but they just didn't look like they could compete on that level. Here's what's crazy is how well they played two good teams the first 2 weeks, and the Cowboys made them really kind of look non-competitive. Once they got the first defensive touchdown, Fowler gets the strip sack, Van Der Esch jumps on the ball. I mean, you didn't have any feeling that they were, barring a fluke, able to come back into that game. I think that surprised me a little bit.
Is some of the shine off Bill?
Well, that'll be. I mean, that's a debate for the ages. That's the quarterback coach thing. What's interesting is that Mac Jones is the highest drafted offensive player in his tenure there.
Wow.
Now, that they've used first-round picks, but they've all been lower, or they've traded away the first-round picks, or they've used defense, but their resources have not gone to offensive explosions, and that's where the game is now. He might have to do a little more adjusting, not in the coaching, but maybe in the player selection. I don't, as Parcells was famous for saying, I'm just trying to keep my own house from burning down. But isn't that interesting that that Mac Jones is the highest offensive selection that they've had in his entire tenure there? So, I will tell you this now. If I've got to coach one game and you say, who do you want in the world to, coach that game for you? He'd still be pretty high on the list.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, joins here at 105 through the Fan. Did it seem like they were making the Cowboys a concerted effort to throw the ball downfield more, and maybe even throw the ball early in downs more?
I not necessarily, but it's an interesting point. RJ, I'll try to pay more attention to that, especially when I watch the tape later. I think they were. I tell you one thing that changed was when their rookie cornerback got hurt. Then they did start to try to. Do we have single coverage out there, or is there something we can do to take advantage of that guy? Because their second best corner was already out. So now you're playing with your third and fourth corners, and I do think it changed at that point. I don't know if it changed from the outset. My memory is when you think about how they went down the field with the first possession, it was pretty much the way they have played a good piece of these first four games. But I do think it changed when Gonzalez went out.
Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Talk to us a little bit about what you know about Deron Bland, the person, Deron Bland, the player with the big day yesterday, and obviously the spotlight on him trying to replace Diggs.
Yeah, very withdrawn kind of guy. It was interesting in the locker room afterwards. His answers were very pleasant, big smile, and 6 words. He said, I don't like to talk about myself very much. I don't think his background has exposed him to the kind of media coverage that will give us a window into who he is. It's more important what his teammates think. It's hard not to think about what would happen if Diggs was there, and it's also pointless because he now – and I asked him, do you feel settling into taking that starter role? Because it's a different role, and he kind of admitted that it is still something that's growing on him. I think they're really fortunate to have Gilmore around to help him through this period. And the guy obviously has a great deal of physical ability and a pretty high football IQ. it's just an amazing part of this sport that you can find a player like that where they found him so low in the draft. And, he looks like a guy who can play for a very long time. All of his instincts are good. His skill set's really good. And they'll all get beat some, but it really gives you a great deal of hope going forward. Gilmore won't be there forever. And you can kind of imagine Bland and Diggs as the two corners going forward. It gives you a lot of hope.
Brad, San Francisco coming up this week. This is a team that has clearly been on the mind of a lot of the guys in the locker room for the last couple of years. Is there a team, maybe it's San Francisco in the 90s, is that the last time you can remember a Cowboys team so consistently measuring themselves up against another team like this team seems to do with the 49ers right now?
I don't know that they measure themselves against the 49ers, Bobby, more than they measure themselves against the teams they play twice a year. Now, they do the week they're playing them. But, a lot of times these guys answer the questions we ask them. And we ask them about the 49ers all the time. So how could they not be thinking about them? Ultimately, they know that that's the team that's beaten them the last 2 years, so that's the team they have to beat. My guess is, if you could get any of them to be honest in an unguarded moment, that Philadelphia would be the team against whom they measure themselves, because that's the team they have to play all the time. Now, I think that as you get further into the season, if the records continue to be the way they've trended, and it looks like the Cowboys and the 49ers have to be on a collision course again, then they will be measuring themselves against that. This might be semantics. It might be putting too fine a point on it, but I don't think they measure themselves against San Francisco as much as they measure themselves against why they weren't able to win. I think they measure themselves against where they fell short. Because if they can correct that, if they can correct what they felt they didn't do well, regardless of who the opponent was, then they can beat anybody. And I do think that there's a little projection on our collective part, because we ask them about the 49ers all the time. And why wouldn't you ask them about them all the time? Because they're really good.
Sure, that's fair. I guess the way I look at it is your two biggest leaders on both sides of the ball, you could make an argument it's Dak and Curse. Like Curse on the defense, Dak on the offensive side of the ball. And those two have brought up San Francisco over the years on their own, unprompted. And when San Francisco comes up, it's something that clearly resonates with them. And that's the more direct question I guess I'm curious about. What's the balance? And I want to ask McCarthy, Quinn, other guys about this week. What's the balance between being motivated by an opponent and wanting to better yourself based off an opponent and being distracted by an opponent?
Yeah, it's a good point. That's a fine line, and you can be obsessed with the wrong thing. And I told the guys on the postgame show yesterday that I urge people to remember, whatever happens next Sunday, whatever happens, it's week 5. You can't win the Super Bowl Sunday night, nor can you lose it. And so it'll be a good measuring stick for where they are right now. And then you have to see who else gets hurt, how do you play, what things happen along the way that make you a better team than you are on the first weekend in October. And then when it comes time to play games later in January, then you can kind of figure out how you can measure against that team. I do like their – people will hate the word, but it turns out Jason Garrett was right. It's a process. I like their process. I asked McCarthy yesterday on the pregame show, why have you had the success that you have had avoiding consecutive losses? And he believes very strongly that it's because of the way they approach things every day. It's their process. So I think my answer to your question about how do you keep a focus on a team from becoming an obsession and blocking out everything else is the process. They have some evidence now, particularly on defense. They've got growing evidence. If you just map it from the day Dan Quinn walked in the door, that their process works. They're getting pretty good. They had a bad game against Arizona. They understand that. But their process is pretty good. And so that's why it's important for them, as well as everybody. I don't care what everybody else thinks, but that it's important for them to remember whatever happens next Sunday night, that they still have to go play the Chargers the next week. And they still got to play out the rest of the schedule. And if they get beat, if it's a frustrating, close game or they lose by 10, that doesn't mean they can't compete with them in the playoffs. It means they weren't good enough that night. And what can you learn from that? You have to learn from that like everything else. And how do you use that to get better by the end of the year so you're more well-equipped to play them again?
Player show tonight?
Yes, and we're switching for the rest of the year to Sidecar Social, which has a new location in the Star District, and young Michael Gallup will join us tonight.
Ooh, excellent. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
boys. Take it easy.
Brad Sham here on The Fan. Rodney Harrison also dirty off the field with what he did last night, Sunday Night Football. And who had more children, the Toy Story game or the United States Ryder Cup team? Choppy goes off next. But let me go ahead.
been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Handoff near side, broken tackle. It's Pacheco, 40-yard line, 35, Jersey at 25, 20, angling 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City, welcome home, Isaiah Pacheco. Vineland, New Jersey gets a 48-yard touchdown run for the Chiefs Kingdom.
I thought they were going to drop 70 on the Jets, but New York came back. Zach Wilson played well, took responsibility for losing that game because of a fumble. The Jets locker room starting to buy in a little bit. Robert Saleh starting to buy in a little bit. Big bro Aaron Rodgers came back on his crutches to inspire the Jets, but they still lose after a late flag was thrown on Sauce Gardner. He did interfere. Like that was a penalty. It was weirdly thrown late after the Jets had the interception. Mahomes coming up short on a lot of his throws. I was not understanding that, but Sunday Night Football, they went all in. NBC, the National Football League, going all in on Taylor Swift as she comes into the game. Was it you who said only Hugh Jackman could get lost? Someone said that.
That was not me. That was not me.
Hugh Jackman coming in with Ryan Reynolds, Jared Sanders, all-time favorite, Blake Lively, and they were all sitting up there and chilling to watch Travis Kelce.
She is, she's taken over. She really has. And the NFL putting her on their Twitter page. I mean, she is bigger than the NFL. Like, she's more popular globally than the National Football League.
I looked at her Instagram followers. Wow. She can't even sniff Messi's for perspective.
Oh, of course.
And then Ronaldo has even more than Messi, like almost 1 billion, but she's obviously dominant. Everyone is looking at her as the golden goose. She craps success. It's just gold flowing out of her veins.
Yeah.
Attach yourself to it, and you will make money.
Did you see the greatest example of that from over the weekend? The story, the headline from CBS News. Who I don't know who it is deserves a raise over there. Some intern or some headline writer or whatever. There was a story about a 400-pound stingray that was caught in Long Island, and the tweet said a relatively rare sighting was discovered this week, and it says that that they caught a 400-pound stingray that's roughly the size of Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift's new beau. And there's nothing in the story about Travis Kelce, but in the tweet they just put in Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift to get a bunch of clicks on their article there.
It's gonna get it,
and it worked. It got a ton of retweets. People were like, "I respect the attempt to gain a bunch of clickbait traffic. Good job, CBS."
And now Mahomes' wife is in the cool kids club.
She was partying it up.
Travis got caught sneaking into Taylor's New York Manhattan apartment the day before they went and had girls' night.
Yep.
With Pat Mahomes' wife.
Yep. He's lucky they're playing the Jets. He'd have been killed. He'd have been mercilessly destroyed for this if they'd somehow lost. He sneaks out of the team hotel, and he goes to the back entrance of Taylor Swift's Manhattan apartment, and he sneaks up there for a little bit of a night romp, or whatever. And
a little bit of Peyton action.
That's right, absolutely. And then
with Kelsey's mom there to watch.
Yeah, and then the worst of it all. And I'm officially done with Taylor Swift after this one. She took Brittany Mahomes at dinner with Blake Lively and Sansa Stark, Sophie Turner.
This is such a fake relationship. I'm not buying this at all.
Here's the problem. Now, what this does is it gives her clout. She's got power. She's no longer just Patrick Mahomes' wife. Now she's in the cool kids club. She's dangerous. She is dangerous, Sean. She can son everyone out there now. Son, I went to dinner with Taylor Swift and Sansa Stark, Ned Stark's daughter.
Well.
So that was the Swift Bowl last night as Kansas City survives.
She gets, 3 albums out of this? Because she gets to write the one about falling in love with Travis Kelce. Then she gets to write the one about her heart broken by Travis Kelce. And then she gets to write the one about F you, I'm over you, Travis Kelce.
What will the ratings be compared to regular Sunday Night Football? Sunday Night Football, NBC already is the number 1 TV show in the whole country ratings-wise. How much more of a boost? All everyone's doing on social media now is explaining to Swifties what football is. So those are pretty funny. They did that for the intro yesterday. It was like, we're going to explain to Swifties the recap of the season. That was what they did.
I bet it looks about normal, but I think that's probably a boost because, to be honest, I don't know how many people want to tune in and watch the awful Jets against the Chiefs last night.
According to ESPN, the number 1 story in football is still the Jets over the past 3 weeks. I guess Mike Greenberg has that type of pull.
He might.
They're still talking about the freaking New York Jets every single week.
I mean, yeah. And so look, if it's above normal Sunday Night Football ratings, I'm going to be very impressed. I think they'll be about on par, and I think that's impressive in and of itself because I would not have turned on the Jets and Chiefs last night.
It'll be higher. It'll be higher. I'm going to guess. Rodney Harrison is trending because he's getting called out trying to take a cheap shot. He was known as a dirty player, dirty off the field now too. They had Chris Jones on the post. I haven't heard this. I think this is TV recorded quality off the TV. This is Rodney trying to bait Chris Jones.
Was Zach better tonight than what you anticipated he would be watching him on tape? And you could be honest.
Honestly, if I'm being completely honest, we knew it was going to be a battle. He's continued to get better week in and week out, and he's continued to lead week in and week out.
But watching that tape, man, you got to look at this dude and say, "Oh, he is garbage." Like we should really tear him apart
Earlier, like I said, Zach Wilson is special, man. You just got to give the guy time. You know what I mean?
Wait. Did you say Zach Wilson is special?
Yeah.
I think he had a special night, but I don't think he's special. I've got to prove that over. You're special because you proved it over a course of time. He's not special. I'm just saying, Chris.
Hey, listen.
I'm just saying.
Was that terrible? He said garbage.
Yeah, I mean,
he wouldn't let it go. It seemed petty.
He was trying to get it out of him. But
because Chris Jones' follow-up is when you call Zach Wilson special, you have to have a follow-up. you can't just let that comment float into the ether.
True. I mean, he has special attributes. So I mean, that's why he was the second overall pick. Like, so I mean, the traits are there for it. I think what this comes down to is Rodney Harrison has an axe to grind against the Jets because in that first episode of Hard Knocks, when Sauce Gardner didn't know who he was, where he had to explain to him who he was, and he's like, I played for the Chargers, and like Sauce is like, and he goes, I work for NBC. He goes, oh.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's just pissed at the Jets now.
You think it's surprising that a 24-year-old doesn't know who a guy who was last relevant in the league 15 years ago was?
Right.
He was 6 years old when Rodney Harrison played.
Speaking of the young kids, the Toy Story broadcast of the London game getting rave reviews.
It was really, I mean, like you saw some of the plays. I had sent you guys the impressive Bijan highlight from the Toy Story game. So they had chips in all the shoulder pads. And so it was real time, like digital, like players moving as if they were playing in Andy's room from Toy Story. And Kristen and the girls were watching it. She said the girls were super into it. They brought their Toy Story toys up front and were like watching the game through there.
Wow.
So whenever they'd move the ball, they'd have the claw come and pick up the ball to move it. And in between, they would take breaks and have like digital versions of people like Dan Orlovsky explain rules about the game. Like he says, like, I learned children as an adult that the end zone is only 10 yards deep. And you know what? He still looked like a more normal human there than he did in those pants he was wearing yesterday on TV that went viral. But man, it was really, I love all these things that they've been doing. The Big City Greens hockey game. I think using that technology to get kids interested because my kids understand the game better now. They were talking to me about stuff yesterday that they liked. And so I think it's really cool. And it was real time, really effective.
We have to give Choppy the rest of the segment before Below the Belt to talk about the Ryder Cup. I've been looking forward to this all weekend.
This was an absolute joke over the Ryder Cup.
Love it.
First off, they got boat raced by Euros, and every single golfer out there played below their standard. From Scotty Scheffler to Brooks to Patrick Cantlay, they were all bad. And look, there's a lot here. They didn't play competitive golf in 5 weeks. People are going on and on about that. They didn't do that last time either, and they won the last one. But this is on road soil. None of these guys had seen this golf course before in Rome. The Italian Open was there this year. A lot of the European players played in the Italian Open. That was the same week as like the Wells Fargo.
So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to fly there and play the course?
You should have gone and played the tournament. Or maybe get there before, or earlier than a week. They use this as a trip for them and their wives, which is fine, great, whatever. But maybe get there earlier than a week ahead and play the course a few more times.
What about the Cantlay hat controversy? Rory fighting in the parking lot. What happened?
All right, so this is the thought. Patrick Cantlay did not wear the hat for the Ryder Cup, just American flag hat. He didn't wear it the last time they played the Ryder Cup either. He did wear it during the President's Cup. The President's Cup was, I think, last year. And the reason he wore it during the President's Cup is because they're paid. They're paid because the President's Cup is put on by the PGA Tour. This is put on by the PGA of America and the RNA, the Royal and Ancient, out in Europe. Well, they're not paid for this. They are given $200,000 to give to charity. And what that is that you take the 200, and that's tax write-off, right? So they're given $200,000 to give to a charity of their choosing. Cantlay, according to reports, is upset they're not being paid. Hey, bro, you knew you weren't getting paid when you went into this. You didn't have to accept the invite. Right. There's a million golfers out there that would have loved to have been able to say, I played in the Ryder Cup.
Yep.
You didn't have to you could have said no. It's very simple. And then go collectively bargain in the next time and say, hey, look, we're not playing until we get paid. You should get paid. NBC's paying a gob of money to the PGA of America, and the BBC or whoever pays for the RNA for the
represent
rights.
your country, though, chap.
Yeah, represent your country. You're wearing an American flag. Okay, that's it. You're just wearing an American flag hat. It's very, very simple. You can just throw it on. But yes, I agree. You should absolutely get paid, but you're not. So deal with it. Just deal with it. Like, don't play. Either don't play or play. But if you're gonna play, shut your mouth. And get a different haircut, Eddie Munster. All right? You look all, you're sitting here, you and Xander Schauffele. Least surprising thing in the world is that a guy named Xander is a little soft, okay? That's the least surprising thing.
Shout out to all our Xander Tolos.
And then you and Xander just sharing a separate dressing room, clubhouse, locker room to be away from your teammates. That's another report. Wow. And I know Paul Azinger is going to come out here and refute all this. Well, Paul is in the bag for the PGA, so I can't believe a word he is saying.
What happened with Rory in the parking lot and a hat tip and a caddy?
This is Joe LaCava. This was Tiger's caddy at the end of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's on Cantlay's bag now. But Tiger's basically like, Joe, Tiger paid him like a set fee for years because Tiger wasn't playing. And now Tiger's basically semi-retired. He's like, go get a bag, right? Go get a bag. So Joe's a hard ass, man. Like, so he's sitting here tipping his cap to the whole world, waving it around after they I guess they won a match or won a hole or have the match. Oh, they won it. They beat Rory.
I'm not mocking the hat story.
And then the U.S. team is doing the fake hat tip. It's like, guys, you're getting boat race. You're gonna do the fake hat tip? Like, have some perspective. Look at the damn scoreboard.
So they got their ass kicked.
Oh, they got beat down. Now they were down 4-0 before we even woke up in the morning on Friday.
Yeah.
All right, they were already down 4-0. And after the first day, it was 6.5 to 1.5. They basically played even, and they had a chance. They had an outside chance on Sunday if they had a few matches had gone their way, but they didn't.
The whole thing looks like a broken disaster.
It does. And how about this? Brooks has got a shirt. He's got a shirt. His team is Smash Golf for Team Live. Him and 4 of his teammates on this tour, on this event, all these guys are PGA Tour guys. They're all wearing his shirt. Like, could you imagine that?
Oh, the Live guy.
Yeah, so don't tell me that you hate Live. You hate Live, Rory. Don't tell me that you hate Live. None of you guys hate Live. Y'all are frauds. You love Live. You know why? Because Live got you paid.
The Cowboys.
I hate Live. I hate him. I hate him.
I hate Live.
The Cowboys had an embarrassing loss last week, a dominant one this one. Why both require Tolos to ask the team for forgiveness, according to Below the Belt on your home of America's team next.
Let's get you over to
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Prescott in the gun. It's 3rd and goal at the 2. Lipke to his right. He will give it to Lipke. Crashing to the right side. Touchdown. Hunter Lipke in the red zone.
Cover your ears, RJ Choppy. We're going to talk about why scouting matters.
Okay, I don't disagree.
More on that in just a second. Well, you know who really needs to listen is the Los Angeles Rams. But again, more on that in just a second. Before we do, shout out to Tolo Justin for the nice golf shorts.
Look at that.
Because he knows what an expert golfer I am. He heard me explain it to Adam Thielen, my process. And then the set of golf balls. I don't know if you know this, Chop. This is the number one ball in golf.
Titleist is, yes it is.
Yeah,
that's Pro V1.
These are really good golf balls.
So Justin's diehard.
You should play with these sometimes.
Diehard Tolo, RJ's golf partner, my tennis partner, went to Gaylord, always busting our balls, and he said, Bobby, I know what a great golfer you are. So he brought in these really nice golf balls.
Pro V1s, man. Those are solid.
Then brought in the golf shorts, and then brought you and I this.
Yeah, we got ourselves a little bit of whiskey.
Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. He called him soft, though, because it was 80 proof.
Oh, I tried to stick it to 100, but that'll put some hair on your butt. But 80 proof, that's a good shooting whiskey right there.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, that's the Jack Daniels is 80 though. So I mean, like you shoot some Jack from time to time, don't you?
80?
Yeah, used to be 90, but they reduced it like 10 years ago. Made me sad. All right, so about
diehard Ole Miss fan.
Oh, yeah, they had a big win over the weekend.
Congratulations. You beat those frauds in Baton Rouge.
All Mississippi.
Man, did you see the security guard absolutely level the girl?
No.
Man, she just got taken down.
So, Tyler Smith, these first 2 weeks that he's been back, and I know we've all wanted to see him play tackle. He's been at guard, obviously, playing left guard where he was intended to be last year. We are now up to, by the way, over 2,000 snaps between the preseason, regular season, and playoffs. And not one time have Tyron Smith, Tyler Biadasz, Zach Martin, and Terrence Steele played on the field together. It hasn't happened one time in over 2,000 snaps. And so it's never coincided. Somebody's always getting hurt right when somebody's coming back. They rest guys in the preseason, so you don't get those opportunities. But we still have not seen that collection, even though that was the intended group when they first drafted Tyler Smith. But Tyler Smith is still the future left tackle. Stephen Jones said that on Friday with G-Bag, said that was still the intention, that right now they're just playing him at guard. The question that's out there, and Nick Eatman has brought it up before, and I know Brian has said it, what happens if he plays super dominant at guard? Larry Allen, Zach Martin, guys who could play tackle but stayed at guard because they were incredible there. Well, we're going to get that question. We're going to get that question answered of what if he's super dominant at guard, because he has been absolutely dominant at guard. If he plays the way he's played these first 2 weeks, he's going to be an All-Pro this year. He is that dominant.
And now, look, we all know that, obviously tackle's more important, but, Zach's been at guard the entire time.
Yeah.
We've talked about in a pinch moving him to tackle, but never full time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you get guys like Brady and some of those type of quarterbacks, they would say that you'd actually value interior protection more than the tackle boxes.
Because they can't move.
Because, you get to slide up, whereas the way to attack Brady is get right in his face immediately. Rodgers, that was the way you would attack him. Get right up through the A-gap, get in his face, and then don't let him get outside the pocket. Don't let him break. Just try to reach him as fast as possible. So,
do we owe Mark McCarthy an apology for yesterday playing Udoga at left tackle and keeping Tyler at guard? We wanted it switched.
Udoga was good, I thought. I thought he was better in this game than he was against Arizona.
Well,
so, I mean, it worked. If it worked, then we at least do for this week.
Stop touching your lip.
I'm having a stroke.
Don't have a stroke.
All he's doing on the fan cam, I get two things. Choppy biting his nails, people tell me. I don't even notice that anymore. And Bobby keeps touching his lip today because he thinks he's having a stroke. Stop touching the microphone. Why? What is leading you to believe this?
So my lip is a little numb down here. To be fair, right behind there, I have a canker sore. So it could be that.
It could be.
How did you get led to stroke?
Because facial numbness on one side.
No one's dying.
But you just said you have an ulcer, a canker sore.
But I don't want to overlook a potentially obvious sign. They say you need to, what's the acronym? FAST. Facial drooping. I don't remember what A is. Slurred speech, and then take action.
Hey, put both hands over your head. Stick your tongue out.
Look at the armpits.
You're fine.
I don't know.
What are you going to do about it, though? You're just going to worry. You're not going to go to the doctor. You're not going to get it checked out.
Nope.
We're just going to sit here and we're going to have to deal with it.
I'm just gonna hope it'll pass. And I'll distract myself with talking about how great Tyler Smith is.
Back to it.
Because he is. He is absolutely dominant.
All right, so I'll tell you that Tyler is I like to do 1 to 10s. So give me Tyler at guard and give me what he would have to be a tackle for you not to eventually put him on the outside. If I tell you he's Zach Martin at guard, and I tell you that he is an 8 at tackle, where are you putting him?
I think I can find a guard to replace what he does.
Guard.
Special guard versus a really, really, really good tackle.
But see, I think he could be a special tackle. And so it's just, if they get evidence that he's a special guard, they may not want to move off of that.
Right.
Because at that point, it's like, why mess with a good thing? But he has been absolutely incredible. Like I said, if he plays like this through the season, we're going to be talking about he needs to be an All-Pro because he has been absolutely dominant these first 2 weeks. He's been through several games, and not that Zach Martin's been bad. Zach Martin's been great as normal. He's been better in his 2 games than probably Zach Martin has been this season.
PFF grade, guess.
81.
84.4.
That's elite, man.
He's
close.
He's become really good. And I bring this up because 17 months ago when he was picked, there was a lot of hand-wringing about Tyler Smith.
Yes.
Because there was he's the most penalized guy in college football. What? He was bow-legged and had to have his legs broken as part of a surgery to straighten him out. Oh my gosh, that's concerning. What's up with the technique? The false steps.
We did not hear about Tyler Smith, and for me, until driving to Frisco for the draft show with Brian Broaddus on G-Bag.
And there was panic, I'd say, on social media when he got picked. There was a lot of upset people, and this is why the work that scouts do matter. Because when you watch the tape, you can see all these things, and even if you've got a good eye for football and You understand what makes a player good, what makes a player bad. You can see the projectable traits, everything else like they do. You're not going to have the information that Will McClay had, that Klein Kubiak had, the area scout who worked on Tyler Smith, which is they understood the work ethic. They understood the coachability. They understood how smart he was. And so they could project out he will be able to correct these things and in relatively quick fashion. I think it's happening faster and to a level that probably quicker than they had even anticipated. But I was talking to somebody in NFL scouting circles a couple of years ago, and they pointed to Laquan Treadwell when he got picked by the Vikings. And they said
people thought he was the next Dez.
They said better scouting would have saved the Vikings from Laquan Treadwell, because Laquan Treadwell got to the NFL and he could not understand NFL concepts. And they said if the scouts had understood, if they had understood the work, understood the player a little bit better, who he was as a student, how driven he was, how much he can understand scheme, those things you would have been able to see. There were other teams who saw it during the draft process and said, we're not taking Laquan Treadwell because of this. And that's the difference. The Rams, who have all of a sudden had some struggles other than Puka Nacua with their drafting.
First touchdown in the walk-off yesterday.
They are the team that, of course, has embraced F them picks. And they've also embraced, more than any team in the NFL, an analytical scouting approach.
They've embraced it more than anybody else, or they haven't?
Yes. They basically are moneyballing their draft evaluations. And they're asking their scouts, their area scouts in LA are essentially asked to only be like private investigators. They're not even asked to evaluate football traits anymore.
Wow.
And so that is a shift to one direction where you see the Rams have had some trouble hitting on guys, whereas when there's questions about Tyler Smith and, is Tyler Smith projectable? The Cowboys hit. Mozzie Smith, who I know there's a lot of complaints about Mozzie Smith. I saw it yesterday. Mozzie Smith was really good yesterday, and it's stuff you're not going to notice. But when you get the Tristan Hill, Taco Charlton comparison that people keep trying to throw out,
him all year.
Which you wouldn't necessarily. I remember we talked about that before the season, that the way you're going to notice these guys a lot of times, the position that Mozzie plays, are the linebackers playing well? Because if the linebackers are playing well, they've got clean lanes and they're eating up blockers. And the linebackers played their best game yesterday. And so Mozzie Smith is a guy who has gotten better each week and is still so young and is something that they projected out. Brett Maxey's the scout for the Michigan area, and he was the one who had Mozzie Smith. And that was something he talked about on DallasCowboys.com with us, is the work ethic and the coachability and what they knew he could be. He was out there with Adden Dirty yesterday, the Cowboys defensive line coach, for an extra 15 minutes longer than the rest of the defensive linemen, just getting little work done. And he's completely open to it. He's always talking to other guys on the defensive line. And that's the stuff that the Cowboys are really good at with their personnel department. That's what Will McClay's done a great job of building up, is building a group of guys who can recognize that, apply it to their concepts. And that's why, regardless of what happens, the Cowboys, outside of injury, for the last decade under Will McClay, are turning out a roster that can be competitive for the playoffs every single year.
Their roster's been really good since 2004, for the most part. I mean, they've had holes, but like their roster, they've basically, since Bill came in here and gave them a plan of drafting, they've been a pretty good roster. Like the only time this team hasn't had a winning record since Parcells got here was when their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah, essentially, it's just injury.
It's just injury.
And even there have been times where when the quarterback has gotten hurt, they've still had success. Dak stepped in, they had success in 2016. They weathered Dak getting hurt last year. So, I mean, they still have it because they've built out the roster so well. And so when you're getting a little upset about Mozzie Smith and you feel like you're not seeing enough, I'd just say, A, remember the traits. B, remember he's raw. C, remember that this staff, just jumping back a year ago, has a great track record of identifying the guys that it's going to click for him. And you're already seeing the evidence of that with Mozzie Smith.
Below the Belt also has the podcast out. You did it with Broadus last night?
Yep. I got to bed, I think you saw my last email. It was like 2 in the morning or something. Finally went to bed at 2.
3 o'clock game.
Maybe that's what caused my stroke.
Are you excited?
Lack of sleep.
Are you excited for San Fran?
I'm incredibly excited. That's, to me, this is the most important regular season game they've played in years in terms of for morale and their own psyche, I think.
Kind of feels like it's setting up for that at Seattle game. I was at the place of the Kelvin Joseph incident, and I'll never forget that night. That was incredible. More on that throughout the week. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com will take us inside the Cowboys locker room after the 38-3 embarrassment of Bill Belichick. What else happened in the NFC East? And your Texas Rangers, they're not the biggest underdog with the playoffs starting tomorrow. What the real experts really think. Final hour on a Cowboys Monday after this.
Let's get you over to...
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here comes Leclerc. He struck him out swinging. And the Rangers are back in the postseason for the first time since 2016. They come streaming out of the dugout and start mobbing each other on the mound. They've beaten the Mariners today by the score of 6-1.
Oh, this is going to be such... I thought last week was a good radio week, but this is going to be much more enjoyable. Not having to get worked up until San Francisco Sunday night. The build-up all week long right here on your home of the Cowboys. And I do love playoff baseball. Texas Rangers in Tampa to take on the Rays starting tomorrow. 1:30 pregame, first pitch at 2 o'clock. The only station. Don't let these other ones say, oh, now we want to talk about sports. Oh, we don't need to talk about any sports until it's good for us, until it benefits us. We're going to be the only ones with representation there in Florida, right here on your home of the Rangers with our boy Jared Sandler, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt as the Rangers clinch, but they didn't get the bye. So you got to go to Tampa for 3. How do we feel about this format, by the way? 2 of 3, all on the road.
The all on the road makes sense. There's 3 games, 3 days. They're not going to travel back and forth, especially if there's going to be, because you can't plan for cross country. We have no idea what it's going to be. It's fine. It is. You're rewarding the team with the better record, the better season throughout the year. Now, I do disagree that I don't like the fact that the division winner automatically, like Minnesota, is automatically the 3 seed. If they have a worse record than the Rangers or Tampa or whoever, then I don't think they should be the home team. But here's what would happen. Like, what was the alternative be?
First off, best of 5.
Well, best of 5. Here's the problem with the best of 5.
Because it's really unfair to Tampa, in my opinion. 99-win team. He get taken out by two games.
I agree.
After 162?
I agree. That's a little bit too short. And if you're the 99 win, this happened, the Giants, I think, a couple years ago. They won like 100 games. And then, like, their reward was the Dodgers in the first, you know what I mean? Like, it was like, what? So, but this is, like, what's the alternative, right? So if they play 5, that means the teams with a bye basically have a week off, a full week. That's too, like, they don't want that. That's a detriment to that team to play a full week off. Baseball players are conditioned to play every single day.
Yeah.
If you start the series game 1, let's use the Rangers Rays, for example. The Rays are the higher seed. So would you start game 1 in Texas and then play games 2 and 3 in Tampa? Well, now all of a sudden, the higher seeded team would be at a disadvantage because they could start 0-1, having to win the next 2. The flip side is, do you play game 1 in Tampa, game 2 in Arlington, game 3 in Tampa? That's a lot of travel. And then the other one is, do you play the first 2 games in Tampa and then game 3 in Arlington? Well, that's not fair to Tampa because now Tampa would be like, all right, we're the higher seeded team. We're going to play a deciding winner-go-home game on the road. I don't know what the right solution would be to this.
This shows how unserious Major League Baseball knows these extra wild card spots are. Because they're not even scheduling it like it's playoffs. They're scheduling it like it's a regular season series. There's not the days in between each game.
Right.
It's you've basically got a home stand here for another team. They know it's just basically you're extending the regular season for a couple teams. it's done. The solution is you go back to the 4-team format. That's what it should be. But I understand that they want it to be like every other league. They want to expand the playoffs, get more revenue generated from it. I understand all that. I think it's dumb.
Now, look, truthfully, the next step is they see how this went, and they go to an 8-team playoff, and everybody plays a best of 5 in the first round. Like, that's the next step.
Did the Rangers blow the end of the regular season?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the format that I just said, I think there should be, the Rangers are out of the playoffs, and that would be I mean, they absolutely collapsed in the second half. Now, a lot of it is due to it mounted up on them. So many of these things that they weathered early in the season that we were so impressed by, it was always another thing and another thing and another thing, and eventually they kind of fell under the weight of it. But you felt like they had corrected some of that, and when you head into a 4-game series with Seattle, and Seattle had been struggling going into that, you were playing better baseball, your lineup was pretty healthy. Like, I mean, I think at that point you say you've got to come out of that with a split. And so at minimum, the fact that you didn't, I think is absolutely a failure.
What do y'all think? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Vegas does not think that the Rangers are the biggest underdog in the postseason. Rangers are plus 145 to win this series. So that basically means that Tampa has a 62% probability of winning and advancing. The only team with a lower chance is Toronto. The Twins are minus 113. So, wait a second. Am I reading this right? No.
Toronto is
I'm going the opposite way. That one's the most 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
So, Minnesota's minus 113. Toronto's minus 107. So the Twins basically have a 53% chance. Vegas is saying there's a 65% chance the Brewers advance over the Diamondbacks, and the Phillies have a 67% chance of taking out the Marlins. So 67, 65, we're at 62% facing that uphill battle, and then almost 50-50.
So they think the AL is going to be more competitive than the NL wildcard round.
Yes.
And that makes sense. I mean, look, Milwaukee's got a really good pitching staff, and Arizona's, most people can name 2 players off of Arizona's team for the most part. And then obviously they're going to be played in Milwaukee. And who was the other NL series? It was Diamondbacks. No, the Phillies and Marlins.
Marlins, Phillies.
Yeah, and then Philadelphia is I think a team nobody wants to play in the NL.
I hope the Diamondbacks get boat raced for doing 0 favors to close out the season for the Texas Rangers. And you want to talk about stupid...
Banny. Banny told him to lay an egg.
That's exactly what it was.
Down. He even called me. He said lay down. No, he didn't call me and say that.
Yeah. See,
he did not call me and say that. I'm joking.
At least Bochy was popping bottles after a victory. Arizona lost, and they were in there like spraying all their champagne and everything.
Oh, man. It was... Bandy was popping some C4 out there.
Some of that Camus that they gave Miguel Cabrera in Oakland.
Nick Eatman is coming up at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. Oh, man. We were spying on WEEI and taking phone calls during the expressway. The Baltimore morning show just played a clip from Sean and RJ when caller Ray Sham was on, and you called someone on their station a moron and an idiot, and they just played that over there. Me calling out. It was a guy when I got out of college. They're starting a new radio station in Baltimore, and I went to interview for it, and this guy big dogged me. He big dogged me. I never forgot it. I keep the all-time Wet Willie receipts, and that's why I said Jerry Coleman, moron, and he no longer at that station. So they played
Does that name sound familiar to me?
I don't know. Long time, like reporter type dude. So there it is. The power of the Odyssey app.
They're like, he's not even from Baltimore, this bougie Dorchester County.
Eastern Shore trash.
He had to ask what crab cakes were good around here. That tells you how Maryland he is.
That's right. But they're laughing about it, or I think they're laughing about it. Okay, we're not laughing about freaking Ron Rivera and what he did after Sam Howell had the awesome drive to tie things up. Final play in Philly. And it ended like this.
Hold your breath. Ball is spotted. The kick is away. And the kick is... And the Eagles win. The Eagles win.
Lights out.
Zeke
Boy, what a
Elliott
battle.
does it with his 4th field goal of the day.
I'm gonna vomit. Try to tell me.
Nobody was holding their breath. We were sitting there at the press box. I was watching. I was like, he's making this.
Then they put out the video of Merrill Reese, the Eagles play-by-play guy. That was even more sickening. But Ron Rivera, Riverboat Ron decides to be safe, play like a wuss, because they were tired on offense. They were tired from the game-tying drive, and there's the Eagles escaping again.
Gutless.
If I hear another point about your offense or your defense, like you making strategic decisions that harm your football team so that somebody can get rest. My offense can get rest. I want to run the damn ball so my defense can get rest. If I hear a rest line again, I'm going to lose my mind.
Professional athletes, the offense was too tired. So if your offense was tired, Ron, don't you think their defense was tired too?
You would think. Yeah.
And then you want to put the fate of the game in not only your defense's hands, but the coin flip?
Is that not a... Would you not think like a touchdown as time expires? Wouldn't that give you a little adrenaline boost to dig deep for one more play?
It might. A 2-yard play. You got to dig deep for a 2-yard play. And if you don't get it, game over.
Look,
either way, their defense has been bad too. So you were the lesser team. Your defense is probably the lesser unit, and you could have ended it in regulation versus overtime. When you're the inferior team, you're supposed to try to steal one. Screw Ron Rivera.
I think those would have been a great chance to show confidence in Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Who just marched down the field. Give him a shot. Let him go win the game.
These are Jay Norvell vibes. That's what it was.
Meanwhile,
is that what it is?
Tonight, Monday Night Football, Seattle at the Giants.
I will not be watching that game. I'm sorry.
Seattle's favored by 2.
This sounds like a catch-up on Netflix night if you got it.
No. NFC East. Got to pay attention. Seattle's decent.
Yeah, I mean, I'll turn it. I'm going to turn it. I just anticipate.
I'm watching, guys, so someone has to watch on the show.
I'm going to watch it.
Ryan said he will.
Who? Ryan will watch it?
With
Ryan doesn't even know what channel ESPN
is. Guess what I discovered? And I don't know. I may be, I didn't run this by Ryan, but I was in there, walked in the room a few breaks ago. Man had an open bag of Cheez-Its, and I confronted him. He is the Cheez-It vending machine man.
No kidding,
Ryan Cottrell is the man who left the Cheez-It note.
The initial note?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's good stuff because
I would not have suspected Ryan.
Did you know that Cheez-Its now have 2 displays? They have 2 sections now.
Ryan, put up the Bobby Zach Wilchuk photo if you can get it on the fan cam Twitch and YouTube.
Get it up for us.
Can you please explain this?
Yeah, so, okay, we were at, I went out to Southern Leisure on Friday where they were doing their remote.
Flagtober.
Zach Walchuk had a bet payoff, had to wear a Speedo for the entire broadcast. So I went up there to say hey to the guys because they were in my neck of the woods.
What was the bet?
It's just their survivor pool. So, when you lose to get back in, you've got to pick from a list of bet payoffs.
Every week?
If you lose, yeah. Yeah. And so he
ballsy show.
Absolutely. I mean, look. But he was there, and so they were saying, hey, take a picture with Zach and the thing. So I was about to put my arm around his shoulder, and I was like, this is gonna kind of we need to draw attention to the right thing. So I'm gonna put my arm around his waist. So I got there, and then there were a couple listeners there, and they mentioned you, Sean, and they were like,
Eric?
hey, you gotta go tongue out. You tell Sean you go tongue out all the time. And so I was like, oh, damn it. And so I just went, and I just did it.
Well, first off, did not look like you hated it. Number 2, you didn't need to draw attention to his crotch. And number 3, why did you squat down to that level?
Yeah.
Why did you go ahead?
Because I'm
level?
going arm around his waist. So that was my whole point. I couldn't be up around his the side. I was trying to draw attention to the right thing.
You got the Chiafalo incident from Oxnard.
Yep.
You got this.
That your face and
I mean,
mouth,
that's
your face
just,
and tongue are a little too close to a man's crotch.
That's just objectively that's an objectively beautiful man.
It's an objectively funny photo. It is.
What is he saying in the talk about that he won't say on the air?
Yeah, I mean, I said it last week.
What he shouldn't have said. What he should have.
Yeah. Odyssey Rewind.
We need a split screen. We need.
You
need your hand on Eric's back, the small of his back, next to this with what you have going on with the nosebleeds.
So was there? We were wondering this because Sarah and I
circumcised. I don't know.
And then Wolchuk walked out on the street too.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Waving the G-bag flag.
Wow.
We always check out.
He even brought it up to Stephen Jones. Asked him about it and was like, Steven, you ever do this?
What?
Yeah.
Now, Steven, I'm going to be a little vulnerable with you here. I'm actually doing this entire show in a Speedo. I know you're quite the traveler. Have you ever rocked a Speedo before?
That's too much information.
He's not lying, Steven. He's sitting here in a Speedo right now doing the show.
Very hairy, sir.
I must admit that I've sported a Speedo to get some laughs out of some people before when I've been on a vacation, and believe me, they laughed. It's not a pleasant sight. Stephen Jones in a Speedo, I can assure you.
But it is a crowd pleaser. Yeah, Stephen.
It may be humorous, but I don't know about pleasing.
Yeah, I'm leaning into the humor too.
That's awesome. That's very good. You were about to talk about judging something.
Well,
real quick?
was there? So, like, did he have padding in the butt and in the front? Was there stuffage? We were wondering if there was stuffage in there because it
So
didn't
you're
look.
saying you and your fiance were breaking this down?
Oh, we look at every bulge there is.
I didn't.
There's no doubt about that.
Like I didn't do a physical examination, so I don't know. But I did know.
But you're
like
saying she was impressed if there was not packaging.
Well, there was not. We were just wondering. because
There was packaging. Was there stuffing?
His butt looked like it. It looked like it had a nice form to it. Went out a little bit. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect those kind of buttocks off Walchuk.
Back to the Cowboys locker room. Zeke Elliott emotional reaction at Cowboys Monday with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Our weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Prescott in the gun. It's 3rd and goal at the 2. Lipke to his right. He will give it a Lipke, crashing to the right side. Touchdown. Hunter Lipke. In the red zone.
Red zone answer was there all along. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Cowboys Monday. Jerry Jones will join us tomorrow at 8:30. Rangers game 1 pregame at 1:30, all on this radio station. Cowboy crosstalk with the fellas. And we'll ask Bassick if the Rangers drank too much on Saturday night, costing themselves the American League West. That's at 9:40. Nick Eatman is joining us, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, your column was about answering the adversity. Nick?
Yeah, I'm here. I was waiting for something else. That was it? That was all you're saying?
Okay, let me rephrase. What did you like about the way the Cowboys answered the adversity?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking a question. I was like, yeah. That was
journalism school here. I like it. I made a statement, not a question. It was open-ended versus closed-ended, all like UNT class.
I just, like the game itself wasn't perfect, even though it was pretty close. It was closer than I guess I'm giving them credit for. But I just the way that they responded. I mean, just the answering the bell. I mean, 38-3. I mean, the worst loss in the history of Bill Belichick's career. Are you kidding me? Like I can't get past that. I mean, I just think that the way this team figures out how to get prepared during the week and focused and all that, it's unbelievable that stat. They're 10-1 now in their last 11 losses, and all of these games they're averaging 35 points a game. And I don't know exactly what's happening on defense, but there was nothing happening on defense in this game. It was just a really credit to the team. If you're going to give the coaching staff and Mike McCarthy, blame for not having them ready against Arizona, which is fair, I think that you got to give them credit for the way they responded.
Does this game make you feel better about the Cowboys or worse about New England?
I think, but I don't care about New England. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll think about them 4 years later. So it makes me feel better about the Cowboys for sure. I mean, to go into a game like that and know that is the defense as good as we think they are? The questions like that. Can they win with defense? Can they lean on this defense? And I think that makes me feel better about them. The offense, offense was the offense. It's kind of what we have seen for 3 of the 4 games this year, that they can definitely, really all 4 games, they can move the ball. They have no problems moving the ball up and down the field. They do obviously have problems in the red zone, but I will take that. I would take that all day. A team that that can get in the red zone and gets 100% touchdowns, but they're only there 6 times a year. You'll take this because you just feel like at some point it's going to break through, and maybe it did with Hunter Lipke. Who knows?
So did you didn't think the offense looked any different really after in this one, especially in the first half? I know the second half's tough to gauge.
I didn't notice a huge difference. I really didn't. I mean, you guys would maybe see it differently, but I just think the way that now one thing was Jalen Tolbert was a little bit more of a factor in the game, and so that to me, with him in there, they did kind of spread out with the receivers. They spread the ball around. I mean, I had 8 guys catching a pass in the second quarter, and if Schoonmaker catches one, then that would be 9. So I don't know how it all ended up with, but I mean, getting 8 guys involved, 9 guys involved in the first half, I thought was pretty impressive.
Nick, Stephen Jones talked to G-Bag on Friday and had mentioned that the plan is still about Speedos. He did talk about Speedos, but he also talked about how Tyler Smith, the plan is still eventually that he's going to be the starting left tackle. Right now, with them feeling like Idoga's more comfortable at left tackle, and Tyler Smith these first 2 weeks being just dominant, it feels like, at left guard. And I know you're a big fan of the idea of him at left guard. At what point do you think the Cowboys say, you know what, we're just not going to move off of this? We're having too much success with him here at left guard.
I think it would probably be that's probably an off-season thing. See what happens with Tyron in the off-season. I think we all kind of know where that's probably headed. But I think that's a decision that's made in the off-season when you're looking at your options. Okay, so if Tyler stays at guard, who's our tackle and how comfortable are we here? And then if not, then what happens at guard if we move him to tackle? Do you have a guard? Do you like, is TJ Bass somebody you can develop, or are you going to draft someone? So I think it's probably an off-season move, kind of around free agency and the draft to kind of see how it all shakes out. And the thing about it is they don't like moving Tyler Smith back and forth, but he can do it. And sometimes position flex can be your own worst enemy. And I think that Tyler Smith is smart enough to do this, though. And hopefully he can settle in at some point, but I still think they're trying to figure that out.
Nick Eatman on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys' red zone offense is now what?
Below average. It's not up to par. I mean, they did score, but they've got to figure that out. I think the play calling has got to be a little bit more creative. It just has to be. I just don't understand what he's like. It just seems weird. Like there was one drive where they were like, it was in the third quarter, I guess. Third quarter where they were down there and they ran Pollard for 3 and they ran Pollard for 4 and then he goes for a pass, he gets sacked, and I'm just like, if this is working, keep running it, because if you could run, even if you don't get the touchdown, you could probably go for it on 4th down. And I just feel like the buttons he's pushing down there just aren't working, and he's trying different things. He is. It's just, I'm not a fan of 1st and goal in the 5. Fading it up to CD like in the first drive of the game. I hate that. I think that was a force of two things. We're going to show we can score in the red zone. We can show that a receiver can catch a touchdown. And 1st and goal from the 5, I think if you can have success with a run, I think you create a 4-down territory there. But, just those fades to the corner, they're not 50-50 balls. They're more like 30-70 balls, really. And I don't know. And you're not going to get a call down there, so I just think they got to figure out. I think the play calling. He's just got to open the bag even more.
Explain to us the genesis of the fake kick attempt that went for 2.
That's John Fossil, and that's what McCarthy said. But I mean that's Fossil, seeing it on tape, seeing it probably for 2 games for New England, and then you go out there and you score a touchdown, you kick an extra point, and you go, yep, they did it again. So like, all right, we scored another touchdown, we're going to do this. And, as long as they don't, this safety lines up right here, we're going to do this. And then sure enough, and I think from what I heard and gathered that there's that maybe they get that call on the sideline and that, or somebody from the sideline gives the signal that it's good. And then they make the throw. I mean, anger to Golston. I mean, that's all day long right there. I mean, it was like Marino to Clayton, But I did a double take. I was like kind of confused a little bit. The touchdown that just happened, wait, wasn't that on that? That was on the touchdown. Yeah, the Van Der Esch. See, that's what's kind of amazing too, is that when the offense is driving, and of course, you score a touchdown, maybe that's something you're thinking about. But like a sudden touchdown down there, and then all of a sudden, to be running guys on it, we're going for 2. We're gonna do this trick play. I think that's actually impressive, because usually it's all crazy. It's crazy up in the press box. I was like, what just happened? Like, was this this is a touchdown? This is a 2-point. It's like, it's just confusing. I'm like, who threw that? Who called? Who's 99? And I'll be honest, if I had to do a test of 1 to 53, just write out the players, Golston's going to be one of the last guys that I put on the list. I always forget about him. I don't know why. He hasn't done a whole lot. He's just kind of in the mix there. He doesn't make a ton of plays. So when he was making that catch, I was like, who is this? Because, the press box is a mile away. So, to be fair.
Nick, I know you love talking about San Fran. Everybody talking about San Fran with you. Is that on their mind? Was that on their mind after this game?
Yeah, it definitely was. It was, now Dak wasn't real happy with one of the questions about San Francisco. Really going back to the last loss in the playoffs. But I mean, that's part of it. I mean, this is a team that's knocked you out of the playoffs for 2 straight years. This is the team that is the best in the NFC right now, and the NFL, I would imagine, in the entire league. They're the best. So you have to talk about this. I mean, you have to talk about they have had the Cowboys number. They've been better than Dallas 2 years in a row, and here they are. They have a better record. They just trounced the team that beat you pretty handily. So I mean, this is a good barometer, a good test for both teams, but a great test for the Cowboys.
We'll hype it up on Wednesday. Thank you, sir. I'll brush up on the questions.
It's okay. It's all right. See you.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. You're going to cut your lip.
Yeah, you are.
Keep scratching it. You know what it is. You're thinking
I don't know that
stroke.
that's it.
It's a.
If you
I keep smiling and looking in my phone to see if one corner of my mouth is lower than the other.
If you had a pain in your toe, there's a bone sticking out of your toe, would you think that you have diabetes and need to have your toe cut off?
I might think that I have like brittle bone disease or something, and that it like snapped and went through. Like, I mean, yeah, I definitely jumped to. I had a pain in the neck the other day. I thought it was probably an unruptured aneurysm pressing against a nerve in my neck.
Crosstalk with the KFC masterpiece on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers is next.
Let's get some hair.
no? All right. The debate has broken out in the commercial break. It's going to be a fantastic crosstalk here with Corey Majors and Mike Bassick on a Rangers and Cowboys Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. You got something for RJ first?
I got to tell RJ something.
Oh no, what happened in the bathroom?
This is gonna be an ego stroke for RJ. Although I did have to just pee a lot, and my initial thought was diabetes because of how much urine output
absolutely.
I had. I got a text during the break from Andy Thetford, who gave you the Tennessee cutting board.
Yes, sir.
He mixed his parlays again. He won 3,500 this weekend with his degenerate picks.
3,500?
Yep.
Dude.
Wow.
We had a good weekend. Shop the degenerate had a good weekend again.
Nice.
I mean, I'm getting sick and tired of winning all the time. Yeah, we're sick and tired of it. All I do is win. All we do is win. 5-0 this week, 5-1 last week, 6-0, 6-0-2. Wow. All we do is win, man.
I bet Derek Holland $20, Kansas City -9. So as Patrick Mahomes turned the corner up by 3 and slid instead of going the 1 extra yard for the touchdown, I was like, I love you, Patrick Mahomes.
That's where
but
I teased that game last week down at 2.
The move, quote, shifted tens of millions of dollars at sports books around the nation. 91% of the betting and 84% of the money wagered at Caesars was on the Chiefs.
Yeah, that. See, Mahomes, that's garbage. That's garbage. Play the game. Play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Score. You're in there, score.
No, but
what happens when you get close to the goal line,
but
Bobby?
you wanted Sean McVay
Are you
investigated.
Mike McCarthy's offense or what?
And James Franklin investigated for playing to Vegas.
Now you want
now Mahomes doesn't, and you want to call him out for that.
The difference is that Sean McVay kicked a field goal as time expired down 10, and Penn State scored a touchdown with like 16 seconds to go. There was a minute 50 left in this game.
Caesars reported a $350,000 bet and a $240,000 wager on the Jets getting 8.5.
Ooh.
So tens of millions shifting with Mahomes dropping down. Corey, good morning. What's coming up?
We do have Stephen Jones joining us at 12 o'clock today, and Wanker of the Weekend at 11:20 plus. The Rangers did get in the playoffs, and we have a former Rangers pitcher on the show with us today.
Gaylord Perry?
No, it's Mike Bassick.
Oh.
I don't know if you know him. Mike's a baseball expert.
Gaylord Perry's dead.
Well, Mike, the Tolo
big reason for
criticism,
surprise.
the Tolo criticism with the Rangers losing yesterday, and the Astros winning the West. Did they celebrate too much and too early on Saturday night? You and Choppy were kind of going back and forth.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest. I see both sides of it. That the Rangers haven't done anything since 2016, so super celebrate making the playoffs. At the same time, they were talking last week about division. It's about the division. We literally asked Bochy, help me out here, Corey, because you might remember his exact answer. We asked Bochy if they're going to have double celebration.
Mm-hmm.
Celebration for making the playoffs and then celebration for winning the division if it happens. Didn't he kind of say we
win the division first?
Division. We're going to celebrate the division.
But I do think he said, I think there is a time to celebrate. But he did say we want to win the division, but we got to win this. We got to get in first.
Yeah.
So it was let's get in first, and then effort to try to win the division.
What I thought was weird, guys, and I'll leave it at this, then let you guys talk. Is Thursday they're up 2-1 in the 8th, and they're tarping the whole place, and I'm like, wait a second. That's when I was like, I thought they were talking about the division, and you still have 3 games left. If you win this one, you're going to celebrate today and then celebrate again possibly tomorrow. And we know what happened on Thursday. And it was just they celebrated.
You didn't like
it. I know I didn't, because you know what? And I get it. I get it because Choppy's about to bring up this point, and I get your point. The Houston Astros have now dominated this division for 7 years. It's their division. It's still their division. The Rangers have no stake at this division. They were just a little fly on Houston's ass this year.
Whoa.
But they didn't celebrate at all, not for 1 second on Saturday. Now, the Diamondbacks, I always feel like it's weird when you just lost a tough game. And, they're like, man, we really wear these losses, and they're jumping in the swimming pool and everything.
Because you couldn't lose Saturday. Oh, excuse me. You couldn't win Saturday, not celebrate, and then lose yesterday and celebrate getting in after the 1-0 loss.
Yeah, it's like, look, I mean, I also think once it got to Saturday, they knew that Sunday was going to be a problem for them anyway, because they knew going in that Dunning was probably going to get a limited pitch count.
Right.
Because he's coming back on a short rest for Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Or they're going to. So they knew they were going to. This was basically a bullpen day for him.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah, it's the day before he was pitching. Like on a regular rest day, he would pitch today, right?
Right. So they knew he was going to be on a limited pitch count because they also probably want to bring him back and they want him available.
We're screwed on Thursday.
For Thursday.
He's going to be double short rest.
Right. So what
he threw at 50 pitches, just so you know, at 50 pitches, Dane Dunning ran out of juice, and that was the first time to throw on short rest. He's going to have to, if there is a game 3, Dane Dunning will go back-to-back short rest. So you're looking at probably 2 innings from Dunning if you get to a game 3, and then you go to Perez or Heaney to try to get it to the 6th or 7th inning.
So meanwhile, you got that. So they knew that going in. After Saturday night, they knew, all right, tomorrow Dunning's going. He's limited, short rest. And then we're going up against George Kirby, no slouch, like good pitcher, especially at home. Like,
I think it just
what are the
appears
chances?
it appears a little small time. Like, I can understand Houston laughing at us a little bit, like, oh, they got 1 game left in the division and they're throwing a parade in their locker room. That's just the way it appears a little bit with the optics. You want to celebrate it? Fine. Yeah. I don't believe they were hungover for yesterday's game.
I don't think they were hungover. I do think it does take, in a way, and it's positive energy, but it takes a lot of energy. You're just, spraying champagne everywhere, chugging some beers, and it's when you just play a normal game and you go back home and you're at home about at 11 p.m., you usually don't go to sleep till 1 to 2 a.m. So baseball players, their sleep time is about 1 to 2 a.m. is when they fall asleep and about noon when they wake up. That's their routine. And so their routine for Sunday's game, they had to wake up at 8 a.m. The game was at noon Seattle time. And so the buses are probably 8, 8:30, and 9 o'clock for the game. So if you want to wake up, the latest you can wake up and then be packed, have your luggage ready to go because they are traveling either back to Arlington or to Tampa after the game is over, you have the latest wake-up call is 8 a.m. you can get. And so you're going to be hyper. When you get back to the hotel, you're going to be hyper. So it's going to take you some time to calm down when you just had that fun of a celebration with your teammates. It doesn't mean they lost. They weren't drunk. They weren't hungover. I'm not saying any of those things. I was hoping that they were kind of relaxed, like, we made the playoffs, and now we can take a deep breath and just play this baseball game, and we know how bad we need this one, but the pressure's off a little bit that we at least made the playoffs and didn't totally collapse in Seattle, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a lot what it was. It's what a relief they didn't blow it, because that would have been a terrible collapse. Just the fact that they made it is good. Now, they made it in the worst possible way.
Yeah.
That was the worst seed to be. You'd much rather be in Toronto's position playing Minnesota than what they're going to do. Because they're facing two, not that they would have beat Minnesota, but your road is now them and then Houston versus them and then Baltimore.
Whereas Mark DeRosa, I was listening to Mark DeRosa this morning on MLB Network.
Wow.
And this is what he said. He's like, and this is the truth, if you gave Bochy true serum, he doesn't trust anybody in his bullpen. He said maybe Leclerc right now, but literally everybody else. So he put it on if the Rangers are going to win this series, and I agree with him. Montgomery and Eovaldi have to win game 1 and game 2.
They do.
That's it. Like, you don't have the pitching to compete in the playoffs. And I'm not taking shots at those guys. You're hurt. Like, John Gray's done for the year. Max Scherzer's done for the year. I know Max isn't going to pitch unless maybe, and he still won't. So Max ain't pitching.
Who's
John
got
Gray
a better
ain't
chance
pitching.
at this?
Dunning is now on double short rest if he has to pitch on Wednesday. That's why I thought going into it Saturday night, I said I would start Martin Perez. So my thought process was Martin's been throwing great. Dunning will be on regular rest if you lose on Sunday for the playoffs.
Corey, Babe Laufenberg asked, I thought, a great question. He said, is it allowed or possible to feel bad for Belichick while that was happening yesterday, or Mac Jones? Bobby said he felt a little bad for Mac. Was it Mac Jones you felt bad for?
I felt bad for Justin Fields.
Because I felt bad for Daniel Jones week 1 getting murdered. Is it possible to feel a little bad for the evil one.
Not for Belichick, because that's the dude that went out and he'd score 60 on you and be like, I mean, we're just trying to we're working on ourselves.
Right.
So, no, I don't feel bad about that by any means. Plus, he has his hand in picking and selecting every single one of these guys. Go back and watch, if you can. Go back and watch the handshake. I don't know if I've read the lips wrong here, but it looked like Bill Belichick when he shook Mike McCarthy's hand. He leaned in and said, "These guys effing suck," and that's what it looked like. He just looked so deflated from everything. Man, he can deal with it. He's the kind of guy that was going out there whooping everybody's ass and not caring because he's trying to win championships. That's what happened yesterday to him.
I feel bad for him. I feel bad because we all propped him up, put him in Canton, and now we're going to take it away from him.
So I'll shout out this Tolo. He's my buddy Dave Taylor. He grew up in the Boston area.
Oh, Davey!
And
Dave
he's
from South Boston.
He's a Patriots guy.
And
I can remember him 6 years ago complaining to me, which was weird to me, being a Cowboys guy and hearing a Patriots fan complain. He's like,
he didn't like their fourth ring or something?
No, he goes, Brady is covering up. Belichick can't scout.
GD right.
He can't figure out who's good in college to play in the pros. He's missing on almost every pick, but Brady and some free agents are covering up how horrible we are at drafting players. And I'll tell you, I think Dave was right. After Tom Brady left, and now he has to draft quality college players to help out these holes. He can't figure out who's good in college and who's not. And so in a weird way, he's running a little bit into around the 1997 to 2003 Dallas Cowboys, where Jerry had no clue who was good in college and just kept taking Kavika Pittman and Shante Carver and Fart Schmo McGee.
Eric
and then,
Bjornsson.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Bob
Quincy
Davalina.
Carter has a huge tongue. Let's draft him in the second round.
Damn right.
Wow.
Because of his tongue size?
I think so.
I'd never heard that.
I never measured his tongue.
Did you guys notice, was there anything noticeable with the Cowboys offense yesterday with all the talk last week?
Like noticeable in a positive manner?
Or negative.
Or negative?
Different. More vertical. Aggressive. Passing more.
When Christian Gonzalez went out, they said, let's make a move upfield.
That was smart. I thought that was really smart.
Yeah, and that's something that I'd always felt that the Jason Garrett groups lacked, that there was always missing. Whenever somebody gets hurt, attack them. I was glad McCarthy did that approach yesterday.
But nobody feels different this morning that it's
not good enough yet.
San Fran clearly won. Cowboys, Eagles, kind of same level.
No.
That's how we all really feel.
Yeah, and I don't like the feeling right now. Like I am kind of like starting to get a little nauseous thinking about San Francisco and how you might score 12 points, and that might be it for you.
Do you know what the spread is?
I have not looked. San Francisco 3.5.
Dead on the money. Nice job, Michael. Nice
Which is
job.
interesting considering didn't Vegas like giving an extra they got like 2 typically right now for home field.
Home field's been 2.5. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think, honestly, I was thinking about this when we were talking to Nick. I don't think the high of beating San Francisco will be, for this fan base, will be as low as the low if they lose this game. I agree. I think there's much more riding on just avoiding that feeling of losing to San Francisco than it is like, oh, we won, we beat them, we're better than them.
I
disagree.
disagree.
That's a good sign, though. That's a really good sign.
What?
If you don't, if the good sign that you know that you're like you've arrived. If losing pains you more than winning does. That's very Alabama right now.
I mean, I think more people would favor San Fran, just like we just said.
Yeah.
So, crushed if you lose, you're expecting it. Versus the surprise if you win, if you somehow shockingly dominate, it will be out of control.
Look, like I'm expecting I have a stroke, but it's still going to crush me when I get the results back that say I did. So, I mean, that's
how many of your
still...
wife's patients are hypochondriacs, do you think? I know you're probably not allowed. Well, maybe you should.
No, I don't.
She's like, this person's just in here. They think something's always wrong. It's nothing wrong.
Parents are different, right? You have some parents that are very calm when maybe things are a little bit worse. And then you have parents that nothing's wrong, but they can't, like, they're like, make it stop. And they're like, I can't stop the runny nose.
Jam.
You know,
We're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones at 8:30. Rangers Game 1 preview. And Matt Pittman with a Meat Church appearance in studio
Let's
at
go.
9 for Corey Majors.
With Kavika Pittman?
No, 2 different Pittmans.
97?
The KMC
Complete bust.
Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
The KNC Masterpiece is on deck. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Plenty of time. Rolls right, bottled up, throws back to the edge, intercepted. Deron Bland, call the house. Hello, house. House, it's me, Deron. Hello, house. Touchdown for Deron Bland.
Man, and that Cowboys highlight right there brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Man, made with French grapes right there. All right, Deron Bland was the show for me yesterday. This is awesome. Cowboys get the win yesterday, 877-881-1053. The Cowboys defense showed up. And that's, I think, Mike, that's the, oh, here we go. I'm going to be calling you Kevin all week.
It's okay.
I think the big deal with this team is just like the Rangers, and congratulations to the Rangers for making it to the playoffs. We'll get into them in just a few minutes. But just like the Rangers are, they're carried by their bats. The Cowboys team is carried by their defense. And this defense is going to have to carry its entire season. And we talked last week. A lot of people got really frustrated with your take about Dak Prescott against the Arizona Cardinals in a game where they needed Dak Prescott to carry the team. And it all kind of fell apart for the offense whenever they were called upon. The defense showed up and made it a very easy game this weekend.
Yeah, I tell you what, blowing 3 out of 4 teams out. Now, unfortunately, you lost a game against a really crappy team, but just going back out there against another NFL team, I get that maybe the Cowboys haven't had the toughest schedule. Mm-hmm. I totally get that if you want to be critical, and I get the other side of it, but it is hard to blow out teams in the NFL. I mean, last night, Kansas City's favored by 9. I know that San Francisco was favored by 14 over Arizona. Like, usually if you are way better than the other team, one of the best teams in the NFL is playing one of the worst teams in the NFL, you're favored by double digits. But it's not like a lot double digits. It's just like 10, 12, maybe up to 14 points. And that's a big spread in the NFL. So for the Cowboys to go out again and win another game by almost 40 points, like, that is really impressive. I don't know how they're going to play later. I don't know how they're going to play down the stretch. But, man, when it just shows, without cussing or anything, what were they doing to each other leading up to the Arizona game? Because 3 out of 4 games, that defense has looked like the best defense in the NFL in 2023 and one of the best defenses you could watch.
Yes.
And then, you know, I don't want to go back. I'm trying to be really, really positive here because this is a positive thing. You are 3-1. That's a good start. I know there's 17 games, but you're a fourth way through your season and you're 3-1. If you do that every time, you're going to be 12-4, let's say, going into the last game of the year. That's a heck of a year to have. I do think this defense, it just shows you how they have to win. I'm not going to go to Rangers.
It covers up the blemishes. It covers up the blemishes for sure.
When the Rangers score 7 runs, they have a chance to win.
Yeah.
If they score 4, they don't have much of a chance to win. And that's kind of the Rangers offense can cover up a lot of things that aren't right with the Rangers.
Yeah, I think, you know, going back to, this is one of the reasons I wanted to kind of compare to Arizona. You know, the Cowboys are 9-1 coming off of losses dating back to 2021. That's great. And I know Brad Sham, I was listening this morning, and they were talking specifically about McCarthy and what he thinks the reason for that is. And he thinks, you know, it specifically is the process about how they handle their business. They didn't handle it in a couple of weeks ago. They didn't handle it right against Arizona. But Arizona had a really good game plan. They knew what they could take advantage of on the Cowboys defense that exposed them just enough, and they made it very difficult for the Cowboys to push the ball up the field when they wanted to. Cowboys are still really good right now at moving the ball between the 20s. You want to get from 20 to 20? We got you, man. We can do all this. They looked clunky yesterday. They looked clunky whenever they got into the red zone. That was bad.
Does Dak get a tackle for the game?
Tony Pollard when he bumped into him.
Yeah, that was a good stop.
I don't think he gets a tackle for that, Mike. But that is a good question, maybe for Steven later, to see if that's the case. But the way that Deron Bland shows up in this game, you're missing Diggs. You know that's a thing, and you know that last year Deron Bland was good, but I'm not sure that I anticipated this kind of this quality of him. Now, will there be half of the audience out there going, New England stinks? They're terrible. Hey, you've beaten 3 bad teams. And, you didn't beat Arizona. You've only played bad teams so far. I'm sure there's going to be that. That's what the Cowboys are looking at here coming up on San Francisco.
And there's a point to that. They are correct.
Yes.
Like that is factually true. Probably at the end of the year, the 4 teams that you've played so far will not make the playoffs. Maybe the Giants somehow will turn it around and play better football tonight and later on in the year. But factually, I'm not agreeing with those people. But when you say that, if that was somebody's point that's a anti-Cowboys person, you're not wrong on that side. But you're also not wrong to say, wow, the Cowboys defense has been and has looked like the best defense in the NFL by far through 4 weeks of the season. That's also factually, I know it's opinion, but it's correct too. You can have both sides right now have points if they want to make those 2 points.
And, to add to that, we knew going into this game that Mac Jones was not going to run a lot of read options like Josh Dobbs did against the Cowboys 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I know we'll get into it later, but he definitely can't do the power bottom play.
You don't think that he's a power bottom guy?
No,
that's not his skill set.
Nope.
You knew that it wasn't going to be that much of a threat, so he was going to be one of those guys that you could pressure all day. You could focus on stopping the run, focus on stopping Ramondre Stevenson, focus on stopping Zeke. You don't have to stress too much about the quarterback taking off on a read option.
Can I ask you this off of kind of what we're talking about? The Cowboys defense, the Cowboys blowing them out. 18-3, 28-3 at halftime, 28-3. Yeah, you went from 18-3 to 28-3 pretty darn quickly there. To me, this game shows the Cowboys have to play with the lead. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible for them to come back, and it's only 4 games, but one game you were down 18-10 at halftime, and you never really got close to taking the lead. And I think that's the pressure on the offense. Hey, we're not playing as good a defense. We need the offense to start matching touchdown for touchdown, and hopefully we'll stop them a few times. But you guys got to keep going down the field and scoring touchdowns. That's probably too much to ask of this team. The other thing, too, is if you become a little one-dimensional, if the Cowboys have to become a passing attack team because the score dictates it, the Cowboys could be in really big trouble. But, man, when the Cowboys are playing with the lead and the other team can't really run the ball, as in they can't just say, hey, let's drive the ball down the field. It might take 8 minutes to get into scoring position, and we still might only score 3. Well, when you're down by 10 points in the second half, it's tough to have an 8-minute drive that doesn't get 7 points.
Yeah.
And so teams have to push the ball a little bit differently and try to get chunk plays. And the Cowboys destroy teams so far this year when they have to try to get 10-plus yards somewhat per play because the first half went so well for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and man, they have this ability to create turnovers that we haven't seen. Like, we've seen it with this Dan Quinn defense, but there's been years where we've been like, we're the worst at turning the football over. How do teams do that? And they just have, I don't know if it's just the guys that have the knack for it or if it's just the scheme is so fast that it forces other teams, but it puts a positive in the Cowboys offense because the Cowboys offense can do some work, a little extra work that they don't necessarily have to do.
And I'm with you with the defense. I would say, 1, you have to have the talent. This is the most talented defense the Cowboys have had in a very long time. 2, defensive coordinator. Dan Quinn is arguably the best defensive coordinator in football today. And so I think, 1, you have to have the talent. Because if Dan Quinn had, I don't know, the Denver Broncos, he's going to look like a crappy defensive coordinator. There's nothing you can do with those guys.
He's going to have to rebuild that defense,
to make it good. It's kind of like, I know I'm going back to the Texas Rangers, but last 2-3 years, it didn't matter if Bruce Bochy was the manager. You weren't going to win. You didn't have enough talent to win. But this is a very, very talented Dallas Cowboys defense. And then Dan Quinn knows how to use that defense and those pieces to get the most out of each individual to make it a good team defense.
And to that point, Mike, that's where, you're blowing out these teams the way you have. You have more talent than the Jets. You have more talent than the Giants. You have more talent than the Cardinals. That's why that was frustrating, because that should have been just another, hey, you just walk through that team.
We saw what San Francisco did yesterday.
They showed up ready to play. Now, then what you did yesterday is kind of what's expected. Whenever you know the rest of that team is devoid of talent, you should show up in that manner that you did yesterday and blow them out in the same way. I am kind of interested in the offense down the road, because in 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line is this, do you have faith that this offense will, by mid-season, by the end of the season, figure it out?
Well,
because it's kind of okay.
Not really.
I'm okay that they're clunky right now because they have time. It's not like it's the end of the season, Mike, where we're sitting there going, oh my gosh, we're running out of time and we still haven't figured this out yet.
Jerry's all about flash, right? Jerry Jones' whole life has been about flash. And so I think a lot
like when
of,
he was riding on that half donkey, half horse.
Yeah, I saw his bus. I saw this bus the other day. I forget what was that. I was like, "There's Jerry's bus." We're used to the Cowboys being an offensive team. If you just think of, even in the 90s when they were the best defensive team in the NFL, you still thought of offense because of Troy and Emmett, Michael, all that. It's okay for threes. It's okay as long as you don't turn over the ball. Now, every once in a while, you are going to have to ask Dak to bail you out. Is he good enough to? That's your opinion. He's a good quarterback. If you believe that he can elevate a team to another level, great. If you don't,
he's going to be called upon at some point. It will happen.
But no, so I think this team is built the way that most Cowboy fans don't understand football. And that is muddy it up, make it a slower paced game, let our defense dictate the game. And we're not used to that at all. Tony Romo's teams never had this situation. And obviously, before Tony Romo, it was a pile of crap, so it didn't matter. So if you look at over the last 10 plus 15 years of Cowboys football, we're used to saying the offense has to score 30 or we are in trouble, which means, hey, is the offense going to figure it out? Well, with teams like this, when you think of Legion of Boom, when you think of teams that were led by defenses, San Francisco's been led by defense for half a decade now. They've made the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. They almost made the Super Bowl last year with the last pick in the draft as a rookie. Why? Because they muddy up the game. They rely on their defense to dictate the tempo, flow, style of the game. It's not that fun to watch. To be honest, it's not the most fun to watch San Francisco play football. You have to be like hardcore football to be like, I love 3 and outs. I love punting. I love field position battles. I love my team not turning over the ball and just kind of, hey, our defense is going to give us the opportunities to put up 3, to put up 7, and we're going to try to win games 23-10. Like, that's a blowout. Now, I get the Cowboys are doing it way better and way different, but I like your question. I don't like if they don't start turning into one of the best offenses, it won't. But this is the way that this team is constructed to win. And the Cowboys, I'm going to be honest, intentionally did this knowing Dak is not Patrick Mahomes, is not Josh Allen, I know he's having a horrible start to the year, Joe Burrow. They know after 6 years of watching him play quarterback, they're not going to build a team around Dak Prescott and say, Dak, you have to carry it because we didn't spend much money on defense. We gave you all the weapons we possibly could. We need you to match Patrick Mahomes touchdown for touchdown.
Right.
It's never going to happen, and they understood that, and I think the Cowboys honestly did a good job the way that Jalen Hurts is built around in Philadelphia. Jalen will never be a guy to go 40 for 40 with you. They have to dictate the game a different way. And I think the Cowboys have done a good job of dictating a game around the strengths of their quarterback to go, our strength of our quarterback needs to be different. I know people don't like that because it's not fun to watch. But I think they've done a good job of building a team around Dak Prescott to go, we can't make Dak the focal point. He can be a leader, all these things, but we're not going to ask him to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
It feels like AFC North football, where you're watching Baltimore and Cleveland, and they're all running, and they're just like, no, our defense is going to win this one 10-0 today, so don't worry about it. And it is a blast to see the offensive line looking good. Tyler Smith, gosh, I love having that dude back out on the field. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we're going to quick hit some Rangers stuff because we got playoffs on the way. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Choice Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the K&T Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-333.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 6-1 Texas. Here comes Leclerc. He struck him out swinging. And the Rangers are back in the postseason for the first time since 2016. They come streaming out of the dugout and start mobbing each other on the mound. Austin Hedges wraps his arms around Jonah Heim. The outfielders come on in. The bullpen begins to empty. And the Rangers have clinched the playoff spot. They've beaten the Mariners today by the score of 6-1.
Great call there by Eric Nadel right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Texas Rangers baseball and Dallas Cowboys football as well. And you will hear all of the plays from on Tuesday, Wednesday, and potentially Thursday. Let's hope that we just finish it off in 2 and we can move on to the next round, Mike. But you will hear it all right here on 105.3 The Fan. I will say this.
Sandler will have you at 1:30 every day for pregame.
You want it a little earlier?
I was hoping the games were at 1. I really was. I'll be honest. I was like, dude, it'd be great.
Yeah, it would be nice.
I thought for sure. I'm like, what's up with Tampa starting at 3 p.m.? I thought for sure they'd start at 2 p.m. there, 1 p.m. here.
That was the most awkward celebration on the field I've ever seen, though. They looked like they didn't want to get hurt, like jumping around too much to Edwin Diaz. And I don't know what exactly was going on. They all did go out there, and they all did kind of jump around just a scotch, but it didn't look like they were like, the passion celebration.
I think it was a weird moment because they didn't accomplish their goal on this road trip. I mean, let's be honest. They did not accomplish the goal. We talked to everybody. We were listening to the interviews. It was about, after sweeping Seattle and going on the road for 7 games, it was about winning the division. They did not do it. So on Saturday, it was like, hey, we made the playoffs, but in the back of their mind, no matter what, just think about you and anything in life. If your goal is, I guess I'll go to school. If your goal was to make an A and then you end up passing, you're like, oh, God, that was tougher than I thought. Thank God I passed. But it's like, gosh, how much do I celebrate? If my goal was to make an A, if I make an A on the final, I know I get an A, something like that. So you get down to the end. You're like, if I do well on this test, I accomplish my goal. And then you don't do well on the test, but you do pass the class. You go on to the next semester or you go on to the next class. You're kind of relieved. You're like, gosh, that was tougher than I thought. I didn't accomplish my goal I set out, but yet I did pass. I did accomplish the goal of moving forward. And that's where the Rangers were on Saturday night. It was like this celebration, but I think they knew in the back of their mind, crap, we didn't get done what we wanted to get done on this trip.
Yeah, and I mean, we have one more to do. Like it is a lot of things of what they were trying to figure out and accomplish there. From the 6-8-2, it was a total failure of a weekend for the Rangers. Now you have 0 rest, and the pitching staff is on life support. I agree with that part too, but I also agree with, if you look at the entire season, nobody expected you to win 90 games.
Yeah,
nobody expected you to even be in the playoffs. So the fact that they are here at this point is a huge success. They could get wiped in the first round, and I'm going to be okay with this season for sure. Looking at next season, and we'll get into next season, next week.
Right.
But I am so ecstatic that this team, Mike, do you realize and I know I'm not, I wanted to quick hit this, but you and I, we grew up here. You went to Duncanville High School. Your dad was a pitcher for the Rangers. I grew up in the cheap seats at the very first stadium we ever had here, out there in the metal bleachers. My grandpa would bring in a cooler of Sprites, and we go watch games. I grew up wanting to be Steve Buechele. I wanted to play third base and wear 22 my whole life. Like and we've only seen for most teams, we've only seen a scratch of the surface of how much playoff baseball they've gotten in their career. We're getting to see that again.
Yes.
We're getting that opportunity. They built something that can be a winner in the next 3 years. They have something that's that close. And that's why I'm excited about it, because I've watched I've watched a lot of crappy baseball in my life.
Right.
And for the last few years, there's been more crappy baseball out there. This was not crappy baseball for the most part this season.
I think that's a great way to put it, Corey, because this was huge that they get to play in the playoffs. Whether they get swept and lose the first two on Tuesday and Wednesday, this team does get to experience baseball in the playoffs. Now, can you imagine if they were to lose on Saturday and then did lose on Sunday and didn't even make the playoffs?
I'd be very disappointed.
I would say that would be a complete failure. We'd have to then take our time and go back and go, there's positive things in the season, and they did do certain things, and they did play over 500, but what a complete and utter failure. I would have said that if they would have lost all 4 games in Seattle and not made the playoffs. But they won a game. They made the playoffs. I hear what you're saying if you're upset, because I'm not pleased at the way they played in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very concerned, and I'll get into that during Baseball Nuggets here in about 15 minutes. But you do have to be I won't say very happy, but you do have to be satisfied that this team won 90 games and they are getting to play in the playoffs, and maybe they shock the world, and without much pitching left, they are hurt. They're destroyed pitching-wise, and they're not hitting the ball well at all.
Hanging on.
Maybe they turn it around in Tampa and we're shocked.
Yeah, no, it's really fun to know that there was meaningful baseball at the end of the season this season, and that we're about to play meaningful baseball too. And here's another thing: if you're a Rangers fan and you're having trouble with this is my way of doing it, Mike. I don't know, not a lot of people do it this way. Stop trying to compare yourself to Houston. Stop trying to match what the Astros did or are doing and all. They've been there. They have done it. They've done it over and over consistently for the last 9 years now. They know what they're doing, all right? You're working on trying to get to that point. I know you have a team full of veterans. Your success this year was fantastic. Take that success, build on top of it. Don't try and measure your success to what Houston was, because actually Houston kind of failed most of the season. The outcome at the end of it was better than they expected, but they should have been even better. They should have been the number 1 seed. They should have blown past everybody, because that's what they're supposed to do. But don't try to compare yourselves to them. All right, so that was just kind of, I needed to quick hit that. You'll have all the coverage right here on The Fan. It'll be a 1:30 pregame. We'll be starting here, but we'll be talking to Jared Sandler right before the pregame, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe even Thursday as well. We'll see what the TBD on that game is as well. All right, but Mike, I did see this. This was the largest loss for Bill Belichick.
Okay.
In his career, the largest loss that he's ever had. And
usually he has a decent defense.
Yes. And he has good defensive players, but, even if his defense was even better, they weren't going to match what the Cowboys defense did to their offense yesterday. Like, they scored points on defense. When you score points on defense, you give yourself a much better opportunity. You're scoring points on special teams. You're giving your team a much better opportunity to get the win. And let's go to cut 28 here. This is Bill Belichick answering questions after the game.
I just said we didn't do anything well enough as a team. So that includes everybody. Coaches, players, offense, defense, special teams. So it wasn't anything that was good enough.
That was very Bill Belichickian. Just nothing was good enough. That's just that we didn't do this. I am kind of curious as to whether or not Bill Belichick is losing that aura that is Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to do, and you've been saying this for years, Mike, he can't pick talent.
Right.
You've been pointing that out since before when you were on G-Bag. I listened to you talk about that all the time. And I'm kind of curious if that win, you did beat him. This is great. Like, you're supposed to beat him. You need to beat him. You need to stack up these wins.
Yeah.
But it's not like beating Bill Belichick anymore.
Yeah. It's probably, in a way, like beating Tom Landry 87 through 89. That's probably where Bill Belichick is in his career. Is it 1987? Is it 1989? But it's close to the end. And look, it's not that I don't want to say he's a bad coach now. I think he still knows how to coach. But same thing with Tom Landry. Tom couldn't figure out how to get the talent in Dallas anymore. And so when you still have a good idea, your schemes might be a little bit stale, but he has done such a bad job of getting talent in New England. He has no chance to be a good coach anymore. And I don't know how that changes until they fire him, because he does do a lot of the picking of players, and you would want him to. What he accomplished, his success, totally get. how much say he has in the New England Patriots talent pool. But it's over for him in that. And because it's over for him in that and has been for really half a decade at least, it's over for him as a coach. I hate saying it, but I don't think he's going to retire. I do think it's going to end bad. It ends bad for almost all of us, even the greatest of the greats. And Bill Belichick's arguably the greatest. But it's going to end bad for him in New England.
I don't love the concept of like looking at him and going, oh, it was all Tom Brady. It's a completely different era for Tom Brady versus a completely different era for Bill Belichick.
Agreed.
And that early on in Tom Brady's career, it was very much a team effort to get them to that point.
Yes.
I mean, you needed field goals, you needed a really solid defense, you needed a lot of things for Tom Brady to do it. Over time, he got to where it just clicked for him. Yeah. He was an expert at it. He was a genius at it because he knew what he was doing, and it benefited Bill Belichick. Yeah. But man, for a dude that built the Lawrence Taylor defense alongside Bill Parcells, and for a dude that did this for the length that he did, it wasn't just Tom Brady. Tom Brady gets a lot of credit for it.
Right.
Both of them, but I don't think that they have that kind of success without each other early on the way that they did.
Yeah. And to your point, I know it's a different side of it, but look at Nick Saban now that he doesn't have a Heisman Trophy quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It has changed. Two of the greatest coaches of our era, Saban and Belichick, are struggling because they don't have the talent.
There were a lot of thoughts coming in the fan text last week about Zeke. And a lot of people were like, oh my gosh, Zeke's going to run in here and he's going to run for 800 yards against the Cowboys and he's going to eat again. He had 6 carries for 16 yards. That's an average of 2.7.
Was the first carry 12 yards? I don't know if you have the long on there.
9.
Okay, so that was a 9-yard run?
Yeah, so every other carry added up to 7 more yards.
There was a thought from me when the score was 3-3. They moved the ball down the field their first drive. Cowboys stalled out. They moved the ball down the field, stalled out. And I was like, oh, this is going to be a battle. Yeah. Hopefully we can win. And then Zeke had, when he carried his first ball for approximately 10 yards, 9, is I thought, oh crap, is he gonna have like a 16 for 80? That's what he had the week before, right? 16 carries for 80 yards, I believe, because that's a really good game in the NFL for anybody if you have 16 carries. And but it immediately got shut down.
That was something that last week against the Cardinals, the Cowboys were kind of thrown off guard. They looked focused on stopping the run first. They said, if we learned anything, it's Belichick's going to come at us this week the same way the Arizona Cardinals did, except for their quarterback can't run. But they're going to try and run right at these guys. And they tried it. And you know what? They had there were a couple moments where they were running. I was like, if they keep doing this, their plan is to keep the game close. But when their quarterback dropped back, he had no chance. He didn't have a shot against the rest of the Cowboys defense. They had one pass that I was kind of like, oh no, that was a little concerning. Other than that, though, man, this Cowboys defense locked it down, and Zeke didn't get much at all. All right, coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The longest road trip of the season begins now.
This is the KNC.
pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out. Slider looking good again. A 1-2-3 inning for Dane Dunning, and we move to the second.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers playoff baseball action will be only right here on The Fan, by the way, so you can hear it with Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler will be on the pregame coverage as well. And our very own Mike Bassick is here for all week long to make sure you know what you're talking about with baseball nuggets.
I'm going to get this one right, Corey. You can't win if you don't score.
Yes.
In baseball. There might be other sports, but in baseball, you can't win if you don't score.
Yes, because
and that was yesterday.
That way.
They didn't score. They only gave up. Dane Dunning, he pitched well on short rest. And in the fourth inning, he ran into trouble. I thought Bochy did a great job with 4 lefties coming up. He goes to Martin Perez, who's been throwing the ball great in the month of September. He goes to him, and he gets the ground ball to first base. Unfortunately, Nate Lowe, he didn't make a bad play. It was just he had a force at home. He decided, I'm going to touch first, but didn't do it quickly, and then didn't make an accurate throw home, which that was the one run that Seattle scored. And as we found out as the game progressed, they took out J.P. Crawford. They took out Julio Rodriguez. Kirby only threw 75 pitches and still only threw 6 innings. Now, I know that he said, I do not pitch in the 7th inning. Never do that to me again. But if it was a do or die game, if Seattle would have won on Saturday, you would have seen Crawford, Julio Rodriguez stay in the game. You would have probably seen George Kirby, I think, go out in the 7th inning because he was dominating the Rangers at that point. But it didn't matter. Their bullpen, Seattle has a good bullpen. They have plenty of guys to run out there and put zeros on the board. They're not limited to 1 or 2 guys that they trust. They have 5 guys in their pen that they trust to set up and close out games if they do have a 1-run lead. And unfortunately, the Rangers could get nothing going yesterday, which was somewhat the theme of the series.
Yeah.
The only game the Rangers won, and thank God they did, they had 8 hits, no homers. I think they had 1 extra base hit, and they had 8 walks.
Yeah.
I think they might have had 1 hit by pitch, too. So it was really, and those were quality at bats. There were professional at bats on Saturday. The Rangers had a lot of professional quality at bats to scratch out 6 runs in that game. But the Rangers offense looks kind of dead right now, and that is the team. It would just be like if you're a Cowboys fan and you don't pay too much attention to baseball, it would be right now if you going into the playoffs for the Cowboys and all of a sudden the last 2 or 3 games of the season, the Cowboys defense didn't look good anymore.
Yeah.
You're like, well, how are we supposed to win in the playoffs? This is our team. Our team is based off of 3 and outs, creating turnovers, all of those things that the Cowboys look like they can do better than almost every team in the NFL. If they stop doing that and you say, all right, do it the other way, score 40 a game by just airing it out, you'd be like, we haven't done that all season. We're not built to do that. And that's where the Rangers are right now going into the playoffs, is almost just like Mark DeRosa said on MLB Network this morning when looking at all the matchups. And he said, how do the Rangers win this matchup? And he said, Montgomery and Eovaldi have to dominate their 2 starts because they don't even have a 3rd starter.
Yeah.
Dane Dunning threw on short rest. He threw 3+ innings and he threw 54 pitches. Around pitch 50, he didn't have much left. Well, now he's going to go on double short rest. He went on short rest, and now you're going to ask him to go on short rest again on Thursday to give you 2 to 3 innings. Now, maybe maybe Dane Dunning, if it does get to game 3, doesn't even pitch in this series at all. Maybe they start Martin Perez. Maybe they start Andrew Heaney, who started on Saturday and gave you a good enough start that you were able to win that game. The Rangers are in a horrible position right now. Now, they're still in the playoffs. You still root for them. But if you just look at this, here's what Major League Baseball will never do to a team, and literally never do to a team, especially if they're in kind of your central divisions. And I get the Rangers are in the West, but they don't do this to West Coast teams either, is they played Texas against Seattle here, flew 3.5-hour flight to L.A. Then I believe it's a 2-hour flight up to Seattle, approximately.
Okay.
Now, last night, after they lost, they probably left around 5 p.m. West Coast time. That's 8 p.m. East Coast time, Tampa time. That's a 6.5-hour flight approximately.
So they got in around 2?
Yes.
Okay.
And then what you do is, and they've played 7 games in a row. They did not have an off day on that West Coast trip. They have an off day today, and then they have a day game tomorrow. Now, believe it or not, baseball players are humans too.
Are they going to, like, do you sleep all day today? Is that what they should be doing?
Here's what's tough. I am having trouble, and I think most people will tell you they have trouble with their clocks sleeping.
Yeah.
So what happens is this. You're used to going to bed at, let's just say, 10 or 11 o'clock Central Standard Time here in Texas. Well, when your job dictates you go on the West Coast for a week, and all of your games are starting at 9 p.m. approximately here, and the game doesn't end till 11:30 midnight here. And then you get back to your hotel room around 12:30, 1 o'clock here this time. You start functioning on that time. It takes you a little bit of time,
right,
but you start functioning on that. And on about day 3 or 4, your body's used to that time schedule. So the Rangers now have a 3-hour time difference that their body's not going to get ready for. They would never have a West Coast team play an East Coast team on the East Coast, a day game traveling, because they're like, it's just not fair. The Rangers time clock, their body schedule, that's an 11 a.m. start for them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because they've been on West Coast time for a week.
Yeah.
So this is the worst possible scenario that could have happened making the playoffs in this way. They made the playoffs. I'm proud of them for making the playoffs. 90 wins. There's a lot of positives for this Rangers team.
But there's also a lot of realities.
But let's look at, the reality of what just happened. They just played 7 games on the West Coast, had a 6.5-hour flight, and now their body is West Coast time. We see this in football all the time, comparing it. When you see a West Coast team play a noon game on Sunday, they didn't play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They fly out on usually Saturday. They might fly out Friday. If you're San Francisco playing Carolina, maybe you do fly out on Friday to get a little bit used to that time, especially if you're playing at noon, because that's 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 9 a.m. start for kickoff on the West Coast, and they're not used to it. They can't handle it. So you'll see a lot of upsets of West Coast teams playing noon games on Sunday. Well, now the Rangers, in do-or-die situation, have to try to get their clocks right, which is almost impossible. Just the human body won't work that way to immediately go to, 3-hour time difference? I'm used to 3-hour time difference right now. It takes you a little bit of time. So the Rangers are going to be playing an 11 a.m. game on their clock at 2 p.m. here, 3 p.m. there.
Somebody texted Mike and said, well, if the Rangers
noon, I guess.
If the Rangers don't like it, they should have won the damn division.
100%. I agree with you. They should have, and they didn't. They did not play well enough, and they put themselves. They had all the control in the world, and they lost control.
I do wonder if this is a good learning experience. I'm not saying that Bochy is out there trying to teach these guys these things, but this is a good opportunity. I remember Dirk a long time ago, and we're going to have home court. We have to get home court. We have to play well enough to get home court in the playoffs.
I love what you're saying here.
And so I wonder if this is an opportunity for it's not a completely young team. There are a bunch of veterans on this team, but there are a bunch of young players also trying to grow here. I wonder if this is an opportunity for them to look at next year and go, hey, let's do everything we can right now in this playoff series, but we learned something this time.
Next year is next year. But remember the game I said, I think they're going to lose to Oakland. You're like, Oakland sucks. And I'm like, here's the problem. We just interviewed Bochy. They got tea times. They got fishing trips. They're staying in the same hotel. They're not having to change hotels. So they took off in Oakland, and they gave a game away. They did not play their best baseball. They weren't prepared for the game, and they lost a game in Oakland. Now, when you go to 162, yes, yesterday mattered the most because you lost that game, and there was no time to make up that game. You lost, and now you're a wild card team, and Houston's the division champs. But it does go to a reminder next year when they're a little bit fatigued or they don't feel like playing this game against this crappy team. Guys, this game could determine it. Maybe 162, that last one, won't have as much of an impact on us because we worked our tails off in August. We worked our tails off in July. We didn't rest on, we have a 3-game lead, or we have a 6-game lead, or, hey, we've cut the lead down to 2 and we're good. That was a lot of work we just did. So I do think, to your point, I think that they will put a little bit more importance on some regular season games next year when they're like, hey, we got to go out and play good baseball all the time because Houston's going to be good next year.
Yep.
Seattle's going to be good next year. Oakland and Anaheim are going to be horrible. But, you're going to have the same situation next year. Next year, on a piece of paper, those two teams will look as good or better than you do. Now,
I'm hopeful we get a few weeks in before we have to discuss next year's roster.
Yes. Let's go to now real quick because we have a minute and a half here. Is the Rangers have a task at hand, which is going to be tough. The Tampa Bay Rays, I believe, tied for the most wins in all of baseball at home. They got 53 wins at home. I don't have it pulled up. My computer's dead on me, but I remember looking this up. I believe the Dodgers also have that many wins, so I think they tied. But it's by far the best home team in the American League. Better than Baltimore, better than Houston. Obviously, they stunk at home. Better than the Texas Rangers. So the Rangers drew a schedule here where they are playing the best home team in the American League. They're facing a team in Glasnow that brings it at 100 miles per hour in game one. The Rangers recently have slider bat speed. And what do I mean by that? If the pitcher can throw the ball 95 or harder, the Rangers are struggling to hit that pitch. It's almost like they're fatigued and they have turned into, as my dad said, I didn't really face Hank Aaron. I faced old Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron in his prime, you couldn't throw fastballs by. But Hank Aaron had to cheat for fastballs late in his career because he knew he did not have the same reaction time that he used to have. So he was really what they would call slider bat speed hitter. If you throw a slider and it hangs, you are throwing to his bat speed. And I think the Rangers right now, I don't know why they're so tired at the plate, but it looks like if you can throw hard, and you don't even have to spot it, they're missing middle fastballs right now. If you can just throw the ball hard, they seem to swing and miss right now or swing and foul off. I hope that changes tomorrow. Tomorrow's a brand new game, 0-0. They could shock me. They could shock us. Obviously, we're a little bit – I know Ranger fans, I had plenty of my friends text me really ticked off about that Seattle series.
I get it. Me too. I'm mad too.
But they are in. Let's see what happens. They've put themselves in a really tough position. No team in baseball ever has a schedule where they start playing day games after a West Coast trip. They just don't do that to teams. So unfortunately, the Rangers did it to themselves. They put themselves in a position after being on the West Coast for a week, now having to play day games on the East Coast.
Great stuff. We'll get more of that as well as we go throughout the week and as we get into the playoff action. Coverage will be here 1:30 starting tomorrow right here on your home of the Texas Rangers. Coming up next, though, Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola next on The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Aubrey on for the extra point with 11:09 remaining in the second quarter. Oh, they're faking it. It's thrown by Anger out to Chauncey Goldston for a 2-point conversion.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we now talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, built for you. What's going on, Mickey? How you doing today, man?
I'm doing just fine. How about you guys?
It's good. We're feeling good. Got a victory yesterday. Rangers heading to the playoffs, so it's just all-around good time to be a sports fan here in DFW right now.
Good time to host a talk show. Huh?
Yes, it is. There's a lot of positive text coming in. But here's the text that I keep seeing this back and forth, Mickey, that's kind of I think a lot of fans are emotionally stressed about. And it is it's San Francisco's what they're concerned about. You beat bad teams. And I always get kind of caught up in what are you supposed to do whenever you have the schedule you have early in the season?
Well, let me put it this way. When they went to New York for the opener, did anybody think the Giants were a bad team?
Not going into it, no.
Okay, and going into this game Sunday, everybody was giving the Patriots credit because they had Bill Belichick, right?
Yep.
And you get beat 38-3. And if it's not a good team, then that's what you're supposed to do. What did Philadelphia do yesterday?
They struggled. And barely beat a team that we think is bad.
Yeah, and had to go to overtime to kick a field goal to win.
Yep.
So don't start mincing wins and losses and, oh, well, they still haven't done anything. God, if you live like that, good luck. Right?
Yes.
I mean, okay, there's things they've got to improve on, right? So they don't get the 2 defensive returns for touchdowns, right?
Mm-hmm.
They win 24-3. That'd have been okay?
I think people would have been okay with it.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, going into the game, New England had not given up more than, 24, 25 points in any of those first 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
So defensively, they were supposed to be very good. And the Cowboys, the offense scored 24 points. However they put it together, they scored 24 points. So I just think sometimes you got to sit back and enjoy it. You're going to sit here and bemoan the Rangers not winning the division title?
Mickey, there are people that are doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you would have loved it, right?
Yes.
Especially when you come up 1 win short, but you made the playoffs. So, kind of enjoy it and quit worrying about, what happens next. So if they lose to San Francisco, they're 3-2, and then what if they win 5 straight,
Yeah, this is a tough stretch here.
This game and the last game is a testament to not overreacting to any wins or losses. It's week by week, and this week was a good week. And now you go to next week and see what you can do. The week before, it was a bad week. But that doesn't mean that bad week is, what you are. And like winning the game is not what you are. It's a long, long season. You got to take it week by week.
And Mick, to your point, games dictate what's going to happen next, as in, hey, how aggressive are we going to be in this situation right now versus, hey, we can tone it back a little bit. We're up by 20-plus points right now. But looking at the Cowboys game so far, the 4 games, and it's very early, and there's going to be different types of games, different style of games. It looks like, and I'm sure every team wants this situation, but if the Cowboys can get up by 2 scores, and I'm not saying 25, if they can get up by 9 points in the second half, and the other team feels like, hey, we have to get chunk plays, we can't rely on 8-minute touchdown drives, maybe we can slowly move the ball down the field by running and getting 3 to 5 yards per play. But if they hold us to a field goal, which the way this defense plays probably will happen, we're going to find ourselves losing. And to me, so far in these first 4 games, it feels like if the Cowboys can get up by double digits and it's the second half, the other team is in big trouble.
Yeah, because then they got to throw the ball. right? And that's one thing they don't want to do against the Cowboys. They want to run the football. And, going into this game after giving up 222 yards to Arizona, you're sitting there going, okay, here we go again. And then they shut down the Patriots' running attack. And you know what? When they shut it down, I mean, they were only up 10-3, right? But they did go down and score a touchdown. You get teams out of their game plan, especially when you turn the ball over and it results in touchdowns by the defense. Now you got to go, and kind of play on your short stick. But, some of that you got to wonder, like the touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb, 20 yards out. Yes. They had lost Christian Gonzalez, right, their corner, and they had to put a backup on that side. Well, the Cowboys went 3 tight ends, a running back, and Lamb. Well, they chose to single coverage CeeDee Lamb, right, with a backup corner. Well, where do you think Dak was going with the ball?
Immediately to CeeDee
Right,
Lamb.
when you lined up and you saw the single coverage, it's like, well, throw it over there. And it was a perfect pass and a great catch, and it's a touchdown. But, what were they doing? I guess they thought they were going to run the ball and went heavy on their defensive front and left Lamb in single coverage. And as Dak said, I'll take that any day when I see single coverage with him. So there's things that go on during the game that you got to say, okay, that was smart. They ignored maybe they were going to run the ball with 3 tight ends and decided to throw it. Or maybe they thought, well, if they're going to put him in single coverage, then here's how we're going to line up. So, there's a lot of ways, Mike, that, the games play out. But, of course, one of the things that helps your defense, helps any defense, is to get a 2-score lead and force a team to do something out of character. And obviously throwing the football for the Patriots out of character. I think they completed 16 passes, only I think it was 7 completions to wide receivers and no more than two to any one guy. So they had shut down their wide receivers. And I don't know, maybe their wide receivers aren't, all that good. Or maybe Mac Jones, who was going to be the next gift to quarterbacks last year, isn't as good as everybody thinks he is.
Yeah, he's struggled a bit for sure, and the Cowboys took advantage of that. Speaking of, though, on the Cowboys' offensive side of things, how much of a benefit was it to have most of that offensive line back together?
Yeah, I think you saw that, right? The protection was better. I think they had one missed pickup, and I don't know, what Chuma was doing out there, but he double teamed with Tyler Smith and then left the outside guy just a free run to the quarterback. But the protection was good. The running part of it was decent. I'm not saying it was great, but it was certainly effective, and I think it shows when you're missing 3 Pro Bowl offensive linemen and 2 of them come back, it certainly makes a difference with what's going on up front. And now we'll see if they can get Tyron Smith back in time for the San Francisco game, and that would greatly benefit that offensive line.
Do you think that Kevontae Turpin will ever average 46 yards a carry again, or? I do like that Mike McCarthy in gets him involved in some way. Just like that play exists, and people have to be aware of it.
Yeah. Oh no. And their speed is one of their dangerous talents on offense, and you got to use it. And next time when you think you're running for a touchdown, cover up the ball, right? But give Sean McEwen credit for why was the tight end going downfield with him the whole way, right?
There are a lot of guys, Mickey, this year that we've been benefiting from the hustle plays.
Same thing a couple games ago, right?
Yes.
But you see his speed, and I think while the guy from behind did catch up finally at the end, there was a guy that had the angle on him, and he smoked him. So yeah, and that's why. When you do things like that and then you put them in the offense as a receiver, they've got to take into account that, okay, maybe one-on-one with this guy is not a good idea. The same thing with Cooks. So I think all that thing kind of goes together. You saw the emergence. If they're going to try to, worry about covering that speed to the outside, Ferguson's not a bad tight end. Everybody was worried about the tight ends. Well, I thought he obviously had his best game, and it's dangerous. And if Schoonmaker catches that ball in the end zone, I know it was somewhat of a tough catch, but I think you got to make that. That shows you what these tight ends can do.
I call that LaFleuring it.
Yeah, yeah, but he doesn't have a bad back like David LaFleur had, right? But you make that catch, and it's a drive opening touchdown. So at least they're having those opportunities. I think that's a start, and then you can see what Ferguson is as a tight end, especially since he's a much better blocker than they've had in the past.
I am kind of curious on the front of health-wise. They came out of this thing pretty healthy, right?
Well, we'll see what happened with Dottle, right? He left with a hip injury, and I think it was the same hip that he cost him a season a couple of years ago.
Oh, no.
That had surgery on it. So,
that's a big thing
so
for
think about that.
pass protection.
Well, yeah, because one of the pressures, I think Deuce was in there, and he missed his block. Having him as a kind of a more of a power runner, boy, what do you do after that? Because the only other guy out there is Malik Davis on the practice squad. I don't know. Maybe the Zeke thing ain't over with yet.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. He is with the Patriots. There's no way that they're going to make him. How wild would that be?
Well, what if they're sitting there at the trade deadline and they're 1-8 or something?
Mm-hmm. And they're like, "Hey, will you take
a
seventh?
We'll give you a seventh." Yeah, or we'll send you a bag of potatoes or something.
That would be a very weird, awkward situation. But hey, if you're trying to win, you're trying to win.
I mean, I'm trying to remember what the deal was. Jimmy tried to make a trade with Cincinnati, and he was going to send them like a case of beer or something for whatever they wanted.
And that didn't go through.
It didn't go through, yeah.
That's probably what I got traded for. They just didn't tell me.
A case of beer.
All right, Mickey, we will get back with you tomorrow, man. Thank you for your time today, sir.
Sounds good, guys. Have a good day.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, talking about the wild trades that could go down. You didn't get traded for beers, Mike. Just
Maybe.
Feels that way.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I got released plenty of times.
I will say this. I still don't think that Zeke is an option for the Cowboys. I know that it's kind of in Jerry's heart and everything, but I think maybe with the video that they played, they can move past that and move on now.
I hate saying this, but there's usually guys available. This is just an older name, not too old, but remember we had Bo Scarborough from Alabama. He had a pretty good preseason for us. Had to release him because of roster cuts, and he goes and he does okay with Seattle. And I feel like at one point he was with the Giants. And I don't know. There's sometimes guys, if you lose a Rico Dowdle, I know he's an important piece. He's your main backup option. I feel like there's Bo Scarboroughs around the world that are very available off of practice squads, off of trading a 7th round pick if you really want another backup. Because if the only way I would say, they need to trade for a running back this week or next week or something, and it wouldn't be this week, but is if they got Rico Dowdle is done for the year. Something is wrong with his hip and he needs season-ending surgery. At that point, you probably would go, all right, in the next 3 weeks, is there a 6th or 7th round type of player
like
out
a
there
Ronald
to trade
Jones
for?
kind of guy?
He's available, right? You remember me. I hate saying it because he's
Jones.
local. He has family here. But I was like, when they signed Ron Jones, I was like, Ron Jones, yuck.
Is that why you call him Ron too?
Yeah.
Is that you shorten it because you're like, nope, not even giving him the full name here.
Oh, well. But I mean, hey, Ronald Jones made the NFL. Like, that's the only, I always want to try to put it, if I'm very critical, like, I hate Dwight Powell. Dwight Powell has over 10 years of service in the NBA. He enters the 5 to 10% category of NBA players that have played that long. So look, we can and I can hate on players, but I also understand how good they are/were to even make it.
Yeah, no, it's the Cowboys have some work to do because it's just very clear Deuce isn't ready for that yet. That's going to be a struggle for him, and they weren't expecting that, so they'll have to figure something out there.
Breaking news.
What's that?
Can you believe Saquon Barkley's probably not going to play tonight?
He's doubtful.
Oh, my gosh. That guy's a workhorse. I also call him the Iron Man of the NFL. I can't believe that they're going to have to deal with Saquon Barkley possibly not playing.
Coming up next, VAR, Brevin Randall, Dilfer, and Rodon. Are these all wankers of the weekend? Next on The Fan.
They are three of life.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Smith-Schuster in motion, right back left. Jones play action, chased out of the pocket, hit, sack, fumble. Van Der Esch has it to the 5 and runs it in. And does a wolf call.
I think, Mike, that was the moment I was like, this game's over. Like, I know that was very early on and everything, but I was like, no, here comes the defense.
Yeah.
They're going to set this one up, baby.
I don't want to talk about New England too much here, but you have to remember, Mickey brought this up. Last year at this time, Mac Jones was the next Tom Brady.
You're right.
Mac Jones was a possible top 5 quarterback. And now it's Mac Jones isn't going to be the quarterback of the New England Patriots in 2024. Like, it's amazing how quick it can change on a young quarterback on what they're doing or not doing. And the Cowboys made Mac Jones look horrible. I'm not sure if he is good, but he did make the playoffs his rookie year.
That's true.
And then last year, it didn't go that well, obviously. And I guess I should say 2 years ago, because last year at this time, they started having major questions on Mac Jones. But, man, the Cowboys can, when they're on, when the defense is locked in and engaged, they can make quarterbacks look horrible.
Absolutely they can, man. Whenever they don't have to fear for a quarterback taking off running, they are even better. Like, they are that much better. If they can be disciplined against mobile quarterbacks, they're good. But they're even better when a guy's a statue. And that's what Mac Jones really is ultimately. All right, it is time now for Wanker of the Weekend. Hit the music, Rigo. There's no music for this. Don't worry about it. It's just what I say. Wanker of the Weekend is all the people who were just awful this weekend. And, Mike, I would like to start with cancer. F cancer. All right? Cancer took Tim Wakefield. He died at 57. And I know there was some controversy last week with Curt Schilling, like releasing that early on. But man, Mike, like that is just brutal. And I know his wife's dealing with cancer as well too.
Yeah, and I guess I didn't know how serious it was. First of all, I didn't know he had cancer, brain cancer, until Curt Schilling let it out of the bag last week, which he took a lot of heat for. But I just had no idea that Tim Wakefield was that close to dying. Because it's a different case, but my sister had cancer, had a tumor in her brain, and this was in 2006. And luckily, it was somewhat taken care of, most of it, and she still gets checked for it and everything. But like, I know how scary and how serious it can be, and then at the same time, getting the blessing of getting to still have life. And for some reason, Tim Wakefield, not like he caused it or anything, but it was his time, and they couldn't solve the cancer that he had. And so it's just sad to just see somebody as you get older, like right now, I don't know Rigo, how old are you?
I am 25 years young.
And Wakefield died at 57?
57,
57 probably sounds like old, like solid life, good life. But when you're 45, almost 46.
It's around my dad's age.
Yeah. You're just like, crap, like that's not that old. Like you feel like at this point in health and life, you feel like you have somewhere in your 80s to get to.
Yeah.
You know? And maybe when you're 75, you're like, I hope I'm not just 10 years away or 5 years away from passing, but I don't know how I'll feel at 70 something years old. But that's Belichick, 71.
Yeah.
Jogging down the sideline trying to get timeouts.
My dad had his first heart attack at 42 and I'm 42. And my dad is in he's always looked like he's been in the best shape, you know? So the last couple of years I've been rolling into my 40s going, oh my gosh, I'm going to die. And I've been lucky so far, and going to the doctor, they're like, no, everything's great. So I'm like, okay. But you're right, man. It doesn't seem that long.
Yeah, and I know this is maybe not the time or place, but I forgot to do it, and I want to do it in Nuggets. I just want to say There's a friend of ours, Mark Friedman.
Yeah, I was going to do this
Okay.
in C block if you want to wait, or if you can do it right now, man.
Well, I'll say right now, and then if you want to add to it, but he passed away, and he means a lot to me. He means a lot to you, and we'll get more into it in the C block.
Yeah.
But if you know who we're talking about, Frito, I do know that we do have quite a few ticket listeners listening to us now, and thank you for giving us a chance and an opportunity. I talked to a few people who said, hey, they're listening to us now.
Great.
Recently in middays, and I just want to say, hey, thank you for giving us a chance, and hopefully we're doing enough to keep your ears listening to us. And we thank you for that, but I do know they probably know Frito from his days at the Ticket and possibly at ESPN 103.3 at one point. But man, a great person, a good friend of ours passed away.
Yeah. Well, and we'll discuss kind of the path that I crossed with him at some point too, because I know, Mike, your working with him was more extensive than me as well. So another wanker of the weekend, VAR. Do you know what VAR is, Mike?
No, I feel like it's those goggles the kids put on to play video games.
Close. Virtual assistant referee. All right.
Okay.
So this is in soccer. They use the virtual assistant referee to make sure people are offsides and stuff like that.
Foul checks and things of the sort.
Then Saturday was a bad loss for Liverpool. Chaotic game, and they lost 2-1. But the Premier League has acknowledged a significant human error occurred during the first half of Tottenham Hotspur Liverpool game, and it was because of the VAR. And it says that the VAR got this wrong, and it should have been completely different. And so this is where I'm always like, hold on, this is the system, and it isn't even like the first time that Tottenham's benefited from a blown VAR call like this before. But this is the system they have built in, and it failed in the middle of the game. And that's got to be frustrating too. Like when we're considering, Mike, like virtual umpires. You know, we keep hearing about the robot umpires later down the road. I'm very terrified of like sports getting too far into that area. I kind of like the human element of failure also. But man, whenever you add this part of it, you're like, oh, and shouldn't this be like have been checked right then, not later on after the game?
I get the technology improvement we've had over the last 10 years, 20 years. It's phenomenal. But I still don't think we're close enough to have computers or technology call the game. Human error will happen. Players make mistakes. Umpires, referees make mistakes. I just think you just move on and you live with that mistake. In a weird way, that's part of sports. And we've seen instant replay doesn't get it right. I mean, instant replay is a 50-50 proposition too, because humans are looking at that.
Yeah, from the 940. I mean, Des caught it. From the 940, I had a bet on that Liverpool game. Luckily, they refunded all bets because the system failed. So that's wild too. And somebody said, "Yeah, so we're just going to ignore all the times that VAR succeeded." Nah, you're right. But let's. I do want a more perfect system. Let's work on it. Let's see if it works out.
You know. Oh well.
Wanker of the weekend: Louisiana Tech's Brevin Randall.
I think you meant Randy White?
No, Brevin.
Former lottery pick of the Dallas Mavericks from Louisiana Tech, the next Karl Malone.
Brevin Randall plays for Louisiana Tech, and in the middle of their game, he stomped on another player's head. And I don't know what kind of suspension is out there right now for him. I actually need to go ahead and check up on that because
he's suspended indefinitely.
He is suspended indefinitely.
It's indefinitely.
Dude, Mike, he just he stomps on the back of a player's head right in the middle of the game. The play happens and he just stands up and decided this is time for me to stomp on somebody. Now we saw this with Albert Hainsworth, right? Was it Andre Giroud? Albert Hainsworth put his foot right there on Andre Giroud's head and messed up his eye. And this dude looks like he is in serious pain, dude. I don't care how mad you are in these games. There's no need for something like that, man. Like, I know it's a physical, violent sport. I know there's a lot of stuff that goes on in these things. But you can't be stomping on people's heads when they're laying on the ground like that.
Well, you can.
You just got to take the suspension.
You got to take the penalty for doing so.
Yeah, dude. It looks bad. It looks even worse the more you watch this video, and he just stomps right down on him, and he's just in pain. UAB also had a moment where their head coach, Trent Dilfer, decided he's not happy with the fact that they had 12 men on the field.
By the Blazers today. And Will Carroll. Terrible punt off the side of his foot. That never even crossed midfield. And there is a penalty flag down as well.
Illegal substitution. Defense. 12 men in formation. That 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
An unbelievable mistake by UAB's defense, and Trent Dilfer beside himself.
Yeah, in that situation, as a head coach, that can't happen. It's unacceptable to not have the right number of guys on the field.
Well, you think about Hughes and that effort on the third down screen pass.
All right, that's good.
Then with 12 men.
Yeah,
I was waiting for
sideline.
I was waiting for Dilfer to yell and audio pick it up.
That's more of a video thing. I didn't see. I didn't hear the cut there, but it's more of a video thing. On the sideline, Mike, he is just blasting his special teams coach.
Oh, so he's mad at his players. I thought maybe he was going to be mad at the ref and didn't.
He went in on the coaching staff, and this is a dude also that we have seen like push a kid all the way to the bench and tell him to sit down on the bench. Like we've seen Trent Dilfer. Yeah, I think it was high
that like
school. I think it was a high school when he was starting out there, but now he's at UAB, and he lost it, dude. He just lost it and was going off on him. And I don't know, maybe I'm just different about this. I know we see coaches. I've seen Bob Stoops lose it on his coaching staff before, and it seemed like it was a very necessary moment for that too. But I also feel like just the way he went in on it, and this isn't the first time that we've seen something like that too.
Is he? I don't even know. Like, is he doing a good job? Like, he had obviously like kind of the quarterback thing that was cool that he was doing, and kind of training guys to get ready for the next level. And the next level would be college, I think, for the most part. But I didn't even really know he was coaching in college. I think I had an idea, but I have not followed his system program, if he's making his way up in the world or not.
They lost to Tulane this weekend. They lost to
Sean King, man. That guy's a good quarterback.
They lost to Georgia a couple weeks ago. They lost to Louisiana, and they lost to Georgia Southern.
Sounds like losses.
Yeah, they haven't been doing exactly what they want to be doing. So maybe a little frustration boiling over there. And then, Mike, I don't know how you feel about this. Wanker of the weekend, potentially Carlos Rodon. I know
big contract with the Yankees.
Yeah, and I know we could like sit there and go, hold on, what about DeGrom? He didn't pitch that much either, and Rodon didn't pitch that much this year.
When he
for
did
the
pitch,
Yankees.
it was not good.
And over the weekend, his final start, 0 innings pitched, 6 hits, 8 earned runs, 2 walks, and a home run.
It happens, guys. That's bad. I tell you what, man, I get the money. I totally get the money that New York has. Whether it's the Mets or the Yankees, but I say especially the Yankees, especially maybe the New York Knicks. But, man, you have to be wired differently to play in that environment. And Rodon, I feel like as an agent, agents should get to know their players a little bit better.
To know whether or not they can play.
I get that they don't care, right? Because the agent gets approximately 4%. It's 3 to 5% pretty much on a contract. So they don't care.
They just want the money.
Send in your guy. And I get it was a trade. Like Joey Gallo, it broke his life. Like he can't play baseball anymore because of that short time in New York. And it's happened not to just a Joey Gallo. It's happened to other players too. And we were like, Rodon, like now the Yankees are probably in this offseason honestly going to look to move Rodon. And maybe for the Rangers. I'm just throwing it out there, and we'll get into offseason stuff in November, hopefully. But it's like one of those things of like, hey, can you pick? Kenny Rogers couldn't handle it. Kenny Rogers was a tough guy.
Yeah, he was.
Couldn't handle New York. So it's just, in a weird way, I struggled to handle it. I was never put in a position where it's like do or die type of situation in playoffs, or you're the guy we're depending on. But I feel bad for Carlos Rodon because he has to find his way out of New York. I don't think he can mentally handle that situation.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Which team needs to make big changes now to salvage their season? Next on The Fan.
Your Dallas Cowboys head west. touchdown. Hunter Lipke in the red zone.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations to Hunter Lipke on that touchdown right there. It is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep chicken fried steak and white gravy.
That's perfect.
It is really good.
I'll have a question for you tomorrow. Do I ask all the football questions tomorrow?
Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds like an opportunity for tomorrow. Hunter Lipke did get his touchdown, and Mike, I anticipate him to have more of not a featured role at the goal line or in the red zone, but I have a feeling that you're going to look more times and you're going to be like, he's going to get the ball at some point. McCarthy likes to do that. He likes to have guys like that fullback type positions that can get those Daryl Moose Johnston type plays in.
I don't. I get he scored the 5-yard touchdown. Was it 5 yards approximately?
Yeah, about 4 yards.
Good blocking. Totally get that. I just think that if you're in a competitive game, Tony Pollard's in that situation, and I have because Tony Pollard might be able to slither through something that, I call him Bill Bates because he's wearing number 40 and he's white. But
that Lipke can't.
That Bill Bates can't.
Okay.
So that's his nickname for me. Because every time I see 40 and a white dude out there on the field, I'm like, hey, Bill Bates is a running back now.
And every time I hear Bill Bates, I think of Chris Ledoux's Cadillac Ranch song. Anyway, back to you, Mike.
So anyways, when Lipke gets the ball, the first one he got stuffed. He's stiff, right? I get that he's not a pure running back. He's a fullback.
Yeah.
He's like a blocking running back. I get he's not even like a pure fullback because the game's changed so much from Daryl Moose Johnston. But I just look at it and I thought to myself, Corey, I hear what you're saying. Maybe you are right, and maybe that's the way Mike McCarthy goes. We've only had one competitive game in a month. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And so
it is weird.
You're not really sure what the Cowboys are going to do.
Valid.
If it's the fourth quarter and that's a 3-point game, give or take. So I just think it will be Tony Pollard, but I understand maybe if Tony Pollard needs a break. What if Tony Pollard runs the ball down there 40 yards and he's tired? And I do think, to your point, he would go with Lipke in that situation if Tony Pollard isn't cardio-wise ready to do that. But I do think I would rather have, and I think the Cowboys would rather have Tony Pollard in that situation if it's a competitive game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tony Pollard, too, the thing that he can do so well is he can get to the edge if he needs to whenever they push the ball outside. If the hole's not there immediately, he can do those kinds of things. I do think, though, that there will be plays, there will be packages designed for Lipke, just like there were for John Kuhn and those guys that he used to work with up in Green Bay. I also, I think of him kind of in that Tyler Klutz role. Tyler Klutz was a fullback, but not asked to be just a Daryl Johnson block for Emmitt Smith fullback. He was more along the lines of, hey, you can get the ball in these short yard situations, and you might occasionally get one in the open field whenever everything else is blocked up. I wanted to go to the Steelers here because C.J. Stroud looked good and has looked good for 3 straight games now. And this is interesting what Houston is doing. They won 30-6, and after the game, Mike Tomlin said, "Hell yeah, we've got to make some changes. That was an ugly product we put out there today, and so we're not going to do the same things and hope for a different outcome. What those changes are, we'll put together a plan in preparation this week." But he's like, we got to start making some changes.
Well, Pittsburgh side, that's the scary part of maybe taking a non-premium quarterback prospect.
Yes.
Right? They had to reach a little bit because that was somewhat the best, right? Was it Ritter was also in that draft?
I think so, yeah.
Because I didn't buy a single card that year because I'm like, I don't like either quarterback. I don't think they're difference-making, Super Bowl winning, franchise-changing quarterbacks. They're guys that kind of start for you and you're never satisfied with them. And I think that's where the Steelers are. And unfortunately, they're good enough coaching-wise and they're good enough talent-wise to win like 6 or 7 games at least. And then you're never in a position to get Caleb Williams. And I just don't know, or whoever the next quarterback is. And I don't know what changes. And I'm not like Trevor Lawrence. If you get to that game, like he was fine. He played good enough to win. They won the game pretty handily. It still wasn't a beautiful game from him. But when you have a guy with that much talent, if you have Trevor Lawrence in Pittsburgh, you can say, hey, I still think there's so much more there that he can dominate games and he can dominate this league. I don't think Pickett or Ritter can ever dominate games or dominate this league. Now, on the other side, I want you to save this for Crosstalk for G-Bag Nation. Here's my question to them, especially Dawson. Dawson wants everything to be perfect and for there to be no flaws in drafting players, especially quarterbacks, because of the S2 category, because they feel like they found a formula that maybe can change the way you draft quarterbacks.
Something that's a good predictor, right?
Stroud's supposed to be pathetic at this game.
That is true.
Based off of that one category. And I just think as much as you want to do this, and you can't get inside the human brain and know if they're going to be dumb or smart at the position at the highest of levels, their work ethic, how are they going to do when now they're a millionaire? And I get now quarterbacks are going to be millionaires that are premium guys in college, but there's so much that goes into it that will always be, you're just trying to predict the best way to predict, but it'll never be a flawless situation. And I get Dawson's the biggest technology computer guy that I know.
Psychology.
And he wants all that to then take out all human error, which it never will, but he wants it to be that way. So I want to know the question, when CJ Stroud is beating the S2 test, as in he wasn't good at it, but he looks like by far the best prospect, what do you say to that?
Is it an outlier or is there something they need to tweak in the test?
Because Bryce Young, he's too small to play in this league. Now, we said, oh, but look what Russell Wilson did. Look what Drew Brees did. But you're like, man, there's a history of 50 years that when you're that small, there's a lot to overcome. Because Kyler Murray can't overcome it. He's too small.
So in the Kenny Pickett draft, Desmond Ritter, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Bailey Zappi, Sam Howell, and the last quarterback taken, Brock Purdy. So here we are with that. So that's a weird, it's hard to predict in those situations. To go along with that, though, the Steelers also have... they had some travel trouble for the second straight game. Flight home from Houston was delayed. So they, like last week, I think they had to stop in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And then this week, I don't know, dude. I don't know how y'all traveled whenever y'all traveled so much in sports.
Yeah.
Like we travel a couple times a year to go do things, but the amount of times y'all get on an airplane and everything just kind of, you don't even think about it, you know?
Yeah, especially baseball, right? It's 3-game series. And then get to the next city. And you know, when you get a 10-day homestand, you're like, oh my God, in the same place for 10 days. It's amazing. And so, you know, football, I get there's travel days, and we talked about West Coast to East Coast, but football travel schedule is so easy, and spending time with your family is easier. I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's easier in football than it is in baseball.
I am kind of concerned about the whole Cincinnati Bengals.
I'm glad you're bringing this up. I am too. At this point now, I am too. Joe Burrow's hurt.
Jamar Chase said he's going to be back he's going to get back in it in no time. He's going through a little adversity. He's like, I'm always open though. And I am very concerned about, they just signed him to a massive contract.
I would completely and totally, and I know they won't do this, screw up my salary cap in the future. I'm going to mess it up beyond belief to go get the 3 or 2 best offensive linemen I can get. And then I'm going to draft an offensive lineman every year in the first round for the next 3 years. Because I'm going to fail. I'm probably going to fail. The Cowboys are the best. They are unbelievable at drafting offensive linemen early in the draft. They don't seem to miss for like a decade.
That's a fact.
But if I'm the Cincinnati Bengals, I have to. They got away with it. They made a freaking Super Bowl with at best an average line. And at best an average line because of Joe Burrow. And now it's killing them. You know, obviously Lyle Collins, he doesn't really like football.
Yeah.
And, you know,
they were like, let's move on from that.
Yeah, it's tough. I think that if you're the Bengals and you have Joe Burrow, you have to sell out this offseason, and you have to go, we are going to sell out offensive linemen. I'll screw up my cap 3 years from now to try to get this guy an offensive line.
And it looks like T. Higgins, he is injured. Hold on. Is this true?
He is hurt. I just don't know how bad.
Okay. I'm just trying to see, because it says lost season here, and I'm like, whoa, hold on. What's going on? I wonder if they're just saying that this is kind of a lost season because of the way they started.
My computer's dead, unfortunately. I forgot my charger, so.
Okay, rib
blind.
fracture. It could keep him off the field for a bit. So that's what we're seeing right now for T. Higgins. So that's not going to get any better. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious. Somebody said, should I trade Jamar Chase in fantasy? And I'm like, well, aren't all the targets going to start feeding his way now if that's kind of what you're trying to do? But even still, it is, hey, what are we doing here with Joe Burrow and his health? The Bears made wide receiver Chase Claypool inactive on Sunday. I don't know if you saw this, Mike. He did not attend their game. They told him to stay home. They said, Chase Claypool, you're not going to be here for the game. Him not being there, they expected to have him back with the team Monday.
He spoke out negatively about the team, right?
Yes. And there's no word for the plans on Monday or for the rest of the week, but he closed out last week by saying the Bears have not put him in a position to be his best. He struggled in Pittsburgh also to be his best.
Right.
There were moments where I was like, what is happening with this dude? You are not these other guys. Why are you trying to demand this kind of stuff? And now he's saying that. So they told him to stay home, but they let Justin Fields, who also said coaching was the reason he was playing robotic, they let him go out there and play. And then they falter in the end and ended up losing that game to Denver. I was really excited for
Looked
Justin
like they were
Fields.
going to win.
He was playing free,
He was
man.
like, I don't know what, I'm going to exaggerate a little bit. It was like he was 20 of 20 for 250 yards at one point in that game. And I'm like, Denver is pathetic. They are playing arguably the worst quarterback in the NFL so far this year, and they are making him look like Warren Moon out there right now. So I was shocked to see later in the day, because obviously I had to do Rangers pregame and stuff. I was like, oh my gosh, Denver came back and won that game. That is so Chicago Bears of them.
That was him and DJ Moore found it, 8 for 131 and a
Cole
touchdown.
Kmet?
And
He
Cole
was-
Kmet. That's a good pickup right there if
But
you're looking at fantasy.
I will say this. I just don't know where they go from here, because Chase Claypool, I'm sure they want to trade him. What's his value? To your point, he didn't do well with Pittsburgh. He didn't do bad, but he didn't do well. And then you have the contract situation in Seattle or in Chicago. So I'm like, okay, so you have to find a team that says, hey, we will Chase Claypool it up. But what are you getting for him?
Yeah.
A conditional 7th round pick?
Yeah, and at that point, and to your point, if you're the team trying to take him on, you're dealing with a dude that's kind of a diva that doesn't deserve it yet.
Like, honestly, Kansas City's been trying to do this, but I didn't hear Kadarius Toney might have been hurt yesterday. But like the Kansas City's trying to find cheap replacements for Tyreek Hill, and Sky Moore sucked as a draft pick so far. So I just look at it, and they're teams that kind of do this. Go, we'll get the most out of Kadarius Toney. We know he's stupid, but we'll make him smart. Nope, he's still stupid. And Clay, we'll get the most out of Claypool. But no, you probably won't. Like, Claypool's probably an average receiver at best in this league.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones about yesterday's win. Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and we are now joined by Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Stephen, how are we feeling today, man?
A lot better.
Yeah.
It's good to get back on track, and really thought our guys stepped up and, played with the play style that Coach McCarthy and Dan and Bones expect them to do. So thought it was a real good game. Obviously, still a lot we need to work on and get better if we want to get to where we're going to get. But, that's, anytime you play a Bill Belichick coach team and come away with that kind of result, it's a positive.
It was another defensive onslaught from this team, and I'm kind of curious from your perspective, is it looking more and more like the identity of this team is the defense, and is that kind of what y'all wanted, kind of the way y'all wanted to build it?
Well, hats off to the defense, and, that they play, all around, I thought we played really well. I thought we hit well. I thought we obviously, took the ball away, which is top of the list. Although we didn't have a lot of sacks, we got a lot of pressure. Jones is, good at getting the ball out, but thought overall, we're about to go into our meetings, but my bet would be we are, hit most of our goals. And then, offensively, I just think, when you say the identity, I think we've got a chance to be a really strong offense as well. I mean, we're moving the ball. We're just, still got to continue to work on results in the red zone, and I believe that's going to come. I think we got the players to make the plays, to get the ball in the end zone, and I think ultimately that's going to happen. And it's just a matter of continuing to, find what's going to work the best for us and execute and make plays.
Stephen, how tough at times is it to evaluate when you're up by so many points? There's not many blowouts in the NFL, and somehow you guys have had 3 out of 4 blowouts. And I'm just going from the perspective of being a baseball guy, Stephen. If we're up 10-0 in the 6th inning, sometimes our at-bats are a little bit different than when it's 5-4 in the 7th inning.
Sure. Well, there's no question you play, when you feel like, what you want to do is run clock and get through the game, which, we have been fortunate. You rarely see blowouts in this league, and, we've had some really strong results in 3 out of our 4 games, and I agree with you. You're not playing, you're not, if you will, playing the way you'd normally play if you were in a dogfight for 4 quarters. So there is some things there that I think we'll continue to see. I think the good news is we do move the ball well, and, we dominate time of possession. We've done a great job with all of this. It's just a matter of, executing in the red zone. And I think as we move forward, those things are going to happen. We've got a very experienced, great quarterback with a lot of great weapons around him. And, this offensive line, I think, we've got 4 out of the 5 starters in there this week. And hopefully that'll change as we move forward against the 49ers, and we'll get Tyron back, but certainly that's a big part of it when you can have continuity in your offensive line. But at the same time, we also know that's no excuse. Injuries are a part of the NFL, and you turn on the other games and you watch it, and they're, teams are losing, lose people, and that's part of it. And you got to be able to respond, and it's next man up.
Well, and speaking of that, the Rico Dowdle injury, is there any more that you can give us on that right now?
We're more optimistic than we were yesterday.
Oh,
so that's a good sign. And, we were worried he might have re-injured that hip. And I think he does have a hip contusion, it's starting to feel like, but hopefully not the severity of the one he had a couple of years ago.
Do you think that if something was to happen, do y'all have something in place already, or would y'all have to go search for another player with that kind of skill set?
Oh, I think we're in great shape in terms of what our roster looks like, and I think internally, we'd probably fill that role. Not probably would. Malik Davis did a great job for us last year when Rico got hurt, and I know that he's chomping at the bit to help as well.
I'm very in awe of Deron Bland. Just what he did, walking in last year and just saying, "Hey, I'm here. Watch these interceptions I can get." And then, he steps back into the role when Trayvon Diggs goes down. And I was just kind of curious, did you guys know you had a steal in the draft, or did he develop here in a way that nobody really expected from there?
Well, obviously there were some scouts who really thought a lot of him. He wasn't a combine guy, a Senior Bowl guy, but obviously we had some scouts stand on the table for him. But I will say this: from the moment he walked in the door, he raised eyebrows, and really felt like we were fortunate to get him where we got him. And he's done nothing, as you said, but make plays since he's been here. I mean, did feel like Diggs was out there the way he was, going after the ball and making big plays for us. And certainly you miss Diggs, but it's great to see, Bland and certainly Jordan Lewis step up for us, and feel like they'll continue to do that. I mean, Jordan Lewis has made plays on the biggest stages, and he's a fierce competitor, and really feel like we've got that situation in a good place. But certainly we'll miss Diggs, but it was great to see Bland step up like that.
Steven, you talk about scouts saying, hey, this is a guy, we need him now type of deal in the draft. I'm wondering this, the separation between, let's say, a Will Anderson last year from Alabama and maybe a second round kind of pass rusher linebacker, there's probably a pretty different grade from that stage to that stage. But when you're looking at a third round guy, and I know Bland wasn't third round, but how much separation is there in the room from like a third round guy and a sixth round guy? I'm just assuming there's not much separation from being drafted in the third round to then being drafted in the sixth round.
Well, they all, as you go, it certainly, the web widens and people have different opinions. I would say, to me, that's the cutoff, the third round, when things really start to go in different directions and people pick players that we might not have on our board 4th through the 7th or late, and they pick them in the 4th. And I'm sure, people have the same thoughts about some guys we pick. But I think it's more, especially as you get later in the draft, let's call it the 4th round down. It's more about, what type of scheme you're running on offense, defense, what type of players you're looking for, what you're willing to overlook between on and off the field issues. There's a lot of moving parts that start to, play into the process and the mechanics of how you go about picking your players, probably after that, after those first 3 rounds.
One of the things that Choppy talks about this a lot in the morning show, and, a lot of people will say that just defense doesn't carry over year to year, and the abilities, some of the turnover factors don't carry over year to year, but this team is, 3 years now, done very well in those categories. And I'm just kind of curious because you saw years where the Cowboys weren't good at getting turnovers and it just wasn't happening. Do you think it's a fluky thing for that, or do you think that there's something different that this defensive coordinator brings?
Well, I think Mike brings this to the table too, offense and defense. Is ball skills are a huge part of our draft evaluations. Oh. And I don't think it is an accident that we've ended up with a defense that can make plays on the ball. So sorry about that, guys.
It's all right.
It's awesome.
But got my ringer. My ringer's off.
That's a good ringtone.
But, I don't think it's an accident. I think that's part of what we're after. We know what type of player we want. I do think that's where Will McClay and his scouting staff do a great job of really wanting to understand. They sit in the training camp meetings. Will keeps them abreast throughout the season of, the type of players we're looking for. And those are players that, certainly we, love the pressure on the court. It starts with the pressure on the quarterback. He can't hold it. He's got to throw it. And then you want the DBs that can go make a play on the ball. And we've had some great DBs here that weren't necessarily great ball skill guys. They covered great. They were long. They were fast. And, they'd cover their man, but they weren't necessarily great at catching it. And that's why there's a lot of corners in college and pros that are playing corner and not receiver because they weren't great ball skills. So I just think we've made a conscientious effort in the draft, what we do in free agency to go after guys. Gilmore's obviously, Stephon Gilmore's a guy who was part of the reason we were so, wanted to get him in the mix here is he's a ball skill guy. and he makes plays on the ball. And obviously, we draft a guy like a Diggs and a Bland because we think they got really strong ball skills. So, there's things that we're looking for when we draft guys or get guys in free agency or make a trade for a player that really fit the play style that we want to have for the Dallas Cowboys.
Dak got asked a San Francisco 49ers question after the game. He said, "Thanks for ticking me off. I need that for motivation." How long does it take you to get over? Are you still thinking about the San Francisco situation, and does it tick you off if you think about last year or the year before?
It does. I mean, it's. I think our players certainly feel that way. I know our coaching staff, our people, everybody feels that way. We want to. Hats off to the 49ers. They've been able to beat us twice in the playoffs. We feel like we've had opportunities to win those games, but you got to take your hat off to them. But I can tell you, everybody's fire's burning in their belly in terms of wanting to get back out on the field and play the 49ers. They've always been going all the way back to Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith. We had the great rivalries there when we won our 3 Super Bowls. Do you think of Deion Sanders playing 1 year with the 49ers when they won it, and then he moved over to us, and then we won the Super Bowl. But, there's always been a rivalry. They're going way, way back. So they're a great organization. My hat's off to them. This is going to be a huge game, and I know our guys are going to prepare the right way, and I know they'll play the right way, too, when we play them.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, growing up, I know Mike and I both grew up watching those rivalries. We were in high school when all those were going on, so it's exciting to have that. Let's come out on top on this one for sure. Do you think that Brandon Aubrey could have hit a 71-yarder yesterday if he really needed to?
I think he's got the leg to do it. I hate we got the penalty because he was sure going to get to kick the 66, and the reason he's out there is Mike and Bones know he can make that kick, and certainly when you do a kick like that, we all know all the different things that can happen from a block to because you're trying to get the distance, or even if you don't get the distance, then a return because you're usually you got about 8 offensive linemen out there that are covered.
Yep.
And so there's certainly some risk when you take a long kick like that. But I thought it would have been interesting, but unfortunately, we didn't get to see it this time, but I'm sure we'll see it before it's over.
I know I'm asking a question already about San Francisco, but it's already been built up. Last night, they spent 30 minutes on Sunday Night Football building up San Francisco, Dallas. So I'm built up for it, and I'm ready for it. How do you slow down Christian McCaffrey? Because he seems to do a great job. If you over-pursue, which you guys have a fast defense, man, can he cut it back into seams and really hurt a defense?
This team's very, I think both teams are, if you really look at it, are very similar, to the playoffs last year. And I thought our defense did a nice job of working against the San Francisco offense. Obviously, Coach Shanahan's one of the best in the business at moving the football. Certainly they got a play style that you got to have nothing but respect for. They play hard on defense and make big plays on defense, and expect a similar type game. This is going to be a big time football game, and we need our big time players to make big time plays, and I'm sure they expect the same out of theirs. And McCaffrey's just a special back in this league. He can hurt you a lot of different ways. He can hurt you running it, catching it. He's just a special player. But at the same time, we've got special guys on our defense who I know come with the right attitude, ready to play football.
Stephen, thank you for your time today, good sir. We look forward to talking with you next week, man.
Sounds great, guys. Great being on.
There you go, Stephen Jones, Executive Vice President for the Dallas Cowboys on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. And thanks to him for hopping on with us. Looking really forward. Mike, I know I'm already there, too. I'm already, looking at San Francisco at this point, too. This game's over. We moved on. We bounced back from the Arizona game. But the whole focus, I think the entire team's focused on this, and I didn't mind those questions at all, man.
Fair or unfair, and we'll get into it later in the week. If the Cowboys lose this game, I'm going to feel like they can't beat them.
Yeah, well, and
if they beat them, I'm going to feel like, hey, they have it. If it's playoff time, I know we can.
Yeah. And that's a better feeling.
Right. If they lose Sunday night, I am going to have the feeling of if you play San Francisco in the playoffs, it's over.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's revisit yesterday's game with Cowboys thank you letters next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some? It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We got so much to get into. Cowboys get a win yesterday. Rangers did not, but they are in the playoffs, and that starts tomorrow. So we got so much of that action. Mike likes it coming up in about 15 minutes. But right now,
1:30 here. So if you're in the car, you can't watch the Rangers. They're going to be on ABC tomorrow. By the way, that's pretty cool.
Yes.
So Channel 8, if you're wondering, how do I watch the Rangers tomorrow? It will be on Channel 8. ABC will be the game on television tomorrow. But if you're driving around, totally get it. Like you have work and stuff and you can't watch the game live, you can listen to the game live here. Sandler has pregame starting at 1:30 every day, Tuesday, Wednesday. Hopefully there's a Thursday. Maybe there's not a Thursday because the Rangers won the first two. But and then the games will be 2 p.m. here. Thursday's game time could change. That's based off of the other wild card games going to a third game. If the Rangers are the only game Thursday, it will be a night game.
there you go. So that's all the action you need right there. And we'll make sure tomorrow we'll be setting you up all day long. And I'm sure the G-Bag's got you covered as well. But right now you are in the Expressway, sponsored by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment. And, man, this is where we do Cowboys thank you letters. And you can thank whoever you'd like, 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. And I would like to start off very easy. This seems right. Deron Bland. Thanks, dude, for showing up and making us feel pretty good right now. You're playing great coverage. You're only going to get better, in my opinion. And being able to force turnovers makes me feel more confident. I'd like to talk to Broadus a little more about what Steven said regarding ball skills being an important factor in what they're looking for in their scouting, because I didn't think about that factor as much. And because I always think that you can develop some things, but man, if there's somebody that's just a natural talent at it, then you can take advantage of it when they get to the league pretty quickly.
I like what you're saying. It's going to keep being challenging for him because they're going to keep throwing the ball his way.
Yeah,
Matt Jones is not a good quarterback, but they're going to keep challenging these cornerbacks because now, unless Bland changes his scouting report, the scouting report on Diggs is you better watch out when you throw over there because he will take a risk. And if he's right, if he reads you right, he's going to intercept the ball. He has the hands to do it. He has the athleticism to do it, all those things. Right now, going into a game, you look at Gilmore, and he's not the same that he used to be. He's still solid, but he's not the same he used to be. And then Bland, who's a young cornerback, you're going to say, attack whoever you want to attack. Whoever you feel like is your first read, if they're somewhat open or you think they're open, attack them. Don't worry about them. I wonder, now hopefully we do get to around Thanksgiving and teams are like, hey, Bland is a ball hawk.
Yeah.
Bland will take some risk on you. Now, hey, maybe, give him an eye fake, give him a pump fake, give him something that causes him to jump early and let's hit him on a second move.
Yep.
But right now, I think he's going to have opportunities because teams look at him as a backup.
Yes.
And so I think that's the one thing about Bland is right now attack him because he's a backup. But that scouting report can change if he keeps having turnovers, creating turnovers, doing his job at such a high level he did yesterday.
Well, I mean, I think that you got a really good point with the simple fact that look what the Cowboys did when they saw a backup go in. Christian Gonzalez gets hurt, and they said attack him. Go see if they're going to put him in single coverage. Just go attack this dude and see what happens.
Right.
And if they decide to start putting a safety, that opens things for other people.
Yeah. I'm going to give you this thank you note to Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Now, I get the game was 28-3 at halftime, and you could tell very quickly there was going to be no type of competitive comeback from New England midway through the third period. You're like, all right, this one's over. You can kind of almost casually watch at that point. But I want to give a thank you note to Dak Prescott. I didn't think he played well at all against Arizona. I get it. It wasn't his fault. The Cowboys lost that game. It was part of his fault, but not like, oh my gosh, the quarterback threw us out of that game. But yesterday, he had a really good game. I know it was in a blowout and there wasn't big throws to make in the fourth quarter to really win the game. But I thought, if I'm going to say Dak did not help the Cowboys win when they needed him to bail out a team that wasn't playing well in Arizona, I'm going to give him a lot of credit for never giving New England a chance to come back. That being said, I did get scared to death. I can't remember the moment. It was in the second half. He got sacked running to his left, and the guy sacked him by like landing on his legs.
Oh, man.
And I did get nervous there, and it made me think, I know they kept him in until about 6 minutes to go in the game.
Mm-hmm.
After that drive is when they took him out. I believe that was after the Bill Bates touchdown.
It's not Bill Bates. It's Hunter Lipke.
Okay. But after that one, I thought to myself, guys, please, if we can't hold on to, at the time, 31-3, I think it was, if we can't hold on to a 31-3 lead, what are we doing here? But I guess Dak's injury history and that sack was like, dude, don't risk this too much more.
Yeah.
Please don't risk this too much more. And I get Cooper Rush went 4-1 last year, but I do, in the back of my mind, I know how important Dak is to the success of this team.
From the 214, Dak should have 2 to 3 more touchdowns if his tight ends could catch the dang ball. That is, listen, you're right. I think you got Jake Ferguson in the end zone. I think you have Hendershot and Scooney in the end zone throughout the first 3-4 games here, where it could have been that way.
That would have been a really good catch, right? Greg Olsen calling the game. By the way, I like him more and more calling games.
I've been a fan of him for the last 2 years. I was hoping that he would stick around as their one.
I think he's getting more comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, in a weird way, because I watched some of the Miami-Buffalo game while watching the Rangers. Like, I'm not a fan of Tony Romo anymore. I'm not crazy about him calling a game. It's not that I hate him, but
Greg Olsen sounds like he does a lot of good prep work going into the game. He, like, the stuff that he pulls from the week that they talk to the players and stuff. He has some really good concepts that I know he went in with a question and got an answer, and he's bringing that to you as an audience.
But he said to Scooney, he should have caught that ball. It was going to be a tough catch, but you're an NFL tight end, should catch that ball.
Yeah, he's got some work to do. From the 806, thank you, Brian Anger, for being the Cowboys passer with 100% success rate in the red zone.
Okay, question. Great play. Awesome. Do you feel like it was a little bit, to me, it was a little bit wasted in a game that you had? So sometimes when they say, hey, Mike McCarthy's holding back, I agree. I think he is. When you're in the fourth quarter, I don't think he's putting together his most extreme red zone inside the 10-yard plays when you're in this situation. Why would you show San Francisco or Philadelphia some of your plays that you feel like can be better? I get it. We can be frustrated about the red zone offense. You can still be frustrated about it. But on that extra point that they ended up getting 2 points, I thought to myself, that was a great play. Should we have done it in this game when it seemed like you were... No, I get it. It was earlier in the game. That made it 18-3.
Yeah.
Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
So I get it. I get it from that standpoint. It was not 31-3 when they did it, but I thought, oh, man, if I'm Philadelphia, if I'm New York, if I'm Washington, if I'm San Francisco this week, I have to tell my guys, hey, blocking an extra point is very tough to do from the extreme sides. I get sometimes you get by and every once in a while nick that ball. But I'm just saying, like, now they're a little bit on alert.
Yes. Okay. I got a lot of thoughts on that. For one, this is Cowboys thank you notes. If you want to text in 877-881-1053, go ahead and do that right now in the expressway. I agree with you, Mike. I don't want to show too many things. I did feel a couple things. One, I feel like the Cowboys may have thought, we need to find extra ways to get points this week because they were kind of a little afraid of the Bill Belichick team. And they're like, look, this is something that we just might have to take advantage of here. And for two, I like the idea of doing this kind of stuff and for the San Franciscos and the Philadelphias to be sitting there going, hold on, we got to think about this too? Because I want them to be so full of different things that they're looking at it going, we don't know what's about to happen. Just like whenever Turpin gets out there in the backfield, you have to give him the ball, so at some point they're like, oh no, we have to make sure we don't let him bust open for a big play. It can't just be a, hey, he's out there as a decoy if he's never executed anything. So I did like the fact that Anger can do it, and I like the fact that Bones can call it. You know, he has it in his bag, and now people know they have to be aware of it. Just like Leclerc, you can't throw the Slombio all the time. You have to set it up with the fastball, and I think you're starting to see a lot better from Leclerc right now.
I just wonder if we're going to turn him into Catfish Hunter or something, and he's going to have to pitch the 7th, 8th, and 9th if we have the lead tomorrow.
That's all we need right now is for you to do it. From the 915, thank you, Mac Jones, for not hitting the defense in the groin. Like, evidently, he's done this to multiple players. Evidently, Sauce said he punched him. I've seen him kick people there before. From the 972, thank you, Van Der Esch, for actually showing some speed this week. The touchdown seemed to energize him. I think he's playing pretty well. I think I know what he is. He's not the fastest. He's not the most agile, but he's savvy mentally. He knows angles. He plays pretty good angles. And he got lucky that ball was just sitting right there for him. I think you're good there. I'm not complaining about Leighton Van Der Esch by any means.
There's so little to complain about in 3 out of 4 of these games. It's tough to win freaking by 20-plus points in the NFL, and somehow this team has done it 75% of their games so far. Unfortunately, the other game, that's the one thing about this. If the Cowboys were 4-0, which, let's be honest, the schedule says they should be 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what Mickey Spagnola would say in this situation, or Brad Sham, or whatever, but like, you do look at San Francisco and Philadelphia and go, hey, did Philly play their best football yesterday? Probably not, but they figured out a way to win. And that's what I feel like, man, if the Cowboys would have just figured out at halftime how to pull their heads out of their rear ends and play solid football for 30 minutes, they could have beat Arizona. And you're sitting there going, hey, they didn't play well against Arizona, but they got the W, and you're 4-0 in a huge matchup. It's still a huge matchup. In fact, the tiebreaker thing will be really big, possibly, if you can win the division, right? Because if you're wild card, it doesn't matter. You'd go to San Francisco because they're probably going to win that division. But this game, if you lose this game, then most likely with 2 losses in your first 5 games, it's going to be really tough to have a better record than San Francisco at the end of the year.
I'd like to thank Michael Gallup, too. The last couple weeks, I know last week was a loss, but this week he showed up again, putting in good numbers. Michael Gallup's he's back to, I think what's a productive wide receiver, and that's something that the Cowboys needed opposite. I know Brandon Cook still isn't blowing it out of the water yet. Nobody's really seen the Brandon Cooks era take over. He had 4 for 27 yesterday.
It's just so tough because they're not.
Everybody kind of got involved
in the fourth quarter.
Too.
You're running out the clock.
Yeah, no,
you're only playing 3 quarters of football, and then your defense is scoring for you. So it's really tough. And Jane Slater's on NFL Network right now. I find it funny that she has a candle lit in the backdrop. Like, I wonder how much she takes into, like, I have to get my house clean and the couch looking clean and the books in, like, I get it. She lives by herself.
Have the aesthetic, man.
None of her dogs running around in the shot.
Can you
or
imagine?
Anything.
Just think if Jane had our lives and had 3 kids and had total chaos, like great chaos, but had like a family and then had to get her whole background ready.
No.
Like usually
it's not gonna work.
That's where you see family members that do that. They go into like a closet or somewhere because they're like, the only way I'm going to be able to do this Zoom or whatever for NFL Network or MLB Network is if I close and lock doors and do not allow the humans who live here to be part of this.
Dude, we worked from home for almost a year, and you know how chaos that was. Like, we were very lucky that Adrian kept the kids out of the living room for the most part, but Landry would sneak in every once in a while.
I wonder if she's blowing the candle out now because it's like, yeah, my shot's over. I don't need this candle.
Do you think she blows the candle out, or do you think she just puts the cap on top and lets it go out on its own?
No, I think
He's blowing the candle out. The wax could go everywhere.
Yeah, she definitely. I don't know. I haven't met her. I think maybe I've crossed by her one time. She gives me that vibe of like cover it up and just kind of.
I see where you're going with that, Rigo.
Yeah.
Also, like to thank Jake Ferguson. He was great yesterday, man. 7 catches, 77 yards. I'm sure he would have caught that touchdown. Old Scooney didn't catch. But actually, wasn't that the next play? They went right to Jake Ferguson after that.
Yeah,
so
they took him out.
I was very happy to see Jake Ferguson show up yesterday on the offensive side and be, a big factor. Because Dak needs that, man. He needs good tight ends.
Help me out. I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on his name because he was activated for the game. When Turpentine had the big run, and I know it's Turpin, but when he had the big run, and then 84, the tight end was hustling on the play.
Hendershot?
Was that
or McEwen?
McEwen.
Yeah, McEwen.
Yes, McEwen. Hendershot was. So, yeah, I thought it wasn't a big play because of the score, but I think that goes to show the hustle and the effort and the energy of this team 3 out of 4 games. Isn't that weird that this team is playing the toughest, roughest, physicalist football we've seen since the Dallas Cowboys won a Super Bowl? And most of you listening weren't even alive for that time in Cowboys football, so you have no clue what I'm talking about. But they had one game where they played like doo-doo. And it doesn't make sense to me. I get as the season progresses, you get tired or you rest on your laurels and you're just like, dang it, we needed a wake-up call. It's just weird to me that a team can play this hard, this strong, this fast, this energy. They're hustling, and then they just had a game where they just crapped all over themselves.
Yeah. No, I totally understand what you're saying there. Somebody said Jake Ferguson's girlfriend was at the game, and that's why he played so well. And
Fergie?
And I don't know. Hold on. That's not his girlfriend, I don't think.
Would that be funny?
There's another name.
Does he have a famous girlfriend?
She's a college basketball player is what I'm seeing. So I'm going to go check in on this a little bit more to figure it out. But a lot of people are texting this in, and they're saying thank you to the NFL for most of the day, except for last night when they showed way too much Taylor Swift.
I have Taylor Swift coming up in my
You do? Okay,
yeah.
you have that coming up. All right, let's get one more of these thank you letters in because I did want to recognize this play. Thank you to Jalen Tolbert. Now, Jalen Tolbert's becoming a much better receiver than I think we expected him to be after how bad it was last year. 4 for 53 yesterday, but the biggest part, Mike, yesterday was that big tackle he made on special teams. He's running down the field wide. He gets the space to make the play and makes a fantastic tackle that just kind of sparked not only the defense, but sparked the entire stadium, and they were excited about that. So thank you to Jalen Tolbert for showing up, man.
I'm with you. He's going to be a productive receiver because when he made that play, I was thinking to myself, most guys want to be good enough at football that they don't have to play special teams. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
Like CeeDee Lamb was so good in college.
He
like
never
you don't
was gonna
have
play.
to ever run down and try to tackle somebody, or you do not have to try to block somebody ever. And it's like, yes, I was good enough to not have to do those crappy jobs. And Jalen Tolbert, right? I mean, he had a really good camp. He had a good, couple of practice games, preseason games, and he made that great play. And I'm like, I wonder if Jalen Tolbert's like, God, I just got to get so good at wide receiver that they stop asking me to have to gun on these situations.
Yeah, maybe so. And by the way, I'm getting confirmation. It is one of the Cavender twins, Haley Cavender. She played basketball at Miami.
Oh, I've seen them on Tiki Talks and stuff like that.
And I
right?
think
they quit, right?
I think they were going like towards the WWE at some point, but I don't know exactly what happened there. But I did get multiple texts from people at this station to let me know. Mike, it is now time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so I'll stick with football and then I'll go to baseball. Taylor Swift. They showed quite a bit of Taylor Swift last night, and they did everything, right? They set up the pregame based off of all the Swifties watching who never watch football because now, she's, I guess, dating Travis Kelce. I'm still not 100% sure if that's real or not.
Dude, yeah, I mean, okay, so you think it's a PR stunt?
50-50.
Okay.
I'm just not sure.
For whomst?
That's the crazy thing is Taylor Swift can't get
need to
bigger.
go PR.
Like I get like some people have brought up Beyonce, and Beyonce's super huge, super famous, superstar, all these things. but she's not bigger than Taylor Swift is right now. Now, there might have been 3, 4, 5 years ago that Beyonce might have been bigger than Taylor Swift. But over the last 2 years, Taylor Swift is now the biggest artist, man or woman, in the world. And that'll change 3 years from now. It might be somebody else. 5 years from now, it probably will be somebody else. But right now, Taylor Swift owns the world when it comes to musicians and her popularity. And all of a sudden, I don't know, maybe I just don't notice it, but I noticed like a lot of Taylor Swift commercials during breaks too.
Oh yeah, they ate
and
it
I don't
up,
know,
man.
was it intentional? Did Taylor Swift sponsors go, we're buying Sunday night football spots because we know she's going to be at the game? And then the next thing you know, it's followed up by Travis Kelce getting the COVID and flu shot.
At NFL on Twitter, their background photo is a Taylor Swift photo from montage from last night.
So the thing that gets the biggest ratings in the United States of America is NFL football games.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden she's part of that.
Yes.
So there's part of me that I get she can't get any bigger. You can't put more seats in the stadium. Everything she does is a sellout. Everybody pays 5 times the ticket value if you didn't get it, when they came out. Not everybody, but a lot of people are dying to see Taylor Swift somehow, some way, whether it's on television, live, whatever it is. And then she's like, part of me is like, I can get into I'm the biggest product in the world. The second biggest product, especially in the United States of America, is NFL football. And now she's the biggest product in the NFL. She's bigger than Patrick Mahomes. She's bigger than the Dallas Cowboys. It is freaking amazing what she's doing. And that's why I'm 50-50 on, is this a real thing, or did somehow Kelce and Swiftie come up with an idea and a plan to make themselves even bigger than they already are?
Yeah, Adrian said the other day, she was like, I mean, this totally has the feel of a publicity stunt. And I was like, but who needs the publicity? I don't know, like, is she best friends with Kelce and he needed it, or?
Well, she's coming out with
it's a movie
documentary thing.
It's basically a movie replay of her concerts that people haven't been able to get to. So if you haven't been able to get to the concert, you can watch the concert in a theater like it's a concert.
Yeah, I don't know, but it feels like enough publicity. Like, you can't get enough. I know negative. You don't want Taylor Swift like dating a 12-year-old. Like, that would be bad publicity.
Yes.
But like Taylor Swift dating Travis Kelce, who has a lot of commercials already. He's on the State Farm commercials. He has I didn't know this, but he has the COVID flu thing that they did a commercial for. He had 2 other things that I'm sorry, I don't know everything he represents, but he had like 4 commercials.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, he is pretty darn famous, and he's not a quarterback. Obviously, Taylor Swift didn't want to break up the Mahomes family, so she has to watch like what quarterback she possibly goes after. It'd be funny if she was dating like Dak. I don't know Dak's really.
He has a girlfriend.
Okay, so I have no clue. Like, I don't know personal relationships for the most part with players and stuff. I don't really care to learn those things, but I just thinking of, I don't know. To her, yes, I feel like she can't get any bigger, but what does it hurt to now get all of the people who watch NFL football to now start paying attention to Taylor Swift? Because I'll tell you what, I don't pay much attention to her. And I know how great she is, and I know how popular she is, and I know how much she sells out. But then all of a sudden, like, Taylor Swift stuff on my Instagram is popping up because I think that, it hears Taylor Swift. Like, my phone's next to me, it hears Taylor Swift. My phone hears it because it's saying it so many times. I'm saying it so many times right now that my phone is going to dictate, we need to put more Swiftie stuff on your phone because obviously you're falling in love with Taylor Swift somehow.
Yeah, to add to it, I can totally see how, like, her looking at, hey, look, football fans buy sneakers too. I have all these girls that show up to my concerts, but how much cooler would it be if their boyfriends showed up with them and came to these concerts because they're cued in on it. The other thing too is last night, did you see who else was with her?
I have no clue.
Ryan Reynolds, who owns Wrexham.
Oh, okay. I didn't see him.
And his wife, Blake Lively.
They were in the
booth. Blake Lively was sitting right next to Taylor.
That's the person Sandler's in love with, I think.
I'm not sure if that's for public. I'll ask Jared if that's okay, but we'll discuss that later. And then on the other part of it, back in when she was walking in, Ryan Reynolds is walking in with the guy from Deadpool, the guy who directs Deadpool. And so there's some theories now going around that, like, Now she might be in a Deadpool movie along with Blake Lively is all that. So it's crazy, man.
All right, so last thing, because I do want to get to baseball here. I don't want to. Taylor Swift was wearing mom shorts, and the Good Morning Football girl was wearing mom jeans this morning, as we have NFL Network on right now, the TV at least that I can see, and I still don't get it. I still don't get how those are attractive. Here's the deal, and I'm going to sound harsh here. Look, I have a little bit of a gut. I know at times women have a little bit of a gut. I totally get it. And mom jeans kind of hide that.
Yes.
Because they go above the belly button for the most part. So I totally get the mom jean, like trying to hide a few flaws that we have with our bodies. I'm not going to wear tight shirts. I don't want my gut looking bigger than it is, like I have a little bit of a dad gut. I get it. And I try to wear clothes that don't show that off too much.
Okay.
But I don't get when you don't have a little gut, why you would wear those.
Mm-hmm.
They're not attractive. I still can't figure out how they're literally been called mom jeans for 30 years. They weren't sexy mom jeans. They were mom jeans. I just don't get how mom jeans are still a thing. And I don't get how they're on Taylor Swift. That's the one thing that I just don't get.
She's not even a mom.
She's not a mom. She doesn't have a gut. Mm-hmm. She's not trying to hide anything. Like, she wears tight clothing in her shows. She's wearing kind of at times like one-piece swimsuits that are bedazzled up or whatever. I struggle a little bit with the mom jean thing. And when is that going to go back out of style? It would be like us wearing cargo jorts. Like, there's a reason people make fun of jean shorts, especially that they're cargo. Like, that would be the trifecta of going, what are you doing? Do you know how out of style and unattractive those are?
Hey,
and yet moms have come, not moms, women and young girls are, they're like, it's not attractive.
They'll never go out of style.
Oh,
what is never?
That's a Taylor Swift song.
About mom's jeans?
No, it's about going,
because they went out of style right around, just so history to young people, Rigo, right around 1995. I'm going to give you, it's around that. That's when mom jeans became like a major topic, and like nobody should ever wear mom jeans again except for older moms. And somehow, right around 2020-ish, mom jeans became the thing. And the only thing women should wear. And I'm just telling you, there's a reason for mom jeans. And it's because you're a mom. And I'm not saying you have to wear them if you're a mom. But, like, when are we going to stop this?
Moms definitely do deserve the comfort, right? Moms deserve the comfort.
They're doing something to possibly hide a flaw.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I'm telling you, I try to do things to hide flaws in my body too. But if you don't have that flaw, why would you wear those?
Because it's comfortable. I don't know.
They're not. Why?
I'm not a mom either.
It's comfortable because they're higher on your waist. Because they're way above your waist. They're just below your boob line.
And some people may think that makes those look bigger.
Now, baseball.
2 minutes.
The Rangers are playing every game at 2:00. I just want to give you this because I get really excited about this time of the year. Obviously, conference football has pretty much started, right? Whether it's Texas A&M. It'll be tough to talk a lot of college football this week, but the USC-Colorado game looked like it was horrible. Then it ended up being really good. But the Rangers start tomorrow at 2:00. At 3:30 on ESPN is Blue Jays at Minnesota. So your American League games are the first games tomorrow. So just think about how fun sports are right now. If you like this Monday Night Football matchup, I hate it. I will spend time with my family tonight. But you have Monday Night Football tonight. And then starting tomorrow, you have the 2 American League games, 2:00 for the Ranger game, 3:30 for the Blue Jays Twins game. At 6 p.m. on ESPN2 is the Diamondbacks at the Brewers. Screw you, Diamondbacks. You screwed us over, you screw jobbers. And then the last game of the night will be 7 p.m. on ESPN, the Miami Marlins at the Philadelphia Phillies. I think sometimes you get so wrapped up in your team, especially when coming down the stretch, trying to make the playoffs, win the division, is you almost go, well, who in the world made it in the National League?
Yeah.
And so it's Arizona at Milwaukee, Miami at Philadelphia, and the two best teams in baseball to me by far are Atlanta and LA. They will be waiting for the winners of those National League teams. Unfortunately, hey, there's a lot of Astro fans that listen. Congratulations, Astro fans. You guys did it. We can say the Rangers blew it. You can say you guys took it. Either one somewhat correct. The Rangers had a 7-game road trip to take the division after sweeping Seattle. They'd put themselves in a great position. They couldn't get it done. The Astros win 5 of 6 on the road after struggling at home, and they did it. So congratulations. They put themselves in a great position to go to. I think if Houston does this, and Houston Astro fans will let me know, that will be, if they win their first round series, that will be 7 years in a row. They're in the American League Championship Series. Not 7 years in a row of winning the division. I think that stupid COVID year, they might have not won the West, but this is 7 years now that they've dominated the West and 7 years that they've dominated the American League. So if the Rangers win, they do not play the Houston Astros next round.
Okay.
I love that, because if we lose, I just don't want to lose to the Astros. I think the Astros are better than us. I think the Astros would beat us in the playoffs if we played them. I hope we do play them in a way, because that would be the American League Championship Series. If the Rangers win, they play Baltimore. So if you wanted to know, who do they play if they win? Does it matter if it's like in football? If the 7 seed beats the 2 seed, then it all gets mixed and matched up. It's not you immediately play this. In baseball, it is that. So whoever wins this series is playing the Baltimore Orioles. And in a cool way, these games are all on ABC for the Rangers. So the Rangers get the early game, but they're literally on, at least on my channel, they're on Channel 8.
Okay.
So if you're listening and you're like, where do the Rangers play? It's not on Bally's. Bally's will cover post-game coverage. So after the game is over, if you want to see all the press conferences and everything, I'll do it tomorrow for Bally's. Tomorrow will be Mark McLemore, Dave Raymond, Leslie McCaslin, and then I'll do it Wednesday. No pregame show, but postgame shows. If you want to see all of the postgame interviews, it will be on Bally's. The games will be on ABC.
Fantastic stuff there, and we'll get some more conversation about the Rangers coming up here in about 20 minutes. But coming up next, we did lose a friend of ours, and we wanted to discuss that, discuss him, and also the tush push next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Here comes a man in motion. It's a fly sweep to Turpin around the right side. Great block in front. 50-yard line, 40-yard line, cuts left. 30-yard line, jets around. He fumbled the ball, and McEwen got down under it. Running it all the way behind him down the field. Bryant coughed it up, and McEwen picked it up.
Very lucky that McEwen was there. There have been a couple of those instances this season where you've been pretty lucky that was there for sure. And that's the Cowboys getting a win. Enjoy this, Cowboys fans. You just got the win. Rangers fans, you're in the playoffs. This is a good time to be here at 105.3 The Fan is the home of the Cowboys and home of the Rangers. By the way, Mike, I did just see this from our friend RJ Ochoa. We linked up with him out in Oxnard, had some good conversations with him. There have been 4 games on Sunday Night Football, 5 if you count the opener. It was the Thursday night game with the Chiefs and Lions. That was the Sunday night broadcast. The road team has won all 5 of them. Guess who's on Sunday night against the Niners on the road, Mike?
Yeah, Cowboys.
It's the Cowboys. So if you're thinking that trend keeps up, you're feeling pretty good as we head along. You don't care about trends like that, do you?
No, because they're all individual games, and San Francisco is so good. Like, I get it, man. Everybody thought Kansas City was going to win opening night, against Detroit. They didn't, right? That's a great team, and Travis Kelce was out of that game. And, isn't it weird? I know I'm going into Kansas City Chiefs football. How they usually, it feels like, get off to these slow starts, but then by the end of the year, you feel like they're going to score 40 at any point. Like, somehow it's like, hey, I think defenses have kind of figured them out. I think they're kind of slowing down. Maybe Patrick Mahomes isn't the best quarterback in the NFL because he had a bad second quarter, but down the stretch, he still did all the right things. And then obviously Salah got really upset with the call on Sauce Gardner.
And then there was another 100% hold that the Chiefs didn't get called for. And that would have been a game-changing moment. That was miserable. And so that's frustrating. I will say when it comes to Mahomes, he practices at a different level, at a different speed. And I think that helps him so much when he's in the game, be able to, he's probably really good at loading a dishwasher. And this, you're like, what the hell are you talking about? Quarterbacks that can.
There's no way he loads a dish.
Quarterbacks that have great spatial awareness are the best quarterbacks.
Yeah. How did he know that 22-yard run? He's like, it's 3rd and a mile. But as soon as he dropped back, he saw the play and goes, I think I can get 20 yards here.
And Tony Romo, that was one of his best qualities. He had 2 really great qualities. One of them was he had really good spatial awareness later in his career. It took him a while to gain it, but he also anticipated so well.
Loved his friends, threw to Witten, threw to Bobby Carpenter.
And that was it. Other than that, nobody else ever saw the football. Speaking of the Packers, the game against the Lions the other night, the Packers released a statement because there were so many Lions fans in the stadium. Here's the statement. The Packers have encouraged our ticket holders to sell to other Packers fans when possible. The secondary market, however, allows fans from anywhere to purchase tickets, and Lambeau Field remains a popular destination for all fans, including those from other teams. We've seen this particularly with divisional games. Conversely, this is how the Packers often enjoy many Packers fans at away games. And so that was something that, as I was listening to the game yesterday, I was hearing some cheers from Patriots fans, and I was like, hey, is it another one of those days where it's full of Patriots fans?
I'm glad you're bringing this up. I wonder this, just because I have a couple buddies that are New England Patriots fans, and they grew up Patriots fans. They went through the Tony Eason crap and everything like that. It's not like they became Patriot fans because of Tom Brady. There's a lot of fans because of that. Is the Patriots, even our boss Spittle, who grew up in that area, was like, the Patriots were kind of 4th in that area. You can rank them in any order, but it was always Red Sox number 1. And then from there, it was kind of Boston Bruins, Boston Celtics, New England Patriots. That's how it was until Tom Brady did what he did. And I'm wondering if they keep playing this way, if they're consistently 7-10-ish, not going anywhere, not getting a Caleb Williams as their next quarterback. I'm wondering how quickly their culture, their fandom goes to. They're way bigger fans than we are in Dallas of sports. It is what it is. I'm just wondering how quick could it possibly go to, what the Boston Celtics did, getting Drew Holiday, where they're at. I'm not saying, and then the Red Sox, like they fired, people there, their front office guys, because they're like, hey, we finished under 500. Like, yeah, we are rebuilding. It's like you should have expected that. But I'm just wondering how quickly possibly the Red Sox move back to number 1 in that area, in that marketplace, and then how far the Patriots could fall if they don't turn it around quickly. Because all the old heads, all the people that are over 40 years old, grew up in that area going, Red Sox are it. That's their Dallas Cowboys. And then the Patriots were kind of like their Dallas Mavericks or Texas Rangers.
Mm-hmm. Well, and when it comes to the Cowboys too, they went through bad periods, like pretty bad periods of time. Yet somehow Jerry was able to say, well, I'm going to fire this coach and bring in a new coach, and that's going to change everything.
But we were always the Cowboys.
Never left them alone, though.
The Stars, the Mavericks, and the Rangers can't go through bad times. They will lose their fan base.
You saw it with the Rangers.
That's who the Patriots are. They're not the Cowboys. They do not have the built-in history, and the Cowboys were everything. Remember, there was 1972, Texas Rangers. 1980, Dallas Mavericks. And help me out here, was it 93 or 94 for the Stars?
I believe 94.
Right? So if you look at it, that's when other sports franchises came into existence in our market. So the Cowboys owned it, and we became this, we were always football in Dallas, Fort Worth, and in Texas. So it was very easy for the Cowboys to lose, just like the Red Sox can lose and they won't lose fan bases, right? That's the way it is. I'm just wondering if New England does this for 2 or 3 more years, does the New England fan base go, hey, it was Tom Brady, it wasn't the Patriots. We're hardcore Red Sox again. We're really diving back into the Celtics and the Bruins. Not that they left them; they're hardcore fans. But
I think that's really interesting, Mike, because I guess growing up, Cowboys was just always associated with my Sunday. That's what we did. That's what our family did.
Right.
Rangers was baseball season. I would get done with games as a kid and then listen on the drive home with Dad, and then hopefully HSN was, they were still going. But I always grew up with that. But I think it's because with the Cowboys, I never have given up, never have just gone away, just because I think it's always been part of my life.
Yeah, it's where you grew up. If you grew up in St. Louis, football's crap. That's why they can't hold a team. They couldn't hold the St. Louis Cardinals. They couldn't hold the St. Louis Rams. They don't care. They care about the St. Louis Cardinals baseball team. They care about the St. Louis Blues hockey team. We grew up, if you're listening and you're around here, you grew up where football is everything, and you'd say, well, it's everything everywhere. Look at the ratings. It's not everywhere. It's not in Boston. At least it wasn't until Tom Brady changed that. It's never been that way in St. Louis. There's areas that it's just football is like L.A., as big as LA is, they have 2 teams. They don't give 2 craps about football.
It's an event more than it is rooting for
it's
the laundry.
Lakers 1 and it's Dodgers 2. And it will always be that way. The Rams and the Chargers can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, the Rangers' best years were their World Series years. You got to win. You have to win. You have to win over and over and over and over and be consistently good for people to say that's going to be a mainstay in my life. I am kind of curious, though, because the Packers felt that they needed to address the fact that secondary market tickets they can't control, and therefore they can't control how many Lions fans are there.
Right.
They're just hoping that Packers fans aren't selling them on the secondary market.
Right.
But this is a different time, Mike, for a lot of fan bases, in that stadiums are filling up with other fan bases easier than they used to. And I don't know how much of it is, Kevin has a study on this. Maybe we should save this for next week, because when he gets out, of his situation.
He got a place, right?
He got a place.
We got him into a place.
He has a window, so I think he may even have a balcony that he can adjust
Luckily, from what I understand, getting off of coke is not as bad as like meth, heroin.
So hopefully everything
there's
will be
a
good
lot
for
of
him.
other drugs where your withdrawal is going to be miserable.
But I do think it's easier now to be a fan anywhere in the world than it was before. One big factor, I mean, you have games all day on any channel you want. You can go right to them. If you want to be a fan of a team, you can get that team.
Right.
I think with social media, you can keep up with your team and follow your team like never before.
Right.
The internet's giving you that opportunity to go directly to their team website and be part of their community.
Right.
And then, so I think you can, and so when that team comes to your town, if you live somewhere else, it's not like whenever we were kids and my dad was a kid and you're born here, you are the fan of this place just because you're born here. You can be a fan anywhere you want. You hate your dad? Okay, I'm going to be a fan of the team that he hates the most.
Yeah.
And just get back at him.
Growing up in the mid-'80s, HSE was created. HSE is now Bally's.
Yes.
So HSE is created, and in the 80s, it's like, oh my gosh, we can watch every Maverick game and almost every Ranger game.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I can't believe this, because back then, if you didn't go to the game, you just had to read about it in the newspaper of what happened. And then HSE came along in the mid-'80s, and you're able to watch the games. I remember my grandfather you had to pay $10, I believe, a night to watch the Mavericks play the Sonics in the playoffs. They didn't even broadcast the playoff games. You had to pay for it. Nolan Ryan's 7th no-hitter was not broadcast here in the Metroplex. There was no broadcasting of that game. Even in 1992-ish, you still did not broadcast every game when it came to your secondary market teams. In fact, we had to go to Oak Cliff Country Club for Cowboy games because the Cowboy games didn't sell out in the late 80s. And so it wasn't broadcast in Dallas-Fort Worth. So you had to go to special places where they had the satellite to actually watch the Cowboys play their home games. But to your point now, you want to be a Ranger fan and you live in San Francisco, you just buy the MLB package and you get every Ranger game. You want to be an LA Laker fan? Fine, and you live here, you can watch every LA Laker game on your NBA broadcast. You just have to pay about $200 a year to make sure you get whoever your favorite player or team is. So now you really don't have to be married to the only team that is on your television.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes along with the idea, too, of like, I don't know how teams could keep other fans out of their stadiums.
You can't.
I just don't think it's possible, and it's just something that you kind of have to adapt to more is hope that your fan base loves it enough that they're going to say, like Jerry says a lot, my city versus your city. I'm not letting anybody else's city in my building tonight. Hope that that's the case, but that's just the way that it is right now. I did want to discuss this real quick. I wouldn't be in this seat today if it was not for Frito. Now, a lot of people may say, Frito, I don't know that name. Mark Friedman passed away last night. And when I was an intern at ESPN Radio, he was my internship advisor. And that was the first time I'd met him. I'd heard his name many, many times from your friend Norm. And I had heard that name, I'd heard him, but I'd never met him. And then whenever I got a chance to meet him and work under him, he gave me every opportunity to get work done in this business. He didn't say, hey, intern, go get water, and that's about all I need you to do. He said, no, hey, here's what you're going to need to do on a daily basis. He helped me look up stories. He helped me understand. One of his big factors, Mike, was more than anything, local goes first. If it's a local topic, go with that, man. Don't go with the national topic. Go with something that hits somebody in their home right now. And he offered me a job if somebody else didn't take the job he offered me. It was Ted Emmerich was actually leaving to go there, and he said, if Ted takes this job, then you need to go talk to somebody at the Fan. He said, if Ted doesn't, we would like to hire you. And I was like, all right, I'll just wait. So as soon as I learned all the information, I sent an email to who at the time was Bruce Gilbert, thanks to Mark Friedman. And along the way, I kept in touch with him all the time. He helped me through a lot of different times in this business. Losing him is sad.
Yeah, and he almost died a few years ago.
Yes.
And he made it through that. And, unfortunately, it sounds like kind of that time obviously made him physically weaker. So this time he couldn't make it through it. But for me, Frito gave me my chance for the most part in this marketplace, as I had done some interviews, and I used to be an intern at the Ticket in 2005. After I gave up the home run to Barry Bonds, he was the one who brought up my name to the Ticket at the time. And he said, hey, I think he can be really good. I think this is one of those guys who can be really good doing sports media. And so I remember I got my chance, and Frito was there in the meeting, and he said, Mike, you got to kill it here. And Kevin Scott and Frito were the first show I ever did. Kevin Scott was at the Fan for a second here.
He was ESPN when I was
And so
there.
I got a weekend start, and they were like, here it is. this is your tryout. We're putting you on the air for 3 hours with Kevin Scott and Mark Friedman, and we're going to see how it goes. And it went well enough that they kept asking me back and then filled in. And then when Frito left, he went to ESPN with Michael Irvin for the Michael Irvin show. And then he was working at ESPN 103.3 for a while there. I took his job when he left as Norm Hitchkiss's producer. They hired me to take over his spot. So I would ask him a few questions about Norm, what Norm likes, how to do certain things and this and that. And he was just always, he seemed to always be in a good mood.
Yeah.
And always thoughtful.
Light, yeah. No,
you know,
yeah.
like no matter what was going on. And obviously, you know, when things weren't going his way, when, you know, he had to change shows and stuff like this, and then decided to get out of sports media and start doing more stuff in Allen and doing podcast stuff. He just always seemed to have a really good attitude about things.
And a great heart, too. Like his work with Special Olympics was amazing, man. All the golf work that he would do with them, the Top Golf stuff, really loved the man.
So when you think about it, like, I didn't know your story. I don't know how much you knew my story, but like Frito was a big part, Mark Friedman, in giving us our first chances.
Yeah, had a big imprint on the whole radio landscape here in DFW. He will be missed. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, let's revisit the Rangers playoff setup and what to expect. And my biggest question, are they playoff ready or season gassed? Next on The Fan.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Now the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball takes care of Ford. That's 4 strikeouts here this afternoon now for Perez. 2 gone in the Seattle half of the 7th. And the batter will be Josh Rojas.
That is the Rangers right there. Listen, man, I see a lot of texts. There are some people that are still mad about the way the season ended.
Sure, and I got text personally to my phone.
I get that. Like I totally understand that. I was mad yesterday after everything. Actually, in the middle of the game, I was like, no, they're not. They don't have it. But I was really excited whenever you had Evan Carter, Marcus Semien, and Corey Seager up at the plate. I was like, all right, this is a great opportunity to turn this thing around.
What happened to start the inning?
Evan Carter got on base.
Got a hit.
That's what he does, because Evan Carter is on fire right now. But I will say this. We haven't got a lot of chances to see playoff baseball around here lately. Right. Enjoy this part of it because it could be fleeting.
Nothing's promised.
This is a veteran team.
Ask Buck Showalter, who just managed his last game.
This is a veteran team that might not last 5-10 years together. They might not last 3 years together. But they also have a manager who got the itch to come back into this and is on a 3-year deal. I wonder if Chris Young is doing everything he can to make sure that guy gets his opportunity before everything's done with and they hand it off to somebody else. I don't know exactly, but enjoy playoff baseball while you can, and you can enjoy all of it right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Mike, we did just get the information that, yes, they announced Jordan Montgomery as the Game 1 starter for the playoffs.
Yes, that's good because he's your best pitcher by far. In fact, you could argue over the last 3 weeks of the season, there's not anybody pitching better in baseball than Jordan Montgomery. He has like a 0-point-something ERA in his last 4 starts, I believe. Mm-hmm. He did a great job in Seattle. 6 innings, 1 run, where both teams were playing their hearts out. That was the Thursday night game where he gave you a good opportunity to win that game. Now, that being said, Evaldi's going to be your Game 2 starter. I know they haven't announced it. Literally, the Rangers don't have any starters besides Montgomery and Evaldi ready to pitch this series. And you could argue Evaldi's not ready to pitch this series. He pitched again in Seattle. Look, I'll tell you why he's still somewhat hurt. And I'm not saying like physically hurt and he's not going to be able to pitch next year. But his velocity fluctuated, and getting the first 6 outs on Friday night, he was throwing 95 to 97, and then he dropped down to 92, 93. That is, 1, your arm isn't strong enough yet. 2, there's something still somewhat physically wrong. Whether he feels the pain or not, I don't know. But something's going on where you don't drop 4 miles an hour in a game in the 3rd, 4th inning when you haven't thrown many pitches in the first 2 innings. So Evaldi's going to pitch Game 2, but he's not ready. He is not ready to pitch his best baseball. I hope I'm wrong. His last start that he made before he went on the injured list was at home against Tampa right after the All-Star break, and he pitched well.
Yeah.
Did great. He didn't have his best stuff because he was hurt, and he pitched through it. But Montgomery has to win Game 1. Because you're too hurt. You don't even have a Game 3 starter. They won't have a Game 3 starter. Dunning will have to go on double short rest if he starts, which means 2 to 3 innings for Dunning. And then you have Heaney and Perez if they didn't pitch in Game 1 or Game 2 to try to extend the game. You don't have a bullpen you really rely on or trust. So this is, you ask the T's on, are they gassed? Are they playoff ready? I would say, unfortunately, they're gassed going into this. And then the other thing is flying from Texas to LA to Seattle to Tampa with just a day off and then playing a 2:00 game, which on their time is a noon game, West Coast time. Their body's still going to be on West Coast schedule on that Game 1. Maybe Game 2, they feel a little bit better, but Montgomery needs to go out and give you 6 or 7 innings of almost shutout baseball. This team is built on offense, and offensively, they did not do a great job on the road. They had 6 home runs against Seattle the last game here, and then they hit 4 home runs the next day. And from that point on, even in LA, where they were facing a bad staff, they struggled to hit. Reed Detmer shut them down on the second game. They didn't hit that well the next game. Like overall, they didn't have a great overall game. They won the game in LA, but it wasn't like just cracking the ball left and right all over the park. They won the game. And then Seattle, they never really hit the ball. In the game they won, they got 8 walks. And then they also got, I believe, 1 double and 7 singles. I believe, I'm going off the top of my head remembering that game, but I looked at that game and they had some really good professional at-bats against Luis Castillo and then the bullpen that came in, and they didn't score a lot after Luis Castillo came out of the game, but Jonah Heim reached out and got a big hit. I can remember that. Josh Young had a great at-bat where he drew, I believe, a walk, but the Rangers aren't hitting well. They're not hitting well as a team. They're not getting big hits in big situations for the most part since leaving Texas. And now you're going to Tampa where they won 53 games at home. I believe, if I have my numbers right, 53-28 for the year on the at home for Tampa. The Rangers have had a great season, but the Rangers right now are having to deal with a 10-game road trip that they caused themselves. If they would have won, if they would have beat LA all 3 games, or if they would have won 1 more in Seattle, they wouldn't have to deal with this. They are having to deal with this. You would never go on a trip this way. The Major League Baseball would never put the Texas Rangers on a trip where they'd go West Coast to East Coast.
They hit lefties well too. Tampa does.
Yeah.
And were 53-28 at home this year.
Yeah.
They're good on the road too, but
But that's the best.
record at home is fantastic.
Better than the Baltimore Orioles, better than the Texas Rangers, better than, I believe, the Dodgers might have also had 53 wins at home. So I think they tied the Dodgers for best home record in Major League Baseball.
They did have their second worst batting average of the season in September. They hit 216 in July.
Tampa?
Tampa did. They had hit 254. They hit 254 in September. So that was tied for their second worst. But they hit 280, 270 versus left-handed pitchers versus 257 against right-handed pitchers. So I don't know how much that affects, what that affects when it comes to Jordan Montgomery.
Well, the tough thing is game 3 most likely has to be lefties because Dane Dunning threw 54 pitches yesterday. He ran out of gas in the 4th inning at around pitch 50. That was on just going on what I call normal short rest, 3 days off instead of 4 days off in pitching. He's going to have to do that again for game 3. Back to back, you're really stretching it. So I don't even know if Dane Dunning's going to start game 3. They might just have him as a 1 or 2 inning reliever, but to your point, they hit lefties well. That means Perez or Heaney has to start game 3. That would mean 2 out of your 3 starters are lefties, which plays into a little bit of an advantage to Tampa Bay. But honestly, if the Rangers are going to do this, if they're going to upset Tampa, and they are underdogs in this, game 1 has to be a W because I don't know what Eovaldi has. He's not consistent. He has not been consistent since coming off the injured list and trying to rehab at a major league level. So he's not consistent. You don't know what he has left, if he has anything left. And then you're just going to have to go with a bullpen day in game 3 if it happens. So you're heavy underdogs. You're not healthy going into this. You're very tired going into this. Your strength, your offense is not hitting well going into this, but you are 0-0. All of that doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah.
It's 1 game tomorrow, 2 p.m. here on the Fan, also on ABC. If you're wondering what television, because playoff baseball really sucks in this. They throw the games on Fox Sports 1 and TBS starting in the divisional round. It's not good for baseball. But luckily, in a weird way, because the writers' strike, they're like, we can throw a game on ABC. we got
we
nothing,
need some filler.
right? And it's live broadcasting of playoff baseball, which should give us on ABC at 2 p.m. a pretty good rating rather than replays of a soap opera or replays of whatever, Ellen DeGeneres or Kelly Shoppick or whoever's doing this show. It's probably not Kelly Shoppick.
It's probably not Kelly Shoppick.
But anyways, I just look at this and go, okay, I'm glad they're in. And this is going to help. Whether they win or lose this series, this will help going into next year. But they are not healthy. They don't have the starting pitching they need. They literally have one healthy starting pitcher. Only one.
Yeah.
In Montgomery.
Yeah. And that is quite terrifying considering everything they poured into starting pitching this year. They said, all right, Martin, you're coming back. Andrew Heaney, you're coming back. And while he came out and performed lights out, man. You got to give him a lot of credit for what he did on Saturday.
Gutsy, man.
Yeah, and that's, Mike, that's the word that I've heard so much more this year, and it goes to, I think it has a lot to do with Bochy and just the way he approaches things is just show up and show some guts.
That's what Bochy wants. He does not like wusses. I'm not sure a lot of coaches do. But he's like, whether you're doing good or doing bad, you have to want the ball. As soon as you show me you really don't want to be out there, he turns on you. Kind of should turn on you.
Yeah.
Like, hey, if you give up 3 hits in a row and we lose the game, I'll live with it. I'm not happy we lost the game. Boch isn't happy, but he's like, you went out there and you said, who's more of a man? Who's better today, me or you? If you go out there with that attitude and that mentality, he'll stick with you through a lot of downs. If you go, gosh, I really don't want the ball anymore. Just have me on the team, but don't pitch me in big situations, okay? He's like, don't worry. I won't ever pitch you again in any situation.
It seems like he's really excited about Leclerc, because of his the way he's looked more confident lately.
Yes, and I think because he overcame a little bit of fear, right?
Yeah.
We all have fear in our life. We all have fear of big situations, and it's like Leclerc looked fear right in the eyes and said, I'm going to overcome this. I'm going to figure out how to overcome my anxiety, my fear at times in big situations. And Leclerc has done a tremendous job growing this season. And really, like Mark DeRosa said, I'll just repeat what he said if you don't want to trust me. He said, that's probably the only person Bochy trusts giving the ball to in the playoffs at this point. It's not Chapman. It's not Hernandez. It's like, hey, you're going to have to give the ball to them. You're going to have to give the ball to them and say, it's a big situation. I need 2 more outs in this inning. It's a big situation. I need you to have a clean 7th or 8th inning. They're going to get the ball. But what DeRosa is saying is Bochy's giving him the ball going, oh, God, I hope this works out. I don't have faith, but I'm going to have hope.
The crew that you just ended this season with, that's your roster, right?
No, you have to take 2 guys off the roster.
Okay.
One will be Matt Bush. He got put on the roster last day of the year just in case you needed him. So Matt Bush will be taken off the roster, and most likely Cody Bradford will be my guess. But if it's not Bradford, could be Stratton. So a dude you traded for to help out the bullpen has pitched so poorly down the stretch in September, you might take him off the roster. I don't think you will. You have to get it back down to 26.
Okay.
Because he is a righty. And so if you look at it, you just gave good numbers on the lefty situation. Perez and Heaney will be in your kind of bullpen game 3 ready. And so if you have Bradford, I don't know how much sense that makes. So maybe they keep Stratton there. You could take Will Smith off of it if you wanted to. I don't think he will because he does have a lot of play of experience. So maybe you go with, hey, he's been in these situations. I'm going to trust him more than a Bradford.
But you can't add anybody right now. Okay, that's like somebody was like Jack Leiter. I'm like, well,
no, it's official.
You can't add Wyatt
do that.
Langford. You can't add that. Evan Carter is on this roster because he filled an injury designation.
Right.
That's the only reason Evan Carter can stay on this when he was brought up earlier.
And I don't think you'll do this. You could do this. You could take off Matt Bush and Austin Hedges.
Yeah.
You could say, hey, how bad if I have Garver, how much do I need a third catcher who can't hit? Nothing against Hedges. I thought it was funny. He did an interview. It made me die laughing. It was so great at the end of the year. And here's what he said. He's talking to Emily Jones about being a good teammate. And he said, early in his career, somebody told me, hey, if you're in a slump or struggling, you got to figure out a way how to still be a good teammate. And he said, I've been in a slump my whole career, so I knew I had to be a great teammate.
All right, that's great stuff, and we'll have so much more of that tomorrow as we get rolling here for preparation for the game that's going to be starting at 2:08.
Yes.
Pre-game will start at 1:30 right
I believe
here.
We'll have David Murphy on at 11:20. Obviously, we'll have Jared Sandler. He's live. He's flying out to Tampa today or has flown out to Tampa today. So we'll have Sandler live. He'll be doing the pregame at 1:30. We'll be talking to him. I don't mind if we want to do this. I'll, do this on the air right now. Maybe for game 1 tomorrow, maybe if Sandler's willing to or up to it, we do a 1 o'clock and a 1:15 with him just to get us ready. And 12:45 tomorrow, Mike likes it, will be 100% baseball.
Let's just have him at noon, and let's just roll 2 hours pregame with him. That sounds good to me. All right, coming up next, it's time for us to chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
strike. And the pitch. Carter swings, lines one to right. It's a base hit. Toward the line is Kelnick. And it's a single for Evan Carter. The tying run is on here in the top of the ninth. And Marcus Semien is coming up.
We're going to do it, guys.
That's where I thought, Mike. That's where I thought it was going to happen. Evan Carter gets on. I thought Simeon's going to move him over, and then Seager's just going to hit a 3-run home run, and we can put this one away. It didn't happen in that way. But
I will say on the 3-1 pitch, Semien took it, and his knees buckled on a breaking ball. And I said, OS. Can't say that word on the air here. He can't see the ball. Because at that point, and since Mark McLemore played there a while, the shade had moved into the batter's box. So you're told as a pitcher, if the batter's in shade and you're in sunlight, they cannot see the spin of the ball. And so when he flinched on 3-1, because Carter took, I think it was the first pitch of the at-bat fastball, and he hit it. And it was like, if this dude will throw fastballs, and then he realized when he saw Semien as a pitcher and catcher, you notice this, on 3-1, you see a guy's knees buckle on him. They did not see the break of that ball till it was too late, and it scared him. And then he just went back-to-back breaking balls. I was like, crap, our hitters now can't. We had chances when there was sun, but then when the shade came, I was like, we're screwed unless this dude wants to throw first-pitch fastballs, and he didn't.
And you're not going to get any kind of analysis like that on any other station leading into the Rangers tomorrow at 1:30 is when we'll turn things over to the pregame show. But right now, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you doing today?
Terrific, Majors. How are you?
Man, I am feeling really good. The Rangers are in the playoffs. The Cowboys won. What more could I ask for right now, Wolchuk?
Nothing, man.
Yeah.
It's a victory Monday, and that was a straight-up butt-whooping yesterday on the New England Patriots, and we got postseason baseball, and you can hear it on 105.3 The Fan.
It's like day baseball, Broadus, kind of it, too.
Yeah, I love day baseball. And the thing about it is, I was, hey, Mike, I'm really sorry. The game's at 2. It's not at 1.
I was,
and I know you were.
I called them up yesterday.
I know you were cheerleading a little bit about that.
I was like, come on.
1 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, 10 to 12:30.
Hey,
10 to 12:30.
Yeah, we'll benefit from a little bit of day baseball tomorrow, and we'll be here after the game. So excited about that.
It might have been at 1 if the Rays had said, you know what, you guys can just take home field advantage. You'll get more fans than we will anyway.
Yeah, probably so.
That's what they should have done.
I literally was in the middle of texting Mike and saying, the text said, hey, do you have an idea of what the schedule is going to be? And my phone rang, and I was like, Mike, I'm texting you right now. And he was like, why? And I said, because I want to know the schedule. He's like, I think we're going to have 1 o'clock games. I was really excited about it. Didn't turn out that way.
I'm sorry about that, Mike. I really am.
30 minutes less. It's something.
It's all right, though.
Trust me, it makes a difference.
It does make a difference. It really does.
You guys will benefit. Y'all love it.
It will be fun.
Mike had a question he wanted to dive into because CJ Stroud has looked pretty good.
Yeah.
And in the last 3 games now, he's looked pretty good for the Houston Texans. And Mike,
you're saying that S2 test is not any good?
Well, I'm just saying, I think it's good, right?
Yeah.
But it's like every time you try to find something that will define a human being and how they're going to do at the next level, which is premium to college, right? I mean, nothing against college football. It's great. It's a load of crap to the NFL. It is such a lower level. It's tough to know exactly how guys are going to transition from that level to the next level. And this S2, which I love that you guys have talked a lot about, it's given me insight into this test. And it kind of felt like, Dawson, you're kind of like, we have found the test that now defines a quarterback's success, and we don't have to worry about guessing on these guys. And now I know it's 4 games, but it looks like Stroud is going, yeah, I'm S-ing on that too.
Yeah, okay, so
well done.
Good question. I think it's a good topic setup. He is playing well. I think, maybe definitively it's not an answer of whether you're going to have success or not. Maybe it's more of a probabilities thing. I would have to study what kind of offense is CJ Stroud running to have this kind of success, because it's not only good for expectations of him, it's great compared to any rookie that's ever stepped into the league with 0 picks and efficiency numbers
Quick
that would put him around
decision-making.
a Pro Bowler already.
Yeah.
Is this a single read passing offense? You know, what's allowing him to have so much success? Is I know that the running game's gotten pretty good. You know, how are his skill players doing? But yes, this is a major blow to hey, if you don't have a good S2 test, you're probably going to fail. We're 4 games in though.
Yeah.
You know, and we've seen so many guys from Baker Mayfield and on have short sample size periods of success earlier in their career. Trubisky in Chicago, was playing very efficient football when it was super simplified. They complicated it the next year under Nagy. The next thing you know, he looks like a complete idiot. So, nothing is obviously final after 4 games in, but it's been an impressive start, guys.
I think the thing that I'll always remember about C.J. Stroud was watching film of him against Georgia and knowing that, Georgia had 7 first, second, third round picks on their defense, and he was just shredding them. And I'm thinking, man, maybe this guy can play a little bit. That's the old crusty eye test right there. I know that a lot of people with the S2s and stuff like that are like, well, and there's a lot more guys that are having success under the S2 program, but maybe this is the one guy that, maybe there's some guys that don't test very well. You don't get that read on them like you would others.
You also have to look at the OC there, Bobby Slowick, who's been working with the Niners. So he's coming off that coaching tree, and they have, a knack. I don't know how much of that, the concepts that he's running, but there is a pretty good track record there of early
Nico
success.
Collins is playing well for them. He had a huge day yesterday, and so's Tank Dell, another guy we watched during the draft from Houston.
Offensive line's giving him time.
Yeah.
Would you say let's say quarterback, because that's the premium position, the one that you have to think the most and execute the most, would it be 10 games? How many games would you say he's good and I know he's going to be good, or is it 2 years?
What did you think about Trevor Lawrence when he first started?
It was horrible.
There you go. And
he had Mr. Fingers as his coach, though, and that was he had the worst situation in the history of football.
Yeah.
So I still believed in him because I spent thousands of dollars on him when he went bad, because I'm like, if I really do believe in this kid, this is the time to buy on him, because people are quitting on him 8-10 games into his career. And I really believe he has the talent, athletically, the brain to do this. I just think he's in the worst situation. And I didn't know if it was going to get better. And luckily it looks like Doug Peterson has made that better.
Yeah, I that's what I'm saying. I think you have to be really careful. But, you start to talk about the Trubiskys and others that have had some success and then I think coaching means so much to these quarterbacks.
Yes.
I think you watched a quarterback yesterday that he looked like that he had a year where he dealt with defensive coordinators as his offensive coordinators, like last year. What he went through. Mac Jones. You look at what Bill Belichick did him absolutely no favors. Now, they don't have any skill guys on the outside. It's a real struggle there.
That's also Bill Belichick doing him no favor.
But that's where you're at right now with Mac Jones. I don't think Mac Jones is a terrible quarterback. The problem is Mac Jones looks like a quarterback that has not had a lick of development or anybody teaching him the right way to do it.
What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Are you ready?
Yeah. For what?
The tease?
Absolutely.
Pure gold as always. Yes. Thanks for asking. We have Mike McCarthy's presser coming up at 2:30 and Cy Young at 4:20.
Fantastic stuff.
I forgot to say this as we end our show. I have to give a shout out to my youngest, Cal Bassick. They won their tournament in Irving this weekend, and he was named MVP of the tournament.
Oh yeah,
They put him on Twitter as Kyle Bassick.
Okay,
but close enough.
Way to go, Kyle.
That is good stuff. All right, that's the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Till then, you've been Masterpiece.
Who is Bob Davalina?
Thanks to our From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot ya, boy. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys win. Rangers are in the playoffs. Let's go. Let's open it up here on a Monday. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive, Super Bowl champion, Emmy Award winner, and the #1 influencer on Cowboys social media. He's at Brian Broaddus on the Twitter X. Follow us all at GBack Nation. Our handles are in the bio there. Here's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, ready for 5 hours of flawless radio producing and engineering. Of course, you have your Nosebleed brothers there, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, coming off a glorious Bet Payoff Friday over there at Southern Leisure. The social media activity, hilarious. Even talked to my mom about it on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. What'd Mama Dawson say?
She was especially entertained by your theatrics on the side of the road with the flag and your pink Speedo in all of its glory.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. That was pretty epic. I had people coming up to me at church on Sunday going, Did I see what I think I saw with your boy?
Yeah.
Did I see Wolchuk wearing pink undies, covered in bananas, covering his banana? Yes. Yes, you did.
Yeah. Basically what it was. My favorite part of that day was when people would come in and Wolchuk would get out of his chair like he was a tour guide and just sort of nonchalantly start showing them to where the flags were.
Then by the end, he was so confident by way of hello when somebody would walk in, he would just start Jersey turnpiking on these dudes. I was like, wow. The looks on their faces and like the one or two people that were showing up just to get the spas and they weren't like associated.
Well,
like,
they were
shocked. What is going on?
Yeah.
One person I think opened the door, then just sort of like slowly walked.
I'll try the other door.
It was Homer Simpson backing into the bush. Like, I don't know if this is where I want to go. I don't want to go to that bush. I'm gonna go into a different bush.
Yes, sir. So thanks to Wolchuk for, I believe, setting a standard and a high bar here for the 2023 NFL season. And I thought, maybe we could use it as a springboard to like have some sort of a prize for the best bet payoff. And that's the leader in the clubhouse right there. Oh, it doesn't get any better than that right there.
No, it doesn't. My mom started suggesting like calendars and I was
I saw that.
Okay, for charity?
Right. Yeah. We can do that. That's fine.
Take advantage of it, since you're so comfortable and confident.
Anything for the show, anything for the people. I'm about it.
That new soda body, Wolchuk, if you got it, flaunt it.
12 cheeks.
Okay, what's the biggest thing for you coming out of the weekend? Truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Is it how the Ranger season ended and, heading to the postseason, or is it the Cowboys victoriously trouncing New England and sort of resetting what their identity is? That was so dang impressive. So the truckwreck.com fan text is open, and if you leave your name and city you're texting from, we'll give you a shout out and possibly make you famous right here in the nation. Where are you at with it, Brian?
I was honestly surprised at how easily that the Cowboys handled the Patriots, and especially on the defensive side of the ball of the Patriots. I felt like that there was going to be a struggle to run. I thought there was going to be a struggle to, maintain pass protection. You were down one lineman, but you just never know in that situation. I thought Udoka, when I watched the tape this morning, played really, really well. The guy that had a little bit of problem was Steele on the other side, but as overall, this crew is, they did a really good job. Receivers attacked their secondary, the way they were coming back to the ball. Dak put it on them. There's some things they're dealing with in the red zone, and we'll get through that in Krusty's Corner. I got a litany of things we could talk about there, but I was just surprised how easily they were able to move the ball on this Patriot defense.
Yeah, it's very impressive, offense and defense. And I get the feeling that, and I said it last week, it's going to take a very specific kind of team to trouble this squad. And certainly we'll have adventures throughout Sunday afternoons like the Chiefs did again last night against the Jets. There's going to be some unexpected close games. But unless you have, I think, like a running quarterback who's willing to run a lot, and the Cowboys defense plays poorly, and the Cowboys offense is misfiring, that's what it's going to take to beat these Cowboys, unless you're the Niners or Eagles or maybe one of the great teams in the AFC like Buffalo But if you're not one of those teams, I'm just going to start going into these games as long as the Cowboys stay healthy, thinking they're going to blow their doors off, and by the third quarter, it's going to be, that feeling of, oh, okay, this thing's over.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the way the Cowboys want to win. I mean, that's so far in the season, it's just been blowing the doors off teams, and they can play with a lead with the best of them. And so there's, certain things about them, and then there's still a lot left to be discovered based on the teams that they're going to play. And you got a glimpse of it versus Arizona, as you described, a running quarterback. Now we're not blowing the doors off early. So now, we're actually trailing in this game. How can we go about still finding a way to win despite things not necessarily going our way entirely from basically the start of the game? So there's still a lot to learn. But yesterday was just as fun as it gets, man. That defense was flying around. It was gorgeous.
I was surprised at how the Patriots, though, played defensively against the Cowboys.
This is now the second time. It's the Jets. You're going, what are you doing, Jets? And now you're questioning Bill Belichick.
Well, I'm questioning of how much zone coverage that they played in that game, because there were routes that were run up the field. There were several times where there were good quality routes. Guys were open. Dak threw the ball maybe another direction. People will talk about, well, what's Brandon Cooks been doing? Brandon Cooks did a good job getting open.
Yeah.
Ball just didn't go his direction when you watch the All-22. So you'll be pleased about that. But the way that they drove this Patriots secondary back onto their heels, and then come back to the football, the ability for Dak to get it to the outside. I mean that part of it was really, really impressive. I think with Christian Gonzalez going down for the Patriots.
Huge. They were already short man.
They were already in trouble there. And it's funny, people are like thinking that Dak went and attacked his replacement. Nah, he went for the guy. He went against Bryant to the other side. The substitute came on, and Dak's like, no, I'm gonna run a route to this other side over here. He went actually for the shorter, smaller cornerback, and that paid off for him.
So many things paid off for the Cowboys yesterday. It was amazing. You even get a fake extra point for a 2-point conversion, which was awesome to dunk all over Belichick like that. His worst defeat ever as a head coach. A lot of great things to feel good about for the Cowboys. For the Rangers, you kind of back into the playoffs. You absolutely do. It was unfortunate that Houston goes on this great run, and now you got to deal with the reality of having to get through Tampa in the wild card round. It was definitely a bitter pill to swallow, but overall a good step in the right direction. We feel great about having postseason baseball on with you tomorrow, and I do feel confident that the Rangers can go out there and explode offensively and do great, and we'll move on to the DS. I think that's definitely possible. We've seen this team flip flop and go back and forth. The scoreless games have been troubling. Like, what is that? The psychological stuff with this baseball team is just insane with the amount of slumps and scuffling they've done here the last 2 months. But I think now you can have an opportunity for that to work to your advantage.
I'm with you. And yesterday certainly was a bummer. You wanted to win the American League West. You got great pitching from Dunning and Perez, and you're only able to muster up 4 hits there, and you drop it 1-0. But to go from a 90-loss team to a 90-win team, you're back in the postseason. Perspective here, this is a blast. We have meaningful October postseason baseball, and you're absolutely right. You look at the American League, how many of these teams do you really look at and say, okay, you trust that team? Like the Orioles have been fantastic. That's a team that also just seems like they've got a bad track record come October. Are people really going to go out there and put their money on the Orioles? Maybe it's still the Astros. Maybe that's the team that you have faith in. But you look at them the last 3 weeks, they've been worse than the Rangers are. Certainly the Rangers coughed up the division to them, but Tampa Bay, that's a team that's dealt with a lot of injuries. The Twins, the Blue Jays. This is right out there. If this team can get hot offensively, the Rangers can make a run at this thing.
Yeah, the problem dealing with the Rays has been, they've lost pitchers because of injuries and stuff like that, but they seem to bounce right back. They also lost their best player to that.
They did
that situation with the
Wander Franco.
That to me they've weathered the storm.
It buried them in July, but they bounced back incredibly well.
They have figured out a way.
And they always do have a great developmental system there when it comes to their pitching. It's pretty incredible how they're always able to find good arms.
Glenn from Virginia loved the win, but worried about the Niners and Christian McCaffrey. It's going to be a great showdown. 817 feeling awesome today. Rangers playoffs, big win for Cowboys and hell of a game for my Bills. It's Derek and Hurst. Okay, congratulations. Yeah, they quite a turnaround for them after losing opening night, and a turnaround for Miami after scoring 70. They give up 48. Gavin's delusional, says the 254. Tampa's the best home team in Major League Baseball. It's great they got in the postseason, but it's over. I mean, it could happen. The Rangers have great history in Tampa, though, and they swept them the last time they played. I know that one was at the ballpark, but when this offense gets going, there's nothing that can stop it. You know, you can try to score with them, and Tampa's capable of that. They scored the second most runs in the big leagues this year behind the Rangers. So I do expect a lot of runs. You know, I don't expect the Rangers to show up and go scoreless like they have all too often recently, though. 817, shout out from Justin, Texas. Happy birthday to my wife. We loved the Speedo. Yeah, there was a husband-wife combo there. They were really enjoying that whole deal.
Yeah, they pulled Walchuk aside for a moment, and they were having a nice discussion. I thought there might have been some negotiations.
Yeah, I thought it was reminded me
like
that time
airplane moment.
Yeah, Dawson was sitting on the airplane. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
At 877, this is Jeff from Sanger. I want to thank my mom and dad for hooking up New Year's Day 1973 because I turned 50 today and got to watch the Rangers make the playoffs. Saturday was a lot of fun.
Yeah, all of us from here, from this area, we haven't seen we haven't seen any good baseball at all.
Yeah, man.
I mean, if you think about the history of the Texas Rangers, it's not like some other organizations that have found a way to have success throughout and have a bunch of winning seasons. It's been kind of a dry spell. There's been kind of a little bit of a hit and miss situation. Some great players have come through, and it all seems so fleeting at times. Nothing able to sustain, and I think with CY, you're going to get sustain here. But, man, just to be in the playoffs for me as a guy that's lived my entire life here, basically, I'm so happy just to at least have the opportunity. You know, there's teams going home right now. You're still playing.
Amen.
That's choosing positivity right there.
Yeah.
You know, that I think if this is a team in the Northeast right now where fans embrace negativity a little bit more, this would be like a total meltdown day. And yesterday was something you'd focus on with the negativity, but many of you are choosing to appreciate this opportunity to watch your Rangers play in the postseason.
Yeah, if we're in the Northeast, we're melting down about the Patriots right now. Because that's not a very good football
team. JV offense.
Yeah, that's not a very good.
That's just weird, though. Those fans need to shake themselves. Like, your team's not good. You know, why are you getting all worked up about something that you're going to finish about 7-10?
Yeah, they've won all these championships though. So but the problem with that organization to me right now, I know it's Rangers talk here, but maybe it kind of ties in with the Rangers, and you look about with some of the personnel decisions. Guys in place that make those decisions. And Belichick, and as great of a head coach he is, that roster is his roster. That's something you have to say, where are we at as an evaluator there? Because he's not going to beat Don Shula with that roster. He ain't winning his 18 games.
It takes him 18 years.
He might be 80 years old.
Victory.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Cowboys open up as 3.5-point dogs to the Niners. We'll have to talk a lot about that throughout the week and injury updates and everything. Stay tuned all week long right here. Now, we are going to have day baseball the next couple of days here, 2 o'clock start, so we'll be on about 5:15, 5:30, somewhere around in there. Thoughts and prayers and condolences to the families and friends of the great Mark Friedman, a.k.a. Frito. Worked Dallas Sports Radio for as long as I can remember, and he passed over the weekend.
I had breakfast with him 2 weeks ago. Just he and I were sitting down and talking about things. He's really super smart when it comes to this market and what you have to do for podcasts and other things like that. And I just really he was just a great sounding board for me. I had my first opportunity to work for him with ESPN Dallas, and he just was. He's a great teammate. He was always kind. Nobody ever said a bad word about him. No. You couldn't get into he wouldn't let people fight. He was always a guy to come in and kind of be the mediator and make sure that everybody in the room was okay. And I'm going to miss him because I feel like I've been in the market doing stuff like this for a long time, but really haven't. I mean, just picking his brain on things was just a tremendous thing for me, and I'm very, very sad about it right now.
Yeah, a lot of people are. He wove through a lot of different careers, and a lot of people in the world of radio hurting today for the loss of Mark Friedman. Tour Day DFW rescheduled for the 21st, brought to you by Whataburger and Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. You can continue to track updates. Your next opportunity to get a flag at 105throughthefan.com. Okay, we have G-Bag Survivor to get to, but Jared Sandler's going to join us from Tampa. Then the Mike McCarthy press conference. We've slid G-Bag of the day back to 3:30, so we'll get that in over there at 3:30, and we're going to find a place for Krusty's Corner as well for his film report. All that and more coming up here on a Cowboys Monday on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 3:30 today because the Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up at 2:30 right here. So Jared Sandler is set to join you live from the airport as he's preparing to fly to Tampa to cover these Texas Rangers in the wild card round. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel. Free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. The Tour de DFW rescheduled for the 21st. It is brought to you by Whataburger and Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Yeah, we had a great time out there at Southern Leisure on Friday, and we might be heading for another round of bet payoffs. Gentlemen, how did we do this weekend?
I had the Chiefs, and I think Walchuk did as well, right?
No. I went with Washington, and I thought I was going to get that one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I put the Speedo on the line, and I went Commanders. And by golly, if we had just gone for a 2-point conversion there, Riverboat Ron, and I'm taking away the Riverboat because you wouldn't do it.
Gosh,
maybe the Commandos would have won.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome if he would.
It would have been epic. It would have been epic. We would have all been happy for Walchuk. We're all a little bit sad for him right now.
Somebody would have not been happy because he could have then picked somebody to have to do maybe more Speedo.
I think the whispers were that it was going to be you.
Woo. Oh, I believe that.
Okay, joining us now, Jared Sandler, preparing to fly out to Tampa.
Believe that, for
he's
sure.
at Jared Sandler on Twitter, X, a must-follow pre- and post-game show host. Jared, how are we doing this afternoon?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me.
Well, you sound a little bit down. How tough was yesterday for you?
I actually was just struggling to get the phone between my ear and my shoulder while I was just finishing unpacking. But, yeah, no, I mean, hey, so two things can be true. It is totally awesome and gnarly that this team is going back to the playoffs after 6 years of not only not making the playoffs, but let's just be real, not coming anywhere close to making the playoffs. Some teams go 6 years and they don't make the playoffs, but, within that stretch, they maybe fight, into mid-September one year and then lose out in the last week in another year. This team hasn't played relevant baseball beyond the first week of August since 2016. So that's awesome. It's also fair and true that they had a great opportunity to win the AL West and they did it. And you can be upset about that. You can be frustrated. You can, whatever emotion. But that's the reality of the situation. They had a great opportunity. They lost the game. They weren't able to score a run and get the win yesterday. So it is disappointing. I think, those guys are upset and frustrated, but at the end of the day, they got this amazing opportunity in the playoffs. I hope, fans are pumped up about that. It's been such a long time, and, you can worry about not winning the division after the playoffs, but you don't have a lot of time to sulk and pout because tomorrow you take on the Rays, and that's a quick series. It's a best-of-3 series. So if you take one day to pout, during that series, then the series can be over before it even starts.
How are you feeling about the Rangers' chances in this matchup?
A best-of-3 series in baseball, obviously, like cliche, anything can happen. The Rays are a weird team. On paper, there's nothing about them that I look at and I say, wow, I do not know how the heck the Rangers are going to be able to deal with this. But they won 98 games. Wander Franco, legal issues gone. Shane McClanahan hurt. Jeffrey Springs hurt. Drew Rasmussen hurt. I mean, they've dealt with all sorts of things. It's a team the Rangers played well in the regular season. They won 4 of 6. I don't know what you can draw from that because obviously regular season isn't the postseason. The one thing the Rays do really well is it's annoying to some people, but it's how they have to operate with their budget. They match up really, really well. So their lineup against a righty and their lineup against a lefty will have more differences than, the typical team. Some teams, maybe this guy and that guy don't start against the lefty or a righty, but the Rays have a totally different look in some aspects, righty lefty, and so they're very good against lefties, and that's an interesting matchup because the Rangers tomorrow are going to start a lefty in Jordan Montgomery, and the Rays, they don't have like as dominant of a bullpen as they've had in years past, but it's still a really good group.
Jared, how does analytics, and you mentioned the matchups and stuff like that, is this one of those teams that still believes in if pitchers, they only go so far in games? I mean, we've seen kind of a history with them, right, of pulling starting pitching early, or does that matter in the playoffs?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are – I don't want to say they are run by computers because I resent that.
They seem married to it. They seem very married to it.
They have a philosophy, they have a plan, and they stick to it. And it is in a lot of ways the reason they're able to compete, despite the fact that they don't have the budget to spend a lot of money. They look at market inefficiencies. They find guys who maybe aren't wanted for this or that reason, and they do one thing they do as well as any organization is they find a guy's strengths and they convince that guy to play to his strengths. And they figure out how that guy can play to his strengths over and over and over without getting exposed. And that's on the mound, right? They take a guy, didn't work with this organization, didn't work with that organization. They find the one thing he's good at. They figure out how to build off of that and make that guy successful. And that's how they're able to compete. And it is incredibly impressive. But it obviously isn't everything because they've come close, but they haven't won a World Series. This team is not indestructible by any means, but they get the most bang for their buck of any team, and they have for quite some time, and it's pretty impressive.
Jared, first off, bleep the Astros as always, but did you have any? I mean, this became a big thing on social media. What were your thoughts?
Yeah.
And did you have any issue with the team celebrating after clinching the postseason berth? Because I think this is completely overblown.
Yeah, here's the deal. Brian McTaggart gets paid by Twitter for engagement. So if he wants to compromise journalistic integrity and actual accuracy just to stir the pot, then he can do whatever he wants. That's totally cool. Did the Rangers, spray champagne and have what appeared to be a celebration that, they were also hoping to have yesterday after the game? Yes. Do you get drunk and hammered from spraying champagne? No. Did guys party? No, that would not be fair. Those guys, you saw the shots, maybe some pictures, guys spraying champagne. What was not shown was that pretty shortly thereafter, those guys were showered in the kitchen watching the end of the Astros-Diamondbacks game and then on the bus and back to the hotel. There was no party. There was no late night. Remember, it was 2 hours earlier there than it was here, for one. And, I'm not saying that no one took a sip of champagne or anything, but that was more akin to jumping around on the field celebrating a walk-off win. It just happened to be that there was champagne that was being sprayed than, this team, those guys all going out late and celebrating and partying. Now, if you want to say, well, hey, the Astros did a champagne toast, why couldn't the Rangers do that? Well, you know what? You can say it. I would also tell you this. The Astros, and I hated acknowledging this, but it's the reality, they've been to the ALCS 6 straight years. They've won the division every year, minus that COVID-shortened 2020 year, since 2017. So maybe it's old hat for them. And hopefully the Rangers are in a place one day when it is old hat. But that's just not the reality for this organization, and that's okay. I think it's okay to celebrate, recognize accomplishments. This was a big accomplishment. But if someone's going to suggest that the Rangers lost yesterday because of that, that is a lazy, bogus excuse. You want to know why they lost? Because they couldn't get a hit with a runner in scoring position, or they really couldn't get a hit at all. The bats did not show up yesterday. That's why they lost. They didn't lose because they sprayed champagne or any of that nonsense. They didn't get the job done yesterday.
You're the man, Jared. Have a great flight to Tampa. We'll catch up with you ASAP. We got to go up to the Ford Center at the Star where Mike McCarthy is standing by with the presser.
Do you get on that since it's already there? Do you try to balance it, or how do you think?
I think it's like anything. You always want to be in balance. It's obviously it's an important game. You understand the history, and there's obviously a lot of tradition with this game. So it's all part of it. You live to playing these kind of games. You dream about these kind of games. So you don't want to make it bigger than it is. But it's just not. It's just the reality is it's not just another game.
And you in some ways just foster that, or just let that environment be there because it's kind of their self-motivation a lot too, or?
Well, yeah, I think, self-motivation going into yesterday's contest was there, especially, after the week we had. So important thing is for us to learn, which we took this morning to go through it. There's just one of the things we can improve on yesterday's game. Watching their tape here this afternoon and getting into it. I mean, they're playing very well. I've been very impressed so far for what I've seen. So just keep your eye on the target.
Clarence Hill, Four-Star Telegram. How much did the change in the offseason have to do with the loss to 49ers last year? How much did that loss impact some decisions that were made offseason?
Yeah, I don't look at it that way. I mean, I know timing may reflect that, but no, I don't think it's. I just like anything when you make change internally. In my experiences, I mean, it's about going a direction that you feel can better serve you.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. Did you have any injury news from your athletic trainers yet? With Rico and Zach?
Yeah, they're both. They're both going to be in a rehab group Wednesday, so they definitely both have a chance to play.
Saudi's the athletic. I'm sure when players come in, you have certain expectations, especially maybe rookies. When Deron Bland came in as a 5th-round pick, what did you expect maybe his early career would look like, and how is it kind of measured up in that way?
I go back to Deron when he came in here on his 30 visit. He was. Just had a great visit, and and obviously we get to see these guys in person and in this video, and it's I can remember talking to Will McClay about this. Why is he not ranked higher? So I mean, there's a lot there, and to get him where we got him, we were obviously thrilled. So as far as his expectation, I'll just say this: I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because he's extremely consistent in everything he does. Very high instinctual awareness, the ball skills, and so forth. And he's played both inside and outside. So I mean, he's off to a hell of a start.
When you look at his play, well, I guess the first one yesterday, he mentioned to us that Mac Jones had gone to that side and come across and completed a pass, and he didn't want to let that happen again. How much of that is just kind of like learning on the fly and identifying those situations that a quarterback might do that again?
Well, I mean that's I think it's all part of development. And you look at young players, but we talk a lot about the ebb and flow of the game, things that happen, things that are built off of it, and I think clearly, from a quarterback's perspective, I mean that's a dangerous throw, and it doesn't have the opportunity to jump on it the second time. I think obviously you've seen the result, but I think it just speaks to his instincts and awareness.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboy.com. Now at the 4-week mark, is there any update on that? Let's go, Nishon Wright.
Both doing well. Don't have anything to give you as far as a plan for this week, but just seeing both guys in the weight room and seeing them in there every day, so they're doing everything. They look good, getting close. Yes.
Justin Rice, Pro Football Network. Coach, can you talk about Hunter Lipke and really the strides that he has continued to take, and what were some of your first impressions of him, and how has he continued to live up to those?
First impression really in camp was just he was young. And just needed opportunities. So I mean, he's doing a lot of good things on offense. Obviously, his first touchdown, but he's doing a really nice job on special teams too. So he's doing a really good job of fulfilling his role each and every week.
Hi, Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. In all 3 of your wins, no turnovers on offense, and in all 3 of those games, there was a fumble that was recovered with the that technique of covering and finishing. What can you maybe just describe the cue in that play, what you saw from him, and overall what we're seeing from your offense?
I mean, it's an excellent play. It's just like anything in this game. If you just keep running, good things happen. So I mean, his cover, and particularly their pursuit was right there too. I think they had 5 jerseys around the ball. So excellent heads up play by Sean. Like you said, we've had 3 balls on the ground in these 0-give games, and all 3 have been recovered. So obviously, with our focus, this is, we're going to protect the football because actually they were able to knock it out twice. That was the one head, the one on the sideline too, same guy. But that's why you work the fundamentals. We're getting ready to play defense, a vision defense that does an exceptional job also taking the ball away. So, and I think both teams do the same, and they do a good job taking care of it. So this will be a great challenge for us this week.
Is that technique something that you've coached throughout your career, or is that is there an origin to?
Oh, ball security? Yeah, I go back to Marty Schottenheimer. Marty. It didn't matter who you were. How many Super Bowls you won, or he was just so adamant about taking care of the football. And then on the flip side of it, Derek Thomas is the first guy I really seen come around the corner and with the chop. So the emphasis of it, definitely the origin is Kansas City back in the early 90s.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. A month into the season, how would you assess how you've handled the reps with Tony, and Rico, and Vaughn and those guys?
I think we're getting to a better flow. Yesterday was a better flow. So we had some games around balance. The first two. So I think we're clearly getting the packages and the rotation right. And obviously when Rico had the injury yesterday, then we got Hunter involved. So I like the way it's going.
You like Malik and practice squad guy, and you see what he can do in camp.
I'm high on Malik. I love his run style, his ability. His ability to make people miss in the hole. We saw that last year in his opportunities. So he's doing great.
Mike, talk a little bit about the rivalry between these two franchises. You've seen it from both sides. What stands out about it? Is it?
Well, I just think like anything, you have an opportunity to work for an organization that has great tradition, that has Super Bowl trophies in the lobby. There's always a path, in NFC that goes through Dallas or goes through San Francisco. So I think those things are, it's part of what makes this sport so great. In the respect that I feel you need to have for the history, the tradition of the Dallas Cowboys. So, but at the end of the day, like I said earlier, I don't want to make this game bigger than it is. I'm sure they're excited to play. We're excited to get up there on Sunday night and compete. And right now we need to keep our eye on target, and we need to have a better preparation week this week we had last week. Offensively we had our highest number of missed assignments. So, like I said, we got work to do. So we need to just keep cleaning our own house and staying on top of it.
Like understanding that 3 out of the 4 games have gotten kind of out of hand and some on the scoreboard, just how do you evaluate Dak's first month of the season? And obviously the interceptions were the talking point coming into the season. He's kept that down. How do you evaluate his total game so far?
I think he's playing very well. The ball distribution is what it's supposed to look like. You look at the numbers of how the ball's being moved around. So it's just like anything. Each week's a different challenge. And we've had some moving parts in the offensive line, so he doesn't let that affect him. He has great confidence in all his teammates. I think that's a needed trait for a quarterback in this league, just to trust the 5 guys in front of you and trust the things we're doing. So, I think he's had a really good first quarter.
How's he been able to keep the interceptions down the way that he has?
Just decision, ball accuracy. I think the connection we got work to do there too. The connection we have with the perimeter, the extra work. So it's just playing better together.
Hey, Mike, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. You guys went last week from having 13 enforced penalties for over 100 yards to only having 5 enforced against the Patriots for roughly 32 yards, which was much more in line with what you guys were doing week 1 and week 2. Was there added emphasis on that this past week in the meeting rooms, or was it more so you trust the players knew how to get better?
A little more emphasis in the team meeting. But we have what we call penalty prevention, video education each and every week. So just spent a little bit more time on it last week to emphasize it, and then I thought the players did an excellent job responding.
Did Michael come out of the game injured? I don't know if he missed some plays with something or nothing like that, but he's okay.
He had a knee and an ankle both looked at, but I'm not a high concern with it.
He will practice Wednesday.
As of right now, he might be limited. So we haven't finalized it yet. It is
Okay.
Monday. Is that okay?
Yeah, I was just curious. We hadn't asked you about Michael, so I know
Yeah, no.
some time. Yeah.
Dak, I know it doesn't really matter inside the game, but you haven't made him an offensive captain yet. I was just curious what some of the thinking, were you waiting for that?
Oh, my God. I'm dumbfounded. That's very observant on your part. So. He'll get a chance, I can promise you that. Yeah.
Mike, from what you saw the rehab last week where Tyron Smith was, are you fairly encouraged he's on a path? It gives him a pretty good chance to play this week in this game, or you won't know till Wednesday?
Yeah, I know today when we talked about him, he'll probably work with the rehab group, maybe limited, but he's doing much better.
Aisha Morrison, DallasCowboys.com. Coach, I think it's easy for us to get, kind of normalized to the fact that Tyler Smith is able to play left guard, play left tackle, be so flexible. Can you speak on just how impressive that is for a second-year player to be able to do that at this high level this frequently?
Well, I mean, he does some things physically that you just, you shake your head. I mean, his ability, his balance is to me, very unique for his ability to play both positions. And we're probably fortunate in the way his path went, where he started was one and ended up with the other. So, but yeah, he's off to a great start. He's gonna be a top-notch player in this league for a long time.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Lone Star Live. Same personnel almost across the board for the 49ers, aside from Javon Hargrave. Defensive coordinator, though, have any differences jumped out to you, with Steve Wilkes running?
No, I'm not totally that far along, but from what I've just seen from the game tape so far, there's a tremendous amount of carryover.
Yeah. When Bones brought you the proposal to do the fake PAT, do you trust him completely, or are you like, let's take a look at this together and figure it out?
In practice, yeah. I mean, it's and he does a great job of finding extra time to get it repped. So, and it was clean in practice. So both Friday and Saturday, and it was very well executed. So we were anticipating a certain alignment and look, and and we saw it on the first one, on the first field goal. So. But it was a great job by him, and obviously a great job with the guys executing.
Piggyback that. Is something like that wasted on a PAT? Would you rather wait for something like that on a field goal? I'm just asking.
That's a great. You mean the ROI on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You think there's more ROI on it than just 1 point? There is. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You have to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, they got to prepare for that now.
There you go. So, yeah, I mean, it's you could definitely make a case because when I started laughing when he brought it to me first. So it's just, but there's merit to it. So there's merit to it. That's why we did it.
Back on plan for a second. When you said, "Why is this guy not rated higher?" What was the answer you got?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't recall, but it's I just been impressed with him since the day I met him. So, like I said, I'm not surprised. So, I mean, look at his body type, just the way he plays, super consistent in everything he does. So,
Does anything remind when you had Sam Shields come in as a late?
Well, a different path. Sam. Obviously, Sam played receiver, just had tremendous amount of ability, but Sam had to make a transition to corner. Obviously, Duran's very natural there.
Hey, Coach, I know we're running down the injuries a little bit. Any update on Tyron Smith, how he's doing? What's his status for week 5, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's, I'm hopeful he'll work, in a limited or with the rehab group Wednesday. So then we'll see how that goes. But he's getting better.
All right,
thank you.
Great. Thanks.
The fan, some takeaways from that. Rico and Zach will be in the rehab group Wednesday and will have a chance to play. Said Tyron Smith doing much better with a knee injury that sidelined him the past 2 games. Could be in the rehab group Wednesday and possibly be limited at practice. And then the other note, Micah Parsons had the knee and ankle evaluated, but he does not have a high concern with it, although he could be limited on Wednesday. As overall, the injury updates, the injury news we got right there, not too shabby, guys. Okay, we got to step aside, though. We'll move Krusty's Corner into the 3 o'clock hour, so stick around for Brian Broaddus' film takeaways. The Tour Day DFW has been rescheduled for the 21st, by the way, getting all the flags in, and stay tuned there at 1053thefan.com for your next opportunity to pick up a 2023 flag. And we're back with more sports content here in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones joins us live at 8:30, and we get you set for Rangers Game 1 in Tampa. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Hi, this is Gavin Dawson for Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments and pay no interest until 2025. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys' house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Set up a free in-home consultation, and you can lock in this amazing offer for 6 months. Window Nation will show you how over 1 million of our expertly installed, money-saving, double-pane, Energy Star-efficient windows are already rewarding families in over 150,000 homes. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy with no interest payments until 2025. Update your whole home and qualify for a Cowboys jersey and free game tickets. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com/Cowboys today. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Tolos, it's Bobby Belt. I'm tailgating with Chef Matt at Market Street, my game-ready go-to in Colleyville on Wednesday, October 4th from 4 to 6 p.m. Join me and Matt for a brat from Peterson Farms, and I'll show you how you can enter to win a one-of-a-kind Saline Ford Bronco.
The Dallas Cowboys and Ford F-Series trucks never back down from a challenge. With their strength and ability to make plays on the fly, they're some of the toughest opponents around. That's just part of what makes F-Series the best-selling trucks in America for 46 years straight. Visit your Best in Texas Ford dealer today or shop at texasford.com to get a great deal on a new Ford F-Series. Ford, the official truck of the Dallas Cowboys. Based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
Hi, I'm Emmitt Smith, Hall of Famer and all-time leading rusher with exciting news.
Football legend Emmitt Smith talking about all new regenerative treatments for joint pain from the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
But did you know that you can encourage your body to actually heal itself with the help of QC Kinetics?
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies that are natural, restorative, and long-lasting.
The body is an amazing thing. Trust me, I put mine through a lot.
Exciting new relief is here for pain from arthritis, knee pain, lower back pain, pain in your hips and shoulders.
I'm that guy. When you Google shoulder pain, my face pops up.
But you don't have to be sidelined by pain anymore. Call QC Kinetics to learn more about biologic therapies.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing the things you love. There's a new natural solution that patients are raving about.
QC Kinetics.
Let QC Kinetics help you improve your quality of life.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com.
just announced Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 30 days, they can be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Found new rules.
Yes, sir. Okay, we did move Krusty's Corner because the Mike McCarthy press conference was at 2:30 this week. So Krusty's Corner is coming up at 4:40. He is the first media member every single week to get a hold of that Cowboys game film, and he has a full report coming up at 4:40. The text saying Micah does not need to practice this week. I hear you on that. You know, anybody fighting some sort of nagging injuries like that. Zach Martin as well. And you kind of cringe when you see them in the game in the fourth quarter, don't you? Like, man,
yes.
what's going on here?
Yes, absolutely. And he was tearing him up. I mean, he was getting plenty of pressures, so it was good from that standpoint. But there's a part of you going, my gosh, I don't think I want to see him, especially after he was limping across the field earlier in the game.
Yeah.
Probably like, okay, we're good here. But I wonder if that's just Micah like refusing to come off the field. He's like, it's time for me to eat now.
Yeah.
They're dropping back every time.
And I kind of think that that's what it is, because like Brian and I were talking about this in the postgame yesterday, and I remember last year in the blowout win at Minnesota, same thing happened. Fourth quarter, he's like, I'm trying to pad my stats. You're not taking me out of the game.
Yeah, it's tough to tell these guys, you know, when they're going to war for you and playing through injuries, that when you have a team on the ropes and they're in passing situations, we need you to come out of the game. But I mean, Zach Martin, we really need to sit offensive linemen. I mean, don't you want
to take Bochy
out? And you know, these guys in the backups are developing fairly well, so I'd look for more of an opportunity. But Zach probably just tweaked that sprained ankle maybe a little bit, and you know that happens when you're on the comeback trail. Okay, NFL news of the day coming up next. Wooly Bully, where are you going to be taking us?
We got a G-Bag Nation. You make the call. Zach Wilson made history, and the Toy Story game proved that we should fix this one issue. That's next.
free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's Hour 2 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 3:30. We pushed it back from 2:30 here because we had the Mike McCarthy press conference on. So you have that to look forward to. And Krusty's Corner has been moved to the 4:40 segment right there. Coming up at 3:20, little Cowboys Twitter for you, and we'll take a look at some of the top tweets that have gone viral following yesterday's dominant victory. Here's Zach Wolchuk, though, with your NFL news of the day.
Oh, how sweet that victory was. Victory Monday, boys, and NFL news of the day. I think we might have some NFL true football fan fatigue when it comes to the Taylor Swift stuff. The numbers are in on the ratings for last night's game between the Chiefs and the Jets, which ended up being a really good game. And we'll get to some audio from that in just a moment.
Wish they wouldn't have fumbled that snap.
Oh, man. So many missed opportunities there. And the Chiefs certainly were able to pull one out. But that would have been fun. It would have been fun if the Jets had been able to do that. But the ratings are in. And Sunday night's telecast of NBC's Sunday Night Football saw 20.3 million viewers for last night's game. The overall figure was the biggest on TV last night. But it's 4 million less viewers than last Sunday's Chiefs game drew, which was the first time Taylor Swift showed up to cheer on her now boyfriend, maybe, Travis Kelce. So granted, different networks, different time slots. You would assume the Sunday night primetime game, when it's the only game on, would generate bigger viewers. So there's the conversation of, okay, is this good for the NFL because you're getting new eyeballs into the sport? But maybe true football fans are like, this is just getting annoying. And unless I'm invested in this game, I don't need to see cuts to Taylor Swift in her box every 2 seconds.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we've gotten that feedback plenty. I mean, there's a lot of people that are just generally over it. I'm surprised to see that, though. I'm very surprised to see that. I was expecting it to be one of the highest rated Sunday Night Football games ever.
Me too.
Because of the time slot and the build up and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, maybe there's already the fatigue setting in, and I get it's a little bit. Nah, it
has just been in everyone's face. Like it's nonstop. It's everywhere. We got photos of her showing up to the stadium. And honestly, I thought Blake Lively was the one who stole the show yesterday.
Yeah.
In what way?
In a multitude, a couple of ways, I would say.
She was cheering.
She was.
She
looked fantastic.
Bouncing around in there, having a good time.
She really did.
And then they had a bunch of superheroes in there. Wolverine was there, and Deadpool was there. That was pretty cool.
Do you think these Swifties, they tuned in and they went, man, this Zach Wilson's not a bad quarterback?
I did see a tweet that said, man, Swifties that are watching football for the first time think Zach Wilson's a better quarterback than Mahomes.
Yeah. It is.
Like, what the hell?
It's pretty amazing. Shout out to Zach Wilson for looking competent for maybe the first time in his career.
Yes.
And on that stage in that moment to do it, I thought he was gonna be like shaky hands. I thought we'd see him in the shotgun with his hand shaking a little bit, like, oh my gosh, all eyes on me. But he came to play, man.
I was wondering what's in Travis Kelce's mind. You know, when you come up with a big catch, are you like, oh, yeah, that now she's really, hooked? Or if I have a bad game, is she going to be like, oh, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
She's
going to start looking. She might be into Isaiah Pacheco if she's really just a football girl, know.
I was kind of hopeful that the Chiefs would lose that game, and then she would like leave before the end of the game.
She leaves for Zach Wilson.
Like you see her like pulling off her KC gear and just throwing it,
wiping off the red
lipstick.
lipstick.
She's going down through the bowels of the stadium. When you check in, you see her just take her jersey off and hand it to the Janny King guy over there. Just hey, do something with this. All right,
I'm over it with these guys.
Yeah.
So I saw this and I found this to be pretty insane. So over the course of Pat Mahomes' college and NFL career, he had never been involved in a game when the opposing quarterback had more completions, more passing yards, more touchdown passes, and fewer interceptions.
Yeah.
Until last night. Zach Wilson
is
the first quarterback in 127 Pat Mahomes starts to achieve that.
This is now 3 out of the first 4 games are amongst the worst rated offensive games the Chiefs have ever played with Patrick Mahomes. This is absolutely real. They're struggling to pass the ball. And once again, just like in the Super Bowl, it was the running of Pacheco and Mahomes that won that game for him.
Yeah. Their offensive line is a huge issue right now.
Yeah.
They cannot, their offensive line, every time there is a good forward positive play, they get some type of penalty along the way. They better.
And they don't have any receivers.
They better fix that offensive tackle, and it's hard to fix offensive lineman issues. Unless you use the trade deadline, but it is difficult to do as the season's wearing on.
Well, the Mahomes slide as well cost bettors a ton of money as the Chiefs closes an 8-point favorite. If he doesn't go down at like the 1 or 2 yard line there and he walks in for a touchdown, then of course they cover. Well, they didn't. So there's tons of money. The house won a bunch for those that took the Chiefs to cover. The fumble, you mentioned that from Zach Wilson.
Jets to cover.
For the Chiefs to cover is where all the money went.
All
they, of course, didn't.
The house won.
So the house
I'm
ended
sorry.
up winning.
Yeah,
so like 84% of the bets were on the Chiefs to cover. So the ones that did bet on the Jets, they won. I mean, they cashed in. So you mentioned the fumbled snap.
Yeah.
And Zach Wilson's caught on the sideline with a couple of his teammates. I think it was like Randall Cobb, Alan Lazard. He's like, it's my fault. It's my fault. And if you remember last year, we played some audio of Zach Wilson. It might have been against Buffalo, but there was a game where they scored 3 total points. Defense played great, and they lost. And reporters asked him afterwards,
10-3 game. Yeah.
They're like, hey, do you feel like you let the defense down? And he just said no. Immediately just said no. And him as a leader has been taken into question. But finally, I think you're seeing the maturity raise here for Zach Wilson. Here was him last night at the podium talking about the loss.
Zach, we saw the cameras after the game show you look upset, and Thomas was with you, Randall, then Lazard. Can you just talk to us a little bit about those conversations, what were they saying to you, what you guys talking about?
Yeah, that's on me. Critical situation. I can't have a play like that. I cannot drop the ball. And this team is sacrificing a lot. Guys were making plays, defense was making plays, O-line was protecting, the receivers were making plays, and to be driving right there and to drop a snap, I cannot do that. I lost us that game, and I cannot do that. And I was making it clear to those guys that I need to be better. I need to be better on the little things, the details. It can't happen.
Growth and accountability, man.
Well, he's gotten really good at that. He's got a lot of practice taking accountability after, being the reason his team lost the game. And right there, what you see is an expert in his field.
Oh, man.
That's a guy who's acting like he's been there before.
Okay. You'd be a great teammate to have, no question about that. And you are a great teammate.
Yeah.
The
See
thing
what you did there.
Yeah.
Hello, mouth. Here's the foot.
Was that the bunion foot or the gout foot you put in your mouth just
Either
now?
one, pretty bad.
I don't know, man. The thing about this guy,
Gotta think the bunion tastes worse, right? For whatever reason.
I haven't had the bunion situation in a while now.
Happy for you.
Did you get it shaved down?
That's fantastic.
No. I was fearful I was going to have surgery. That I hope you guys never have to grow old.
That's a dub.
I really don't.
Me
I
too,
hope you
man.
guys
Trying
don't
to
grow
stay
old.
young.
Watching you gimp around was heartbreaking for me.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't laugh all the time.
No, it hurts. But I think with this guy, though, to me, I think this is where I think this guy gained some confidence with when Aaron Rodgers came out and had his back. Honestly, I think that Aaron Rodgers kind of telling people, shut the hell up. Everybody has an opinion about this guy, but Aaron Rodgers is kind of, he's told those around or those that will listen his platform, man, get off this kid's back.
Yeah.
I think Collinsworth mentioned it, and Mahomes said something to him after the game. Maybe it is a turning point.
Well, Chris Jones.
Okay.
Chris Jones.
So
I have this. Part of the story. Okay.
So this is perfect that you brought this up because you're right, and everyone's been going after Zach Wilson, and so last night you mentioned this. Chris Jones goes to the set. Rodney Harrison's doing an interview.
Rodney Harrison hates the Jets.
And
he's a New England Patriot. Yeah, he
absolutely
hates the Jets.
And you can tell. So Rodney Harrison's just trying to kind of bait Chris Jones here. G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Did Rodney Harrison cross a line when it comes to being a media member and conducting an interview? Here's the back and forth.
Was Zach better tonight than what you anticipated he would be watching him on tape? And you could be honest.
Honestly, if I'm being completely honest, we knew it was going to be a battle. He's continued to get better week in and week out. And he's continued to lead week in and week out.
But watching that tape, man, you got to look at this dude and say, "Oh, he is garbage." Like we should really tear him apart.
Earlier, like I said, Zach Wilson is special, man. You just got to give the guy time. You know what I mean?
Wait. Did you say Zach Wilson is special?
Yeah.
I think he had a special night, but I don't think he's special. I've got to prove that over. You're special because you proved it over a course of time. He's not special. I'm just saying, Chris.
Hey, listen.
I'm just saying.
I think Chris Jones handled that brilliantly. Did you have an issue with Rodney Harrison there at all?
No, I don't, because you're going for it in a situation where the player is going to give you a generic, safe answer.
Yeah.
And I do this all the time. If you're going to come on and be generic, I'll put words in your mouth just to see how you react to it, to make something interesting happen. Yeah. Maybe Rodney overdid it a little bit, but no, I really don't have a problem with it. You know, that it's sports entertainment. We all know, you know, Zach Wilson's not a good quarterback at all. Yeah. You know, and if you're on that team, I think what the people at home, the fans, want to hear, you know, is your thoughts on what reality is. And that is, you have the worst starting quarterback in the NFL. He just went out and played magically. You know, isn't that crazy? That's what's going on.
Yeah, I think that we're starting to hear some pushback, though, from guys like Rich Gannon. They're coming out and saying, listen, you know, what are we doing nowadays as former players going on these shows and calling other players garbage?
You're doing your job instead of being a former player protecting the shield or protecting that alumni base.
I think,
you know, are you doing the show for the alumni base or fans? Which group is bigger? That's what I would ask as a programming person.
Yeah, but Rich Gannon's calling for guys to be let go if you're going to continually call players garbage. You know.
Okay, so yeah, maybe garbage and trash isn't the right word.
That's what I'm saying.
You could trim that up.
He
tripled down on it too during the.
I think there's absolutely times you could be critical of these players and be fair about it, but calling players garbage and trash and all that, I don't think that's necessarily the. You know, if you want to say, hey, this guy really struggles because, you know, they don't win games because, you know, that's to me, that's analysts. That's what you should be, not, you know, just trying to draw Chris Jones into something that he probably, you know, doesn't, you know, well, he's not going to say that. I mean, he's smart.
This is shock broadcasting coming to sports a little bit, and I'm here for it. I freaking love it.
The thing about it is, and I'm going to ask, and I don't know if we would do this. If Zach Martin played like trash, would we call him trash to his face?
Absolutely not.
I know I wouldn't.
We would say like, hey, you didn't have your best game. I would never say, Zach Martin, you looked like trash out there, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, that's just me. I don't think I could say I could be super critical about, you know, I could throw sand on guys. I did it with Terrence Steele. I did not like Terrence Steele's game at all.
Well, if you did, it would be amazing broadcasting. It would go very viral.
And certainly this has, and maybe that's a good thing for them. They want the clicks. We also had Aaron Rodgers in the report from Melissa Stark.
I'm asking a question. Answer, Dawson. Would you call Zach Martin trash to his face?
Okay, if he was on the show.
If he was on the show and he played like trash, say for the last 3 weeks he's played like trash, would you say, hey, man, I've been watching your games. You're trash. You're a trash player. Would you do that to him?
Probably not. No, it's a Hall of Famer. Deserves a lot of respect.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not like Rodney Harrison's doing this to Zach Wilson's face.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Don't say anything that you're not willing to say to the guy's face.
That's
Is
what
that
I'm
your
saying.
point?
You know, the thing with Dak or whoever, you know, I mean, we've been critical of this quarterback, but I don't think we've ever called him trash.
No, because he's not trash. We're talking about a quarterback that is, Brian, compared to other starting quarterbacks.
I just think that to me, as compared to other starting quarterbacks, I think there's a way that we could talk about. And we had a chance. We broke down the Jets all week.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about, hey, these are the struggles the Jets are going to have. This guy doesn't see the field very well. He makes mistakes. He's not accurate. You know, you might in your mind say this guy plays like trash. But to say it that way, I don't think that's the way, you know, the best way to handle that.
No, it's not.
If you want to say, hey, this guy's not very good because
he said it with a lot of confidence though, and a smile on his face.
Yeah. Oh, he did. Yeah. He did. And he kept kind of poking, trying to get the answer that he wanted, and Chris Jones didn't take the bait, and good for him. Aaron Rodgers is said to be working out 5 hours a day. Is this better than what Russell Wilson was doing trying to get back?
No, obviously not. Russell Wilson was working 27 hours a day to get his finger right.
Do it better. Come on, Aaron.
So
but
freaking want it more.
He plans to rejoin the team permanently after their bye week in Week 7, and he still has the goal of returning at some point this season.
Does he include in those 5 hours the listening to Dolphins make love, or is that a different portion of his recovery?
That's a great question.
Do we know what that sounds like?
We're gonna need to follow up. Well, we're gonna play it for Zach Martin on Thursday.
I'd be happy to. I mean, if you want me to go, into our work computers and YouTube dolphins making love to each other,
do they actually
I will
have
do that right now.
do they actually have marine biologists have these sounds?
I think we have sounds
you
of
can get
everything.
it pretty easy.
Yeah,
they'll hump you if you're on vacation.
They sure will.
Oh, I've seen. I have seen that. You're right about that. Yeah, the dolphin pool. Yeah.
You're about to get Harvey Weinstein right there. That's what they call that experience. Actually,
oh no. Justin Herbert suffered a fractured finger on his left hand. He's not expected to miss any time, so that's good news for the Chargers. Bad news for Bills cornerback Tre'Davious White. He's feared to have suffered a torn Achilles. That is such a bummer.
He needs to get with Rodgers, man. If he gets with Rodgers, he'll be back this year.
Damn right. And the Patriots are going to stick with Mac Jones after being benched.
Hey, shout out to Babe Lothlenberg for calling that. He said that quarterback switch was going to happen.
Yes. Nice job by Babe Baroni right
Your
there.
guy.
All righty. Thank you, Woolchuck. The NFL news of the day, most afternoons at 3 o'clock. We have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 3:30. Cowboys Twitter is next right here on a Cowboys Monday. We got Rangers content on deck for you as well right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments. Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. We are 6.5 minutes away from the G-Bag of the day. Usually comes at you every afternoon, 2:30, but we had the Mike McCarthy press conference an hour ago. So stick around for the G-Bag of the day. If you've never heard it, it's the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. And we'll play them all here coming up in about 6 minutes. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. We do have some time to get in some Cowboys Twitter and some tweets that are going viral about America's team. Todd Archer, ESPN, was listening to Jerry Jones talk about what a win versus San Francisco would mean. I think a win against that team would just feel like you're playing for the marbles in the NFL. When you play against a team here that's undefeated, we're going to come in and there and try to stay on the field with them. The Niners are a 3.5-point favorite to open this up. I don't know. I mean, I think the biggest thing about the game for me is just that you don't want to go to 2 losses with the Eagles and Niners sitting on 0, because then the chances of home field advantage go. Yeah, but I think the Cowboys have proven they're good enough to beat them on any given Sunday. But the Niners are probably the better team, and we're going to feel that way depending on which team stays the healthiest between now and a potential rematch in January or February or whenever it would be. So, I'm looking forward to this game. I hope the Cowboys win. It would be awesome to be, in the hunt. But even if they do win, I'll feel like, is that the one you want to win? If you can only beat them once over the course of the next 4 or 5 months, maybe be better to lose and be like, hey, you need help at corner or linebacker or offensive line. I don't desperately need to win this game for my good vibes about the Cowboys, and I don't know how beneficial it would be even if you do win it.
Interesting. I think you're in the minority on that. I think everybody's looking at this game of like, man, when are you going to be able to take this team down? Pretty much every decision you've made as an organization over the last, what is it now, two years has been trying to beat this team. And I don't know the psychological aspect of losing again, and then if you see them in the playoffs, I don't know where you're at psychologically there. I don't know if it actually hurts you or helps you or what the deal is, but I think most of us just feel like, man, you want to have some confidence that you can beat this team. And right now you don't have that. And they talk about it so much before, what was the Jets game, where they have all this different stuff from San Francisco and Saleh and their schemes, and they're talking about San Francisco while in preparation for the Jets. And then to go out there and to lose to them, it'll just be like, at least with the fan base, I don't know how the team reacts to that, but from a fan base, it's going to be like, oh my gosh, here we go again. It doesn't matter. You can beat the Patriots and the Jets and the Giants all you want. You're not going to be able to beat that one team, and that's the one thing you need to do to accomplish your goal.
I agree. They wanted to get tougher, right? They wanted to get better at stopping the run. They wanted to kind of change their mentality as a team. A lot of that is, how do we beat the 49ers? That's the team that has ended your season for the last 2 years. If they win, they're not Super Bowl champs. If they lose, the season's not over. But I do think psychologically this is a big-time game, and they know that in that locker room. And I think that the game that we brought up yesterday, Brian, is the perfect one to pinpoint, that 2014 Seattle game.
Yeah, I totally think that, to me, that's how I'm focusing on the Cowboys right now. Is in 2014, they went to Seattle and really, they physically took it to Seattle, ran the ball really well. DeMarco Murray made some really big plays along the way. And that was the season, that was the Dez non-catch game, and I just, in my heart of hearts, believed that Dallas could have got through the championship game. The tone that they set during that regular season victory, it had to be in Seattle's mind. There was no doubt if Dallas would have gone there, they would have beaten Seattle, in my opinion, in that championship game, just by the way that they created doubt. And I think it's important. I call San Francisco a bully. People are like that. Well, Dallas is a bully too. And I'm like, no. You have to go and and beat the bully to be the bully, I think. And that's where I think that, to me, if they go out there and they get embarrassed and get run over and don't handle this very well and don't protect Dak and can't run the ball, that's going to go a long way to just continually creating doubt. And if these two teams were to meet again, and likely if they go and get beat up this way, they're probably not going to meet again. Dallas will probably be lower if they're in the playoffs and not have that opportunity.
It is game of the week in the NFL, no doubt. All the eyeballs will be on it. Dan Rogers blogging the boys, tweeting about your kicker situation. There's only one kicker so far who has more than 10 attempts and is perfect. Yeah, kicker's Brandon Aubrey. It's not just that he's a perfect 13 of 13, but his kicks have been right down the middle. The guy is dialed in. Shoot, yeah, they found a kicker, didn't they? This is amazing.
Yeah,
this might be the next Dan Bailey right here out of the MLS.
Look at this.
Let's go Plano.
He's getting all the game, the live game reps that you need as well. So this dude is just going to be, and he already is, but when you need him, you're going to feel like, okay, we got a long list of him knocking down field goals.
I'm so glad he didn't get to try that 67-yard field goal.
You're glad he didn't get to try it?
I'm glad he did not.
You don't want them to see that he has that ability?
No.
And then they'll start settling for 67-yard field goals on the regular?
What I was worried about is everything was going so perfect in the first half of that game.
Not going.
I could just see that ball being short and them returning it as you're trying to cover with offensive linemen.
Oh.
And guys and a holder
Here
and a
comes
kick.
Jabril Peppers.
And here comes Peppers. Right. All of a sudden it's like, everything was going perfectly, and then you get a kick 6 on you at that point.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, here we go. Happy Monday to all the Tolos out there.
Yes, sir.
Glad to see you. Hope all the Tolos made it back this Monday to our G-Bag Nation show here. Our winner and champ is a local weatherman. Jumps on Instagram to give you a weekend weather report for Texas. I don't know if it got as cold as he said it would.
Texas is going to get pounded with lower temperatures next week, so we got to keep an eye on it. Just bam, 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 bam. It's coming your way. Brownsville, 91 with a high of 94. Corpus Christi is 90 with a high of 92. Austin is 89 with a high of 96. Round is 89 with a high of 94. Now look at this. For the rest of this week, it's going to be warm, but then it's going to drop around Thursday and Friday, supposedly. The temperatures are just going to come down. Lomont is 88 with a high of 93. Fallis is 90 with a high of 95. And you look again towards the end of the week, it's just going to plummet. And you're going to get pounded with lower temperatures. Midland and Odessa are the same thing. 85 with a high of 94. Pecos is 90 with a high of 100. Little heat thing going around Pecos right now. Amarillo, 86 with a high of 95 again. Towards the end of the week, the temperatures are going to plummet.
He's a big fan of that one, isn't he?
Whew. I didn't feel them plummet like that. I'm still waiting. I'm definitely still waiting. Don't plummet too low though. I don't want to be too cold at the fair. You know what I mean?
It's going to be beautiful this weekend.
When you going?
70 degrees Saturday.
As long as it doesn't rain.
Yep, no rain. All sun. Yep.
I don't know when I'm going. I really don't. But I will be going a lot. I got the season pass, bro. I'll
that's
be
true. You can just rock up there whenever you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go for dinner one night. You know what I mean?
Is this like your Disney World, man? Is this like,
I just like the fair. The fair's fly. Do you guys know Travis Kelce's touchdown dance? You know what that dance is?
What's it called?
I don't know what it's called.
It's Young Jock's dance.
Yes.
Meet me in the mall. It's going down.
Young Jock, okay.
Yeah, it's Young Jock's dance. We have a couple right here arguing about it. This is what happens when, what's that girl's name? Travis Kelce's girlfriend?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift joins the party. Now everybody wants to jump on in. This lady right here is arguing with her husband about the dance. He's serious about it.
This is what Travis Kelce did. This is what he did. That's Young Jock.
He did Soulja Boy.
This is Soulja Boy. This is Crank That. This is how you crank that, okay? This is Crank That. This is Young Jock.
He did.
This is Young Jock. This is Young Jock.
Travis Kelce did Crank That.
This is Crank That. It's not the same thing.
About to cry.
Are you stupid?
So bad.
Oh, no.
Taylor Swift still put him on the map, though.
Oh, no.
He's an 8-time Pro Bowler, Brandon.
Oh, no.
That's really pulling people off sides. Taylor Swift putting him on the map.
Yeah.
This is Young Jock.
It's Young Jock right here.
Are you stupid?
It's not the Soulja Boy, it's the Young Jock. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing.
Got you guys covered.
Here's a blessing right here. RG3 was calling the Ole Miss and LSU game.
Uh-oh.
No. Listen to the very end of this. I hope you can hear it, though, man. I really do.
You want to see a defense that's
playing like their hair's on fire. Look at everybody glowing to the football. Get your hat to the ball. Don't give him an opportunity to use those sweet feet to potentially get a first down. The coverage was there. They lifted that man up to the sky like he was Jesus, letting them know they're going to put him on the cross right there.
Wow.
He did. He said that. I heard him say it.
A crucifixion joke?
Yeah.
Lifted that man up like he was Jesus and put him on the cross.
Oh,
boy. Boy, RG3 is exciting on the mic. I'm telling you, pause.
Let's take some risks now.
He is exciting on the mic.
Sure will.
You don't know what this man will say, and he will say it.
I think he plays. You know, go outside the box a little bit. I enjoyed RG3.
Yeah, I love it. Let's go to the Cowboys radio broadcast. Babe and Brad. Dak was enjoying the blocking from the O-line, apparently.
On second down, Prescott back to throw. A lot of time to survey things. Runs out to his left. Throws to the sideline to Gallup. Caught for a big first down. And all the way down the sideline goes Gallup. Pushed out by safety Jabril Peppers, and the other safety is Kyle Duggars.
Well, all day for Dak Prescott to throw. I mean, he could have pitched a tent back there in the pocket.
Well done, babe.
He paused, too.
He did
He
pause.
paused, bro.
He paused.
Well, all day for Dak Prescott to throw. I mean, he could have pitched a tent back there in the pocket.
He could have, man. In fact, I think he did.
Yeah. Get your hands out your pocket, Dak.
Yeah. I mean, that has taken over as the definition for the pants in the boner situation so much that when I talk about putting up a tent, I just call it setting up the tent.
Yeah.
Nobody actually says pitch the tent.
Nobody's ever said pitch the tent.
Nobody, yeah.
Unless you're looking for some laughs.
Yeah, nobody's ever said pitch the tent, my guy.
Oh my God, is he going 6 to midnight right now in the pocket? That thing's impressive.
Let's see. How about this one? I got a whole lot. This is so cool.
Sports is the worst for that, though, right?
Oh, the double entendres
Yes,
and innuendos.
we talked about with Greg Olson, right?
Yeah, with football, it's
football. It's just so
Yeah.
You got guys around all the
Dak
time.
being tired of the media. I guess you guys won't play that. I'll play that later. I mean, you
fire it
guys
off
can.
if you want.
You want to?
Yeah, go for it.
Dak is tired of the media bringing up old stuff. He said, "Ooh, I needed that."
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do.
Ooh, I needed that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
That lost drive, you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day. Every day, Todd. Every day.
Come on, Todd.
Almost
Todd's
got
getting
Dak
under
to
his
cuss
skin.
on the mic. Dak don't be cussing on the mic. He's a politician, bro.
Yeah. No.
Almost got this man to curse on the
You got
mic.
him in his real feels there, and that's how I like my Dak, playing angry.
Yes. Let the emotion flow until it builds up to a point that you body slam the world and bend it to your will.
Let's go.
or pitch a tent.
Somebody said I fell off. Ooh, I needed that.
Cowboys fans.
We got. Nah, what's you going? I'll do one more. Play-by-play broadcaster Eric Collins broadcasted the Baylor versus UCF game. He loved it. He had himself a good time.
They're coming after. McClain. Running out of time. What do you got? McClain. He's still on his feet. Oh my goodness. It's caught. Unbelievable. The game continues.
That was awesome.
It was a fourth down.
Epic, dude.
Epic play.
There's like a minute left in the game. It's fourth down. They're trailing. He scrambles. Like, he runs all the way back to the end zone. He snaps the ball at like the 30-yard line. Quarterback is running to the sideline all the way to the end zone. And then he finds a guy for the first down. Great grab. It was just an amazing play. And then they, of course, go on to lose the game.
Were they down like 30? Well, they were 36-3. Baylor was down in that game?
Yeah, Baylor was down by a ton, and it was probably has to be one of the most epic comebacks ever.
I'm sure
it's just a game that nobody really cared about, but it was an amazing comeback.
Eric Collins on the call. Is it Dak tired of the media bringing up old stuff, namely Todd Archer? He asked the question a couple of weeks ago that got him bent. Todd's doing a great job.
Todd's doing a great job.
Is it Brad and Babe detailing the blocking? Is it the blessing from RG3? Is it Crank That or Young Jock or our champ, the local weatherman? I'm going with Brad and Babe there, Chief. How about you?
Yes, likewise.
The pitch tent, Lucius.
A couple arguing over Travis Kelce's touchdown dance.
It's 2-1. We'll check.
I co-sign that. I love that bit.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Yeah, young jock, please.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag Today champion. It is Crank That or Young Jock. Now, when we return right here, it's time for the best O of the weekend with the Chief. Where are you taking us, bro?
Let's all together laugh at the rabid nature of SEC football fans next right here in the nation.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not.
All righty, welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Coming up at 4:20, Chris Young is going to join us right here on your home of the Rangers. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Wooly Bully will have your top 10. It's time now for the best of the weekend, and here he is, your best of the weekend host, Eric Chiafalo.
Well, the Rangers clinched a playoff berth, and that was no question the best part of this weekend. And the video, or the photo of Bruce Bochy biting the cork out of that champagne bottle was one that I fell asleep to over the weekend, feeling like there was just a smile on my face. It was a pretty epic photo. Shout out to Bochy, shout out to the Rangers. Looking forward to tomorrow's playoff baseball right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, 1:30 pregame, 2 o'clock first pitch. It's going to be epic in Tampa, and I'm ready for hopefully some beautiful playoff baseball here in the Metroplex for the first time in quite some time. Now, I do have a baseball or butt crack for you guys from the weekend as well. Did you guys see Carlos Rodon and his epic failure of a start where he didn't record a single out versus the Royals? And he was upset. He gets pulled in the bottom of the first inning here. And it is about as bad a performance as you could ever imagine. You're talking about 0 innings pitched, 8 earned runs, and 2 walks, 35 pitches. So it was a miserable season for him in the Yankees, but it closed out. I mean, he became the 5th pitcher since 1901 to have an outing with 0.0 innings pitched and 8 or more earned runs. So it's as bad as it gets. Baseball or butt crack, Carlos Rodon was going to donate $10,000 for every out he recorded to a local animal shelter. He, of course, recorded 0 outs and had his worst showing with the Yankees.
I'm going to say that was true.
You're going baseball on that?
I think it's baseball. I think he might have been wanting to do that. He didn't anticipate going out there and getting shellacked like that, even though he has been pitching like Poochies.
Well, you see eye to eye with me. I almost got on this. It's a good old fashioned butt cracking. I was close to running with it though, man. I was sort of hopeful. Like it doesn't get much funnier than what he did on the mound in that whole season and wearing that mustache and being upset at the pitching coach for running out there and telling him you got to get off this mound because you're disrespecting the game and you're embarrassing all of us. But it would have just added that cherry on top if we knew that for every out he was going to be donating $10,000 to a local animal shelter in a game where he got 0 outs. So I almost ran with it, but it's a certified butt cracking, boys.
Darn it!
Now the college football weekend, there was a lot of fun stuff here. And we just played a call from the UCF game, Baylor game. That was an insane game. There's always crazy things throughout the college football weekend. I want to show love to Brock Bowers, who continues to, people are asking whether or not he's the most unstoppable human being in all of sports right now. Like, absolute savage. Some of the plays that he made after the catch, that's a tight end that I think is certified to go top 10 and might go top 5 in the upcoming draft. Like, he's a freak show.
Absolutely. There'll be a conversation, him and Marvin Harrison Jr., like who is the best non-quarterback in that draft, and I think it's going to be those two.
He's 6'4", 240-some pounds. He runs like a gazelle, and it's 8 catches for 160 yards and the game-winning touchdown. He's an animal, so salute to you, sir. Now, we have a video and a photo that needs to be seen, so if you can hop on the Twitch or the YouTube, you'll get a chance to look at these things, and they will be worth your time. I don't know who had a worse weekend. Was it Carlos Rodon, or was it one of these Gamecock fans that we'll get to here in a second? But we also, did you guys see the video of Trent Dilfer, our guy, Dilfer's Dimes, UAB coach? At one point in the game, they had 12 guys on the field for a punt, and he berates his coaching staff in a way that I don't think I've ever seen before. Trent Dilfer just ripping in for like 30 seconds. He's losing his mind. We're talking about UAB football, and I've never seen someone care more about anything. He is all up in the face. He's screaming. He's gesturing. His hands are going nuts. His face is red. He can't stop yelling. As soon as you think he's caught his breath, he's back at it. He's pulling his headset off. He's putting it back on. Just an absolute bleep hole. I can't stand when coaches do this, and I was waiting for one of his assistants to just punch him right in the face, and I'm a little bit annoyed that they didn't. Trent Dilfer, for as much as he's like he's trying to be this nice guy, he is ridiculous, dude.
Totally lost it.
Totally lost it.
Yeah. We don't have audio of that.
No, we don't have any audio.
Yeah,
of
it's
that.
actually you just the video is just. They have 12 men on the field.
12 men on the field. Yeah, on a punt, I guess.
punt,
so
yeah.
it was. I mean, whatever.
Did he throw
but-
the hat or the headset? Or
No,
he just kept putting. He took the headset off and then he put it back on. He is as mad as you've ever seen somebody. And I was just waiting for somebody to punch him in the face, and I wish they would have. These coaches get in these modes, and they're all control freaks, and especially in college, these guys all have the control. But I've seen it in high school too, where these coaches just feel like, okay, I'm allowed to be as mad at you as your parent when you're a child acting insane. And I just like, dude, you're talking to adults here. Trent Dilfer, like somebody's got to put you in your place at some point here. It kind of angered me when I watched it. Now, what put a smile on my face when I watched it was a couple of things. First was the BYU mascot, who was doing literal jump ropes on the sidelines with the jump ropes are covered in flames. They're set on fire. And they're doing giant jump ropes. The BYU mascot is backflipping through the jump rope that is set on fire. I feel like this is hazardous. It's very entertaining, but you're one small step away from just setting an entire stadium on fire in the middle of a game on a Saturday night. Okay? So that's what's happening at BYU. Fire hazards all over the place. And
he's got like a furry costume on, right?
Yes, he's decked out. He's a cougar.
Yeah, he's a cougar, yeah.
It's a backflipping cougar, but he's backflipping through flame-embroiled jump ropes. And it's one of the most athletic feats I've seen in quite some time, and nobody was injured during the making of this entertainment. So all is good. Now we get to the SEC, and we got to talk about Broadus's
good cardio on this cougar, by the way, to keep the flips going.
A lot of flips.
Yeah.
I didn't count the flips, but it was double-digit flips for sure.
That's not like a momentum flip either, where you're just like going in a line. You're flipping, stopping, and then going 2-footed jump.
Yes. Woo. Everybody's impressed with the Oregon Duck and all the push-ups, and hey, listen, we all got respect for that. But this BYU guy,
bro, he's up and like raising the roof after 10 standing backflips.
This is the most athletic thing on a college football field. Yes, jumping into the crowd. There's fire. There's cougars.
It's a big guy.
I would love to know what this dude's getting paid. He's underpaid, whatever it is. I hope he's got an NIL deal or
That's
something.
$10,000 worth of work right there, what he just put in.
Yes, dude. It was really, really impressive. Now, what else was impressive was the security guard who was trying to stop the rabid Ole Miss students from storming the field in Baton Rouge.
No, it was at Ole Miss.
Or excuse me, at Ole Miss. So it was a
Oxford,
comeback.
yeah.
It's in Oxford. Lane Kiffin and company. They beat Brian Kelly. It's always fun when Brian Kelly loses, unless of course you're Brian Broaddus and you're pulling for him. It was 55-49. It was insane. And then the students rushed the field. Now watch. I want to get the scout's eye on the security guard here because it'll be up on the fan cam, courtesy of Carter Freeman. But look at the security guard. He's going. He's trying to move his feet. He's trying to get his hands on kids. He's trying. He's trying to just stop somebody. He's half-assing his way through it a little bit, and then a female gets a forearm shiver to the jugular and gets decleated. Almost decleated the same way that LSU's quarterback Jalen Daniels was in that game, where the ball went flying and both of his feet came off the ground, and I was a little bit embarrassed for him.
It was only a matter of time that was going to happen to LSU with the
forearm shiver.
Yeah.
How about that security guy? That poor girl. Like, no, he's not stopping anyone from rushing the field, but of course she takes the 250-pound, 75-year-old elbow to the jugular, I wonder if there's a lawsuit.
Bro, that dude's over 250.
Okay, I'm going to say.
Oh, yeah.
I would say really poor awareness on her. I think she ran into
she
the
did
elbow.
kind of run right into him.
Very poor awareness on her
She's
part.
probably hammered.
Well, she was 20 minutes from an MIP, Broaddus. I mean, give this girl a break, okay? She's witnessing an incredible football game here.
It was an incredible game. If you're an Ole Miss fan, unfortunately, LSU they threw for the end zone and had a chance. They got the hands on the ball, had a chance to end that game, and they didn't do it. But yeah, I think her awareness. It was like she was a magnet to the forearm to the head.
Yeah,
and I think that's poor awareness. When you storm the field, you gotta avoid any.
You gotta have your head on a swivel in a situation like that. I'm with you there.
But the security guard has to do his job too.
Oh yeah,
and his job is to leave people alone.
Yeah,
and just say, "Stay off the field, please." Yeah. Oh wow, you kids are out of control.
Yeah,
I guess I can't stop thousands of drunk animals just running onto the field. At that point, I think you just chill.
Do you see the clip? There's a clip of these Ole Miss students running on the field, like yelling F LSU, running, and they run into a player.
Oh, and he just drops him,
Oh,
right?
he drops
Punches
him.
him.
Just drops
That was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's how you handle that.
Full LeGarrette Blunt style.
Yeah.
And then here's the photo of the Gamecock fan who was at Neyland Stadium for the Tennessee game. And I don't think anybody had a worse weekend than him. You'll see by the photo that Carter is putting up here now. He's being arrested in his blue jeans. This is a 60-plus-year-old man who's got a Santa Claus figure, and his jeans are down to his kneecaps, and he's showing his whitey tighties that are actually gray in color, and which is not good from a sweat standpoint.
No.
But he's being arrested. He's being cuffed while his blue jeans, he's in the middle of the stands around a bunch of college kids.
Kind of looks like Woolchuck Friday.
Everybody else in the background has their phones out, smiling, taking photos, because the giant dude with the gray hair and the giant belly is showing whitey tighties while being arrested. I'm just trying to figure out at what point, like, why are the pants down at the ankles? I don't understand how that. He's got a belt and everything. He's got a belt.
Trust me, I know from my dad and my grandfather, may rest in peace, walking around grocery stores. It doesn't matter. Sometimes they just fall off.
That's definitely the most epic photo of the weekend.
You gotta. That happens. You got a big belly and a no acetol.
So we're talking about the wood haulers. The wood haulers coupled with the spare tire.
And granted, I haven't run into those problems yet, but I think down the line I might.
You get a heavy smartphone, a heavy wallet, and some keys.
You just don't have you don't have enough ass.
No, you don't.
No.
You know, and so this guy's getting, he's getting escorted out. Your hands are behind your back. You need somebody to cinch up your pants for you. Yeah.
The water cooler talk in that dude's office today is all about that photo,
aren't
bro.
You supposed to
That's my screensaver.
If you're the cops, aren't you supposed to like let them pull their pants up though?
Yeah, but a situation like that, he might need to pull them up every 90 seconds.
Yeah, the cop's trying to pull them up for him.
Okay.
Best of the weekend. There it is. Tour Day DFW rescheduled for the 21st of this month. Brought to you by Whataburger and Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Stay tuned for your next chance to pick them up at remotes and appearances between now and then. Wooly Bully's Top 10's coming up next. Bully, where are you taking us?
We got 10 thoughts on that Cowboys 38-3 drubbing over the New England Patriots. That's next.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. CY is coming up at 4:20. It'll be time for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers. The playoffs will be underway tomorrow at 2 o'clock with the pregame at 1:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan. So we'll be on tomorrow about 5:15, somewhere in there. Here's the Woolly Bully, Zach Wolchuk, and his top 10.
Thank you very much. It is a victory Monday, 38-3. Cowboys beat the Patriots, 35-point defeat for Bill Belichick, the largest in his NFL coaching career. Congratulations to our Dallas Cowboys. Of course, we're also pumped for the Texas Rangers. By the way, Rangers 5-0 in the postseason at Tropicana Field, where they begin their series tomorrow. And you hear it right here on 105.3 The Fan. So that carries that over. Good things happen for the Rangers in terms of trips to the World Series when they start the postseason in Tampa. And that will continue this year.
I like it.
We got CY coming up on the other side. But we got 10 takeaways from Cowboys and Patriots yesterday. And we begin with number 1, and that is certainly the return of the defense. Last week, not good. We know about it. We talked about it all week, but they were smothering yesterday. They held New England to 253 total yards. They were just 4 of 13 on third down, 0 for 2 on fourth down. How about that fourth and short stop?
Yeah.
The way they were able to get that. I know you'll break that down more on Krusty's Corner, but the leverage, I mean, that's beautiful. That's not some of this Cowboys defense we've seen a lot of. That was a phenomenal play.
No, absolutely. And here you go. It's, the Patriots basically get into that tush push, and what happens though is that Zeke really didn't help very much with the,
the push.
No, him and Smith-Schuster were the two guys that were pushing, but really good job up front with the way the Cowboys played that. Golston and Hankins and those guys got really, really low and stood everybody up. And then you had Damone Clark over the top.
Yeah.
And Clark actually was able to hold Mac Jones kind of in place by going over the top. But the great job by the line. But, yeah, Zeke and Schuster, like zero push at all. We see in Philly how they do it. They get behind that thing, and they really get their quarterback moving forward. But the Patriots just couldn't get that done.
Philly's got it down, but these other teams are trying it now, and they're not finding the guaranteed success the same way.
Well, the quarterback's different
for sure.
With the lower body power. We've seen those videos of at Alabama or Oklahoma with Hurts. He's squats and stuff, and being in the squat racks and massive amounts of weight and stuff like that he's been able to do. But yeah, that was really well played by the Cowboys defensively. They even had Leighton Vander Esch's hand. Like he was in a 4-point stance trying to submarine that thing. It was a good effort all around.
Well, and that would be another takeaway for me is just the linebackers, the difference in their play. And this deserves a lot of credit needs to go to Hankins and Mozzie for this. You're keeping them clean. But Damone Clark had his best game of the season, in my opinion, and then Leighton Vander Esch. Both of them were flying around making plays, but specifically in the run game, Damone Clark was in the backfield quite a bit.
Yeah, Damone Clark played really well for you yesterday, and you mentioned Vander Esch. The issues that the Cowboys are going to have in the running game that I think maybe going forward is when they play their nickel, and now they're going to start running at that linebacker who is the safety, whether it's Bell, whether it's Curse, Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
I could see teams starting to say, and they're pretty good playing the run when they can keep regular personnel on the field. What I've noticed is when their nickel linebacker comes on as that safety that plays as that linebacker, there could be some problems dealing with the run there. And teams maybe will get you into that and try and run at that linebacker.
Is there one that you think is better suited than the others? Like maybe Wilson struggled?
Curse, I thought Curse played better from last week. Bell, I mean, these guys, though, it's a problem for them having to deal with 310-pound linemen firing off the ball and getting into them. And this is it. Dan Quinn's going to play a dangerous game with you because he's thinking, okay, well, I could put that guy down there and play him in coverage, but teams are going to say, well, okay, if you're going to do that, we'll consider that a light box and we'll run at that guy. That's where I think Dan has got to figure out how much do you really want to play, and that's a very, very prevalent part of what they do defensively. They play that nickel, they play it with that safety
Ton of safeties
as that linebacker, and the last couple of weeks, teams have kind of found a way to run and get somebody up on that nickel linebacker.
Probably a talking point this week as well with San Francisco.
They will figure out a way.
Be huge with San Francisco.
Yeah.
But overall, it's worked. I mean, most teams can't consistently beat you by running that way. And the Cowboys, for the most part, throughout Dan Quinn, have done a nice job limiting the super chunk play runs. But in some of those games, Green Bay's game last year, a couple of chunk play runs, and then you saw it versus Arizona. I mean, if you're going to be able to go 20, 30, starting the game with your quarterback going 40-plus yards, now you got a huge problem on your hands. And the Niners are certainly a team that could probably, show you a little something there.
Absolutely. Third takeaway, the defense when it comes to the run defense. I mean, a lot was made about the return of Ezekiel Elliott, but Zeke just 2.3 yards per carry.
Much better with the squareness of the defense.
No doubt.
Much better with the down linemen. You didn't get the pin and pulls that we saw the previous week. There were a couple times they tried to pull linemen, but Cowboys were right there. The Hankins, the Mozzie, those guys were all right there. The linebackers, we mentioned them already, but they did a great job of staying square and filling gaps and playing downhill.
They sure did. And Mozzie, to me, I mean, you look at rookie first rounders. I saw this stat. He posted a 25% pass rush win rate on 8 pass rushing snaps against New England. He only saw the field for 17 total snaps, which tied his season high, but he was dominant. I mean, when he was out there yesterday, the dude was making plays. Mozzie was big, but a huge step in the right direction. You give up 7.4 yards a carry, 222 yards the week before to Arizona. You bounce back against a team wanted to run the football against you. Ramondre Stevenson and Zeke were non-factors. They did a fantastic job. The big takeaway, and I know we got texts all night about this, number 4 would be, yes, the red zone struggles. And I know that's something that you probably watched.
Yeah, just when I do Krusty's Corner, give us a listen then. When is that again?
Coming at 4:40.
Yeah. 4:40. I'm gonna walk you through the red zone.
And I look forward to that.
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through that.
Because, of course, you scored 38 points. You get 2 touchdowns from your defense. You get the extra 2 points, of course, from the amazing trick play that you had on the point after attempt. But yeah, I mean, that is something over the course of the season through 4 weeks. They are still trying to work out with the red zone, and maybe they found something there with Hunter Lipke. That's another takeaway for me, number 5. Hunter Lipke, this guy can do it, man. Give him the rock. Let him make some plays. And I think we got something from Brian Schottenheimer. He was talking to the media earlier. He was making fun of Lipke's touchdown celebration because he spikes it, and it's his first NFL touchdown.
Right.
So then they've got to go get him the ball back. So Shotty was making fun of him, saying he needs to work on that. And he said, quote, feels like he's going to have a lot more of those. Maybe that's why he left it out there. Maybe we're going to see more Hunter Lipke in the red zone in those kind of goal-to-go situations.
Yeah, Hunter Lipke as a runner is better than Hunter Lipke as a blocker. That's just, he just doesn't have a very good feel for that right now of going in there and squaring up and digging somebody out. But as a runner, very capable of that.
Number 6, just the offense as a whole very efficient yesterday. Like Dak came out, was shredding New England. We went through his numbers in the post-game show. His last 2 games, I mean, you're not going to find a guy with a better passer rating against a Bill Belichick defense in the 3 games he's played him.
3 opportunities, it's well over 97. I would challenge anybody that's ever played Bill Belichick to have a 97 passer rating against him.
Completed 82% of his passes. The offense did what they needed to do, and they did exactly what we talked about this week when it comes to the air yards, pushing the ball a little bit more downfield. You had 4 receivers yesterday that had catches of 18 yards or more. So they did more of that, and they didn't need to. Maybe those numbers could have been even better because the fourth quarter, really, it's turned into a preseason game. But the first half, you saw that. You had a 28-yard chunk play to Michael Gallup, 18 yards to Jalen Tolbert. Ferguson had a 20-plus yard catch, hit a 20-yard touchdown to CeeDee Lamb. Hopefully these are positives going in the right direction there with McCarthy and this Texas Coast offense.
For sure. I mean, one way to help yourself in the red zone is just avoid it a little bit, and you did that on the CeeDee Lamb touchdown. It's like, okay, we can capitalize by using our best players and going down the field. I think he threw the ball 5 times, 15 or more yards down the field. Like a couple of those are a lot of yak plays, sure. Gallup, Tolbert, but it was certainly nice to see. And how about Ferguson? Ferguson was a beast yesterday.
Oh, perfect segue. So that's my next takeaway. I'm giving love to Fergie, but also Jalen Tolbert. Like Jalen Tolbert didn't get targeted a ton, but you're seeing the growth from Tolbert, and he makes the outstanding special teams play.
Yes, that was great.
Which got the crowd going. So Ferguson had a career high in targets, catches, and yards. 7 catches on 7 targets for 77 yards. Yes, his reported girlfriend, Haley Cavender, was in the building. Maybe that's why he played better. But Fergie, to me, he's continuing that upward trajectory where we're not going to be missing Dalton Schultz at the end of the year. Ferguson's a better player. Now, Scooney, we can have a conversation about. I'm not writing Scooney off, but he needed to make that catch.
Yeah, I think the thing with Dalton Schultz that I'm learning to appreciate here now that he's gone is that he was good at the minimum stuff.
He's reliable.
Yeah, getting open, catching the ball. There wasn't enough plus after he caught the ball, I think, to hang on to him, especially at the kind of money that he wanted. But, man, dealing with young guys can sure make you appreciate a steady veteran pretty quick.
Absolutely. Like that Schoonmaker play, that was one Schultz made all the time last year for you for a touchdown. The other takeaway, 8.
And, by the way, he was a Butterfinger player early in his career, big time.
Sure.
And it would even pop up later on in his career.
Well, he couldn't even get on the field his first year. So that's why, don't be writing off these guys just yet. People wanted to write off Jalen Tolbert. You're starting to see Tolbert now might be able to get on the field and be a pretty good player. It's 4 games. Doesn't mean Scooney's going to stink or be a bust, but yesterday certainly not his best game.
No, and I think for me, it's just let's not try and force him the ball. Give him time. He's a good blocker for you. That's all I need to see him doing right now. Ferguson is a much better tight end. He dropped an obvious opportunity there in the end zone. And then on one of the red zone opportunities that they botched as well, one of the plays is going to Scooney. And it almost gets intercepted, not to the fault of Scooney, but I'm like, why is the first read Scooney when we're trying to score here? Why is it Scooney 2 yards in front of the end zone just turning around? Why are you not trying to get the ball to your playmakers? We don't need to throw him the ball anymore.
That was a really unfortunate situation because Bentley, the linebacker, blitzes on the play, and Zach Martin stones him. So Bentley stops. And when you stop, what you're taught to do, get your hands up. So he went straight up and the ball got tipped. If he doesn't go up, though, Schoonmaker's in position, and Dak, I think, is going to throw the ball to the outside of him. It's going to be probably a catch, we think, and then either down at the goal line or Schoonmaker's going to get in. It's Bentley. Bentley just got stoned. Zach Martin did such a great job of preventing him from any type of a rush that he's like, okay, if I can't get there, I'm going to just go straight up, and that's what he did.
Bailed him out.
A little bit of bad luck there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the final 3 takeaways, Brandon Aubrey, Plano Zone. Shout out to my fellow Plano Wildcat. I love you, bro. He's made all 13 of his field goal attempts this year. He's made 22 straight kicks, including PAT, since he missed his first ever NFL kick. Shout out to John Fossil, the personnel
He's your
department.
bro now, huh?
Brandon Aubrey. Brandon Aubrey's our guy. He's my fellow Plano Wildcat. Fellow alum. Of course, he's my guy.
That guy's trash.
He's my guy. I will never call him trash. Even if he goes 0 for 4 next week, that is my dude.
That guy's trash.
No, I thought you liked the honesty, though, Brian.
I did. I love the honesty. I did.
0 for 4, you think he's only going to get 4 attempts next week?
I hope so. I hope you're cashing in the red zone next week. You're going to need to. Number 9, special teams play. One of the best I've ever seen, that fake punt. Bones was talking
fake
about
field goal.
it.
Extra
the
point.
Fake PAT.
Yeah.
It was gorgeous. And shout out to Chauncey Golston. I mean, and a great throw from Brian Anger. That was brilliant.
Yeah,
Very
we'll
well designed.
We'll do that in Crusty's Corner too. Yeah.
And then number 10, the final one, I do think Michael Gallup's officially back. He's got 11 catches for 152 yards his last 2 games. Saw this from RJ Ochoa. Shout out to you. Most yardage he's had in consecutive games since late 2020. Most catches in consecutive games since around 2020 of Thanksgiving. He hasn't been asked to do a ton, but Gallup's healthy and he's ready to rock.
Maybe not the square peg in the round hole, right? Something like that, as they say.
They figured out what kind of
how they play him.
They got it going on, and congratulations to Michael Gallup. The career can continue. I thought he was on career-ending watch.
I was nervous too.
Which was shocking because he's only 27 years old, but he's been balling. Okay, it's time for the Chris Young Show. Right here, we'll talk with the Rangers GM, get his thoughts as the Rangers get set to take on the Rays once again in a postseason series that'll start tomorrow at 2 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, baby. Yeah, the star of window replacement.
Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for the Chris Young Show right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're home of the Texas Rangers as their postseason's going to get underway tomorrow at 2 o'clock right here with the pregame at 1:30. They'll be in Tampa. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. As CY joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We are outstanding, and congrats on making the postseason, I think is the first thing I want to say to you. What's your thoughts on how things concluded?
Well, it's really interesting, and first of all, thank you. Obviously, it's been a year full of ups and downs, and really, as we sit here and reflect on what the regular season has been for us, this is a team that went from 68 wins to 90 wins, and a tie for first place in the division with the defending World Series champions, and I think there's a lot to be proud of with that. And that said, we certainly aren't satisfied. I mean, I think that in a lot of ways we felt like we could have and should have won the division, and we had a missed opportunity. And it really didn't come down to yesterday's game. Throughout the year, there have been missed opportunities. But that said, this is a big step forward for our organization. We're back in the postseason. We have an opportunity to compete for a world championship. And this is where we want to be. So I think overall, I'm very excited about the progress we've made. I'm excited about being in the playoffs. I'm happy for our team. I'm proud of our guys, and I'm looking forward to some great baseball these next few days.
Still a positive mindset in the clubhouse?
Absolutely. This is a winning bunch of guys, and they were so disappointed yesterday and frustrated, and they wanted to win that game so badly, but. We also faced a really good pitcher who was on top of his game, and he made it hard. They didn't roll over for us, and they made it hard, and we lost a really close game. It was tough, but these guys are a group of winners, and they've been through the battles, and I think the one thing that really stands out to me is when things get tough, this group seems to bounce back, and we've seen that all year long, whether it's tough losses or injuries, losing streaks. And just when you think that they're kind of down and out, they seem to find a way to fight back. And it's been fun to see, and I expect that character to really come through here in the playoffs.
Chris, are baseball players better equipped to handle trips of unknown origins and things where it's, okay, do you pack a bag and like, okay, this could happen or this could happen or that could happen? Is your sport, is it just better equipped to handle having to make a cross-country trip and just completely be ready to play?
Well, it is what it is. And, I think that I don't know if anybody left Texas last week thinking that we would be flying Seattle to Tampa. I don't know how much we had really processed and thought that was a possibility, but it's the reality of where we are. And at this point, there's no excuses, and we need to just go out and play good baseball. And that is the mentality of baseball players. I mean, you do get used to the travel, you get used to the late nights, and playing a night game and then flying and arriving at the next city at 3 or 4 a.m. and getting a short night's sleep and then going out and playing again. So I'm not saying it's healthy necessarily, but nonetheless, the guys do adapt, and they don't make excuses. They know it's part of it, and we had a long flight last night. We got in early this morning, but these guys are rested. We had a workout at an optional workout and some treatment at the facility today in the stadium, and we just got back to the hotel, and the guys are in good spirits. They seem ready to go.
See, we've gotten reports of Max Scherzer, trying to get ready and get back for the postseason. Anything you can share on the potential of him maybe returning at some point this postseason?
No, and I've tried to temper expectations with that just because, one, I don't want unfair expectations for Max. I know how with these injuries that you just really have to go a day at a time. And, we may look up in a week or two, should we still be playing? And all of a sudden, Max has made significant progress. So I'm not getting too far ahead. Really, I'm looking at this series. Certainly we miss Max. We would love to have him, but my hope is that he continues to progress and that we're talking about him as a possibility in a couple weeks. But I'm just not that far down the road. I'm focused on the task at hand.
What's your scouting report for this Rays team? Where are they impressive?
Well, they do a lot of things really well, and their offense has been elite this year. They're actually pretty similar in terms of the run production as our group, and they're really dangerous. They can beat you in a number of ways. And from a pitching standpoint, they attack the strike zone. They've got a very good bullpen, and they come at you, and they stick to their strengths. They know what they're trying to do, and they come at you and say, "You're going to have to beat me today." And they're a really, really good team. I think this is their 5th consecutive playoff appearance. They've been here. They know what it's about, and we have our work cut out for us. And but that's part of it. That's what we want. This is where we've wanted to be. And like I said, I think our guys are up for the challenge.
You sending some trash talking text to old JD?
We have, and I'll tell you this. JD reached out when we clinched. He's been so gracious and complimentary and supportive, and his footprint is on this organization, and has helped us do some of the things that we've been able to do to help put the players in place that have gotten us here. And I'm certainly grateful for his friendship and support, and very classy of him to reach out.
What do you remember from his teams in 10 and 11 when the Rangers played the Rays in the playoffs? What do you remember? Do you remember stuff about those series? Of course, you were still a player.
Yeah, I was playing at the time, and really I don't remember following the series specifically. I mean, I grew up a Ranger fan, and then when I was playing, I didn't follow the Rangers in the playoffs, and so I didn't really pay close attention. So I don't have vivid memories of those series. I do remember they were talented, both teams very, very talented, and good starting pitching, and the Rangers especially with a really elite offense. So I think. I remember they were great series, but nothing specific jumps out at me from those.
The crazy thing about 10 is the road team won all 5 games. So maybe we could, continue with that.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. No. Now, what do you think about this format here?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Let's do it.
Well, I think it's good for baseball. I mean, I think the expanded playoffs is really good for baseball. I think that it adds a new element. Certainly, I'm hopeful that we will win out and be able to come and play a home game for our fans at some point. But nonetheless, the Rays earned home field advantage with the way they played this year, and a 99-win team. And so it's part of it, and that's just what you run into in the playoffs. I think it's great for baseball. I think it engages fan interest, and I'm happy that we're playing.
Chris Young here with your Rangers GM on 105.3 The Fan. Did you have any concern as the boss for how the guys celebrated on Saturday?
None, and I find it ridiculous that that's even a subject, honestly. This is the most professional, responsible group of players that I've ever been around. We had a very subdued champagne popping, but beyond that, there was no partying. There was nothing outlandish. These guys had earned the right to pop those champagne bottles, and that was the extent of our celebration. It had no impact whatsoever on Sunday's game, and it's pretty poor journalism to even suggest that, honestly. I'm very disappointed in the lack of professionalism of the Houston journalists for putting that out there. It's classless, and it's not appropriate, and it's completely fabricated. It's wrong.
Chris, we'll go ahead and say it for you. We all hate Houston. That's just the way it is. So anyway, we'll handle that for you.
Let them see why you pop those bottles.
Yeah, you do whatever you damn want. You deserve it this year. Chris, let me ask you this question though. And I was a former advanced scout, in the NFL and did stuff for prep. Do you when you get ready for these types of series, is it something that is this like a week in advance? Like, okay, potential teams that we might play. Is it something that each guy maybe on your staff has a team that he follows, and then you rely on that guy or gal to give you the reports and stuff like that? Have you been following the Rays, or is this just something that, hey, we come in, we're going to spit out these reports, and here's what we got right now?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We have multiple reports that are generated in different ways, some of it by our R&D team, and then we also have our pro scouts out in the field watching all the playoff contenders at this point. And so we've had and we generate our scouting reports and advanced information based on a number of different sources, including the ones I just mentioned. So it's really collecting a lot of different information from different places and then synthesizing it, putting it all together, and giving it to the coaching staff in an applicable format that they can utilize for the series. And we've got that pretty well dialed in, and we've gone over our advanced report for this series, and I feel like we're very prepared.
What stood out to you about a guy like Jose Leclerc, who's had highs and lows this year, and now he's really seemed like he's pitching his best going into the postseason and can take on that closer role again?
Well, I think really what stands out to me is you're seeing a player who wants this and who's taking the ball, and he's going out and competing with a competitive fire and passion. That's awesome. And he's been huge for us this past week. He's just been amazing, and it's fun seeing him on top of his game at a point that we need him. And so that's what elite players do, is they step up when the team needs you the most. And Jose's proving to be that. It's been so fun to see his success. And, he got off to a slow start. He had some health issues coming out of spring training with his neck and some stiffness, and it took him a little while to get over that, and some bumps in the road over the course of the season. And then here, when we need him most, he's come through. It's been great.
Is there something to the outage of the offense that Bochy's looking at, or is it just a matter of hitting better?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of, just continuing to stick to our approach. I think there was some fatigue there just based on the West Coast travel, a night game in Anaheim, followed by a really tough series, a late arrival into Seattle, and then a tough series against, Seattle can pitch. They have really good pitching. So, we've got a chance. We have today off. The guys have had some downtime and a chance to regroup. And, it's a new season. And that's the beauty of baseball, is that things can turn very quickly. Teams are streaky. And, our hope is that we get hot here and get on a roll.
Sounds good to me. We'll drink to that. CY, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Looking forward to a fun week.
Cheers. There he goes. Chris Young, Rangers GM, right here on 105.3 The Fan. And the texters loved that impassioned take he had about the Houston journalism.
Yeah.
And, what we saw transpire there on social media, just a shame. That's my GM in all caps, says the 254. Get him, CY. 817-214. I love CY. All those in all caps, is he is a guy that, I think North Texas sports fans and Rangers fans just love having, calling the shots for your baseball club. It is time now, though, for Krusty's Corner, Brian, usually at 2:40. We got it here at 4:40 for you today, and where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to run through some things that I saw in the red zone for your offense. Maybe we can figure some things out next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones.
Welcome back, Nation. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we have a Cowboys Monday edition of Football's Finest. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, sure. Appreciate that. Bobby and I are taping Love of the Star tonight. We did a post-game Love of the Star last night. I think you can get that listening on YouTube and places like that, but we're going to do a full-fledged breakdown of what we saw in the game with the tape and all that. So if you have questions, tweet them at myself or Bobby Belt, and we'll try and get those answered for you as well. Wow. I talked about potentially what we saw with this New England game in the red zone. Continue to be some issues there, but I think there's some things, there's some reasons why there's been some struggles. And I think there's various things that happened during the game that you're like, if they could just clean that up or clean this up, that they would have had some success. And I think that's the issue right now. They're just kind of struggling with not so much the play calling, but really the execution and some of the things. I think some of the stuff they've had happen to them are just pretty much bad luck, though, too. And I want to say the just kind of going through it. The first one, the pass to Schoonmaker, and I've got all the plays, and I've got them all broken down, and there's a few of them I want to go through, but the one that the one that Schoonmaker, that should have been caught. You know, and I know I'm a guy that's been talking about Schoonmaker and Michigan didn't use his talents, but he has the ability to catch the football. He's got to make that play. But to be honest with you, Dak took the tougher of the two options to try and throw him that ball because they're in a cover 2 with a drop linebacker. And so there's it's a little bit of a crowded area there. No question the ball needs to be caught, but Cooks is wide open in the end zone to his right. The way the coverage was played, everybody was kind of into the middle of the field. And, if Dak, he's going to take that shot against cover 2. Schoonmaker's got to make the play, but Cooks was wide open to his right. Tougher of the two options. He took the tougher of the one.
Do you recall from like a progression standpoint, did he not even look at
never
Cooks?
Even looked.
He
saw cover 2 and the way that Schoonmaker released and went to the middle of the field.
He just let it rip.
He let it rip.
Hell of a throw.
Another one that I thought was interesting was the Cowboys tend to have problems then they call a play and they're trying to fool somebody. When they're trying to fool okay, we're going to get this edge to come down inside here, and we're going to try and draw him down to the inside. They had a couple of times where they tried to fool guys, and it didn't work out. Uche was one of the guys. They go trips left. They drag Cooks across going left to right, but he's going to get jammed. They want to throw him the ball, but he's going to get jammed. And then Ferguson tries to kind of pivot inside. And no, they're not with the play action. Uche, he's not fooled at all. So he kind of leaves, he's unblocked. So now instead of, this guy, they're trying to draw him to another area, he's now affecting the play. He tracks down Dak, and now Dak tries to shovel the ball forward. We saw where Ferguson, got stopped on the goal line right there, but they were trying to draw a defender into an area and then create another opportunity, but they also got jammed coming across the field. Just kind of a bad situation right there. There was another one where they ran play action, and Jelani Tavai, this was a sack, and they're going to try and get Prescott to the outside left, and Gallup is on the outside left himself. So they're going to run a one-on-one route over there, in, out, and then try and make it work. Well, they don't block Tavai at all. They're thinking, okay, well, he's going to go down inside for the fake. And I understand if you're going to play against teams, I didn't see the Patriots as teams that were just flying down to the inside. If you're going to fool somebody and not block them, make sure that they go with the play. Mm-hmm. But the Cowboys have had several times now here in the red zone where they try and fool somebody or draw somebody into an area, and it doesn't work.
They don't bite on it
They
at all.
don't bite at all.
And
now I almost use the word garbage. It's a bad play.
Yeah,
trash.
It's a trash play because you're trying to influence and it doesn't influence. So now you have to think about, okay, how many plays are we going to run where we're, okay, let's influence this guy. Is the play fake heavy enough to get the guy to go inside? This has happened the last couple of weeks. They haven't been able to get guys to do that. So really bad situation there. We go back, Prescott and Pollard, they collide in the
Horrible.
on the handoff. They're at the mesh point. I'll tell you what happened there. Pollard is looking at the hole to the right. He's looking, his eyes take him towards the hole. Well, who's standing in the path going towards the hole? Instead of getting the ball and then going to the hole, he's running right at the hole. And so Dak's standing there, and now there's a collision at the mesh point. So now it's Keystone Cops. You hand him the ball, and he's trying to get to the outside.
It looked like on TV that maybe Dak had changed the play, and it was supposed to go to a different hole.
The way they blocked that play, you could see that. I don't know if it was a change of the call, but what happened was Biotish up front, they weren't in great shape up front. Now, maybe to your point, maybe it's people not getting, but you can see it opens up to the right, and Pollard takes the ball. Dak's running like they're trying to run a draw almost, like it's
delayed.
It's like a delayed ball handling, right? Like a draw.
Yeah.
And Biotish is not great. They leave Kyle Duggar, the safety. He's unblocked into play. So now it's, even if you get the play, there's going to be a collision in the hole because of an unblocked player there. But you could clearly see that Pollard's eyes were taking him to where the hole was. Okay. They get in a situation too. They have 2 times where they could run the read option stuff, right?
Dak should have pulled it again.
Twice he should have pulled this. And what happens is Prescott, he gives an inside handoff to Pollard. And now they bring Ferguson in motion across. They've walked this thing in a couple of different times that way. Been able to make that happen. So, you're thinking like, okay, well, just pull it. He hands the ball, it's blocked. Here comes Ferguson. If he pulls it, they both walk. Ferguson turns to him and like hits him on the chest, like, bro, what are you doing?
I know, Ferguson's
we're gonna walk this thing if you do it. So that was the one time he hands it off. It's an inside handoff. It's nobody on the outside, and you just know right there. Ferguson just said on the Hunter Lipke, they run another read option. And Prescott, again, hands it off inside. If he pulls it, he's by himself. He might walk in again. There was some confusion by Steele and Bass on their blocks, which led to the penetration. It stopped Hunter Lipke from getting really forward and getting a lot of yards out of it. But there's another one. Prescott pull it. I mean, he's going to watch that tape today, or he's probably watched it this morning, and he's going to go, I got to pull that. So I've got all these plays, balls being tipped at the line of scrimmage, walk-in touchdowns, problems at the mesh point. There's things that they're doing that's killing themselves from scoring.
Okay. Is there any way that because they're blowouts, they're like, you're not keeping it. You're not keeping it because we can't get you hurt, and you're not keeping it because we want the film to say you almost never keep it?
That was my thinking. I was going to ask you, is this the long play here?
Just set up for this week against the Niners.
Because it just feels like it's too obvious for Dak not to see it that way. It's almost like he's intentionally not doing it. That's the way it comes across. But
no matter what,
if you have a chance to score, I'm pulling the ball and scoring. I mean, in blowouts or not, I mean, I'm trying.
Yeah, I hear you.
I agree with you.
I would rather them play wide and feel like I'm going to pull the ball every single time.
But for a team that doesn't want to run their quarterback at a risk for injury, why would you call that play in a blowout unless you are playing games with the numbers? I just don't know why you'd risk your quarterback in a blowout if you don't even want to risk him in the fourth quarter of a competitive game in the regular season.
I just think the issues they've had on the red zone, any way that they can create opportunity to score. I mean, he's not going to get hit on either one of these opportunities. he's going to likely score.
And it probably makes the success rate greater if Dak did keep it. Now you got to account for both players.
Can I say one more real quick?
Yes.
The 2-point play. New England completely sells out on that 2-point on the fake, which was great. They put 6 guys to the left side of the center, which is Dallas's right. Golston's on the right wing, and all he has to do is swim around this Brendan Schooler, who's like their block guy.
Yeah.
They come flying off the edge. They're going to try and overrun. There's nobody behind the line of scrimmage. They completely sell out. They've guessed absolutely right. From that point on, every time that they kicked an extra point, New England had 2 guys back deep behind the line of scrimmage. They did a great job. Bones Fossil, tip of the cap to you for seeing something the Patriots did and then running that 2-point play.
You know what they did? They did to Belichick what he does to other teams.
Yeah.
You know, they were like, hey, NFL, look at this. Look how Belichick is cheating the game here a little bit. Go ahead and take advantage of this the rest of the season, and double barrels across the field to Bill. Football's finest is coming up next. Where are you going with that, Chief?
Move over Zach Wilson. There's a new worst quarterback in town, plus more takeaways from the football weekend next right here in the nation.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suns, available on the Odyssey app or
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's a Cowboys Monday on 105.3 The Fan, a victorious Cowboys Monday. It's also a Rangers playoff eve edition, as the playoffs will be underway tomorrow at 2 o'clock in Tampa. All 3 games will be in Tampa. I'm not sure what I think of this series format. I'm not even sure how Major League Baseball thought that was a good idea, but they went with that, and now we have to deal with the reality of you go from winning the division to being the road team in the wild card. Just a drop in the bucket. Last night is yesterday afternoon, Evan Carter gets on base. You're thinking, okay, here we go. The dramatic, exciting conclusion, and it fizzled to an end not 2.5 minutes later. 3 final outs in like no time. Anyway, let's move on. Talk about some of the greatness of Week 4 in the NFL season. It's football's finest with the Chief.
Yes, sir. We'll start with some Cowboy observations, the first of which the run defense. I'm starting to feel like if the quarterback is no threat to run, then the Cowboys are going to be in decent shape when it comes to stopping the run. Shout out to the defensive tackles. Hell, at the end of the game, Neville Gallimore was showing up, making some plays in the backfield towards the end of that one. Mozzie Smith is being credited quite a bit. Hankins, Osa, the linebackers played well. LVE and Damone Clark probably had his best game for sure. And my favorite stat coming out of it was the Patriots were -10 in terms of expected points added on their run plays. Their run plays netted them -10 expected points added, and 35% of their runs went for negative yards or for no gain at all. So the run defense came to play yesterday, and we'll see versus a much more nuanced rushing attack and a much better player. That's the running back, obviously, in Christian McCaffrey coming up on Sunday night. But I think it helps a ton that Brock Purdy's not a guy that threatens them with his legs.
No, he doesn't. Now, probably a little bit more mobile than Mac Jones, but he's certainly done a run. You held New England to 53 yards as a team, and that's a team that you knew that was their game plan. They wanted to run on you, and they answered the task, man.
Any coaching staff worth their salt after this beginning is going to look at this and say, if we're serious about winning, we're running our quarterback. I don't care who it is, Now, maybe if you're the 49ers, you're like, we've won 12 straight regular season games. The only thing that stopped us was an injury to Brock Purdy. So let's go ahead and keep him healthy. But every other team, exactly what you said, Chief. If we're not running our quarterback, what is really our successes against running against this front? It's not going to happen, guys. Even if we don't think of our quarterback as a runner, let's look at his college tape. Let's find something. Otherwise, we better come up with a game plan to keep him safe, because there's no reason to believe we're going to have a lot of success. Now, maybe if we have the great offensive line or we have a difference-making quarterback, all these things could be possible for us. But you got to have a very healthy amount of fear for what this Cowboys defense can do to you right now.
Now, elsewhere across the sport, Zach Wilson no longer the worst quarterback in terms of success rate. That is. Which is a very, very important number here. But it's interesting when you look at the bottom 10 quarterbacks in success rate. Who do you think is worse now? If Zach Wilson has gone from the worst to now the second worst, who's taken his place as the worst?
Is it unfortunate the guy in Chicago?
It is actually not. It is actually not. Justin Fields is not in the bottom 10 of quarterbacks currently when it comes to success rate. Even though a guy like Jalen Hurts finds himself in this bottom 10 situation.
Is it Burrow?
Burrow finds himself here, but he is not the worst.
Deshaun Watson.
It is not Deshaun
Kenny
Watson.
Pickett.
It is Kenny Pickett. The Steelers are down bad.
Yeah, they are.
They're down real bad.
Real bad.
Their play caller, it's bad. And it goes to Mike Tomlin. Like, this is on you, Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, he's got to
You've
fire him.
allowed this to be here. This is a terrible play caller, and Kenny Pickett is now suffering as the worst quarterback in the sport when it comes to success rate. Zach Wilson is the second worst, but Joe Burrow is down at the bottom here, which is crazy. Jalen Hurts is down there at the bottom. Derek Carr. You have Bryce Young, who, I mean, you got C.J. Stroud playing his balls off right now. Anthony Richardson is playing like a beast. He's had some ups and downs throughout games, but by and large, everybody's come away from these first few games with Anthony Richardson being very, very impressed and playing above expectation. He had a play where Aaron Donald was draped all over him in the pocket, and he just flips his wrist. It's 41 yards on point down the field, and that was a heck of a game yesterday. And it's the Puka Nacua walk-off that ends it.
Puka, man, that kid is a stud.
He is a stud. I
love him.
But Jordan Love is floating around down here. Ryan Tannehill, Gardner Minshew, Derek Carr, Desmond Ritter. Desmond Ritter's playing so bad right now that he walked over to the sidelines to sort of dap up and like apologize to his wide receiver Mac Hollins for a terrible throw. And Mac Hollins just stands up off the bench and wants to get in his face. Like the video just shows the quarterback trying to be like, hey, like my bad on that. And Mac Hollins just stands up and gets in his face. Like he wants nothing to do with like, get away from me, bro. Yeah. That's how upset he is right now at Desmond Ritter. And apparently he's going to stay being the starting quarterback for now, according to Arthur Smith. But the Green Lizard, Taylor Heineke, he's a quarterback, man.
I would turn to Heineke if I were them for sure. I mean, they can run the football really well. Bijan Robinson is crazy. He still didn't have a touchdown, but he is crushing it every game.
He is. He makes at least one move every game that's like, ooh, wow.
Yeah.
Even though there was, I felt worse for no one this football weekend than Donovan Wilson.
No, that was, yeah.
And we'll hear it in Two Guys, One Booth because Brad Sham had quite the description of the play. But early on in the game, Demario Douglas of the Patriots towards the sideline, one of the few big plays that the Patriots actually had yesterday. Donovan Wilson made a couple of plays yesterday, but by and large has not looked like the same player that we had been accustomed to seeing. And he got juked out in a way that I'm not used to seeing professional defenders get worked, especially by like a no-name dude like this Demario Douglas fella. It was heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah, it was an ankle breaker.
But you mentioned it, man. Joe Burrow. This is a bad situation right now with the Bengals, and I don't know. I think the Ravens are early on taking the AFC North by storm and saying we're the big dogs here because the Steelers are terrible. The Browns play really, really good defense, but we know some of the issues that they perpetually have. And then the Bengals, like the Bengals offensively, you can hope that Joe Burrow starts to get healthy. But Zach Taylor, what are you doing to help your offense? Like you're seeing, it's been hard to give Zach Taylor a ton of credit over these last couple of years. It's like Joe Burrow has to be dynamite. Otherwise, what else do you do well? You don't really do much well. And your defense right now is getting crushed.
Yeah.
The Bengals have just been terrible.
It is. It's fascinating to watch them play this bad. I think Burrow will bounce back when he gets healthy, but you do have to wonder in the back of your head right now, did the quarterback getting paid, change the dynamics in Cincinnati? Certainly what it looks like.
Yeah, maybe.
But he's played with a bad offensive line. He's played with a bad supporting cast.
But he's hurt right now, too.
I don't think he's healthy.
I think it's all the calf.
Yeah, I think it's the health. And luckily for the Bengals is that division is bad. And you can maybe lose 2, 3, 4 games and then rally, in the month of November and December and kind of get yourself right for a rush.
Yeah, they were fortunate the Ravens dropped that one 2 weeks ago. Maybe when Baltimore gets healthy, they're the team that kind of pulls away with this thing. But I really do think they need to sit Joe. And Zach Taylor today, again, he said he's healthy enough to play. He doesn't look like the same player.
No, not at all.
No, and it's crazy that their defense is playing as bad as it is. Like if you're trying to get by until Joe Burrow is healthy, your defense is going to have to help you out a little bit, and they're not helping you at all. And then Jamar Chase after the game, he's frustrated, and here was him after the game.
I'm open. I'm always open. Excuse my profanity. I'm sorry.
That's okay, man. I understand the frustrations here. He's open. He's always open, and he's very, very frustrated, and I don't blame him. I saw this stat from Field Yates in regards to Alvin Kamara. It's pretty funny. He had 13 catches. Alvin Kamara had 13 catches on the game.
He had 7 for 10 yards at one point.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
I love that because
Deuce Vaughn type efficiency.
And yeah, poor Deuce Vaughn, man. My gosh, Deuce Vaughn. I feel a little bit bad for Deuce Vaughn. He's getting crushed a couple of these times. But Alvin Kamara had 13 catches for 33 yards.
Oh wow.
The lowest number of yards in the history of the NFL when a guy has had that many catches, 13 catches, the lowest was 71 yards. Eesh. Alvin Kamara, you're throwing it, but you're just going inches at a time, and that's the bread and butter of your offense. He got 13 balls his way. So that was pretty hilarious. And it looks like right now you have Derrick Henry. Does Derrick Henry have more touchdown passes?
Yeah, he threw one yesterday. He did one of the Tebow jump passes.
Yeah. That's 4 for his career.
Yeah, it's amazing. He had a great game yesterday.
I think Derrick Henry. Well, I wonder what his throwing statistics are. If he's got 4 touchdown passes, has he ever thrown an incompletion?
He probably
Every
has.
time they go to Derrick Henry, it's just perfect timing. You're so scared he's going to run through your defense that you're not expecting him to pop up. I believe lefty style.
Yeah.
And throw it over the line of scrimmage for the touchdown. But I'm pretty sure you have. It's for the Bengals, by the way, it's 3 touchdowns in 4 weeks. That's what they have. They have 3 touchdowns in 4 weeks.
Yeah, I think Burrow's got 2 passing touchdowns for the entire season.
That is just so bad.
Yep.
That is so bad, and it's one of the weirdest things. Then on the flip side, Josh Allen and the Bills, they are
roaring back to life.
They are roaring back to life in a huge way. The narrative has switched tenfold.
And now they got that quality win. You really have to look at them as, holy cow, is this the best team in the AFC? You know, is this finally the year for Buffalo? I mean, to beat Miami that well. Whew.
Very impressive.
Yeah, Buffalo's bounced back very nicely.
That's the win of the year in the entire league so far, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it was a statement win. It was in blowout fashion on both sides of the ball. It was extremely impressive. No defense has really been able to slow down the Dolphins, and the Bills' pass rush is absolutely legit. Sean McDermott.
Von Miller practicing this week, right?
Yeah, they don't even have Von Miller, and that killed them last year. They couldn't generate any pressure without him, and now they're top 2 in pressure percentage, and they blitz like the second least amount in the sport, and they're just smothering quarterbacks. And then Josh Allen was his alien self yesterday.
Yeah,
and Stephon Diggs was a beast. Like everything
that
was.
Touchdown he had was unbelievable for Stephon Diggs. Okay, so Derrick Henry 6 of 7 in his career with 3 touchdowns.
Okay, so it's 3 touchdowns. It's not 4.
Yeah.
No,
okay,
3.
I thought it was 4 touchdowns. Either way, very efficient there from our guy Derrick Henry. Did you guys see Kirk Cousins try and make the tackle yesterday?
No,
it was early, and Broadus had the Vikings in Survivor. And Broadus is playing with a lead with his immunity so he can get a little cutesy and afford an L. And early on in that game, we thought that L was coming for him. These Panthers go pick 6, 99 yards. It'll be a TD Tuesday extravaganza tomorrow. But the best part of it is the lead blocker for whoever it was that got the interception. He's got a lead blocker. A fellow DB is running stride for stride with him down the sideline. And old try-hard Kirk Cousins has got an angle, and he's trying to go make the tackle, which I would have loved to have seen in and of itself.
Him just do it.
But this Carolina Panthers DB didn't allow for the tackle to be attempted by Kirk Cousins, and he just absolutely obliterates him. And it was one of the funnier moments of the football weekend because Kirk Cousins not only gives up the 99-yard pick 6, but he also gets absolutely blasted on the play for trying to go make the tackle.
Dude, it is a tragic blooper reel right now for Kirk Cousins the last couple of weeks. I like the Donovan Wilson hit on Mac Jones a lot. You know, just as far as destroying a guy at midfield. And I didn't even move. It was like I was the Incredible Hulk against a human.
Yeah, he just stood there and just kind of lowered his shoulder, and then Mac Jones fell down. That's a positive for Donovan Wilson.
I'll tell you what,
he needed that. Much needed.
Go back and watch the sack fumble from Fowler. I didn't know Mac Jones could bend like that. Like he contorts. It's pretty. It was pretty bad. I'm thinking he ain't getting up, but he did. But Fowler got him pretty good, and the way he hit and got bended, it's like his hyperextended the back and all. I was thinking this is not going to be good.
Lucky to have survived that one.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Wolchuk did not survive with his Commanders pick. It was close. It's a moral victory. I mean, if we were soft up in here, we'd just give it to you, Wolchuk, but we're not doing that. We can blame Riverboat Ron at the end of the game. He was just a coward.
Just go for 2. What the bleep,
Go
man.
for 2. You can go for 2 and win the game, or you can settle for the extra point, tie it, and go to overtime versus a better team on the road and inevitably lose. That's what happened. And after the game, they asked him about that. And apparently Ron Rivera says, those guys were gassed. They really were. It was a long-ass drive. They were hurrying. They were hustling. I thought we had a chance, and that's too bad. So he thought his offense was too tired to run one more play, 2-point conversion
Let's
play.
go to overtime and
but
make him do more.
But not too gassed to go play another full quarter of football.
The hell, Ron.
Thank you for nothing, Ron Rivera.
I wanted that play so bad, and I know the Wooly Bully did as well. He did not get it, and now he'll go back-to-back week bet payoffs. I almost feel like that pink Speedo was 2 payoffs in one. I really do.
That.
But what are you going to do this Friday?
Yeah, you embraced that really a lot.
That's what you got to do.
It was electric, dude. It really was.
I got a remote.
Yes.
Lean into it.
I had so many people. I'm telling you, I was at church with listeners, like my bros coming up to me like, dude, are you I can't believe this happened. I was scrolling through my Instagram at work. I saw Walchuk's rear end. My boss was coming by. I had to throw my phone away. Everybody was excited about it. I got DMs about it, texts, like, you're a damn showman.
You were the only loser this week, right?
Yeah, probably.
You were the only loser?
He was.
Everybody else won?
He was. Yeah.
So Wolchuk, he'll have an answer here in the next 24 hours or so. We'll let you know what bet payoff you could look forward to coming up this Friday. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll get you caught up on everything that's been breaking throughout the broadcast afternoon in the world of sports. And we are going to take a look at a Rangers-Rays preview for you as well. That's coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat about my friends at Men's T Clinic. Before we do that, though, oh boy, you want some testosterone coursing through your